Chapter 1 of The Four Faces by William le Queux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Four Faces by William le Queux. Chapter 1. Curiosity is Aroused. I confess I'd like to know something more about him. Where did you run across him first? I didn't run across him, he ran across me, and in rather a curious way. We live in Linden Gardens now, you know. Several of the houses there are almost exactly alike, and about a month ago, at a dinner party we were given, a young man was shown in. His name was unknown to me, so I supposed that he must be some friend of my wife's. Then I saw that he was a stranger to her, too, and then all at once he became very confused. Inquired if he were in Sir Harry Dawson's house. Sir Harry lives in the house next to ours, and finding he was not, apologized profusely for his mistake, and left hurriedly. Any one might make a mistake of that kind in some London houses, the second speaker said. What is he like? Is he a gentleman? Oh, quite. And for how long have you leased him your house in Cumberland Place? 7 years, with option of renewal. And you mean to say you know nothing about him? I won't say nothin', but I know comparatively little about him. Houston and Prince, the house agents, assure me they've made inquiries, and that he is a very rich young man whose uncle amassed a large fortune in Tasmania. I didn't know fortunes were to be made in Tasmania. Did you? The uncle died 6 months ago, Houston and Prince tell me, and Hugesson Gastrell has inherited everything he left. They say that they have ascertained that Gastrell's parents died when he was quite a child, and that this uncle who has died has been his guardian ever since. That sounds right enough. What more do you want to know? It somehow seems to me very strange that I should have come to know this man Gastrell without introduction of any kind, even have become intimate with him. On the day after he had come to my house by accident, he called to fetch a pair of gloves which, in his confusion on the previous evening, he had left in the hall. He asked if he might see me, and then he again apologized for the mistake he had made the night before. We stayed talking for, I suppose, fully half an hour. He's an excellent talker and exceedingly well informed, and incidentally he mentioned that he was looking for a house. From his description of what he wanted, it at once struck me that my Cumberland Place would be the very thing for him. I simply can't afford to live there now, as you know, and for months I have been trying to let it. I told him about it, and he asked if he might see it, and well, the thing's done. He has it now, as I say, on a 7 years' lease. Then why worry? I am not worrying. I never worry. The most foolish thing any man can do is to worry. All I say is, I should like to know somethin' more about the feller. He may be quite all right. I have not the least reason for supposin' he isn't, but my wife has taken a strong dislike to him. She says she mistrusts him. She has said so from the beginnin'. After he had asked to see me that morning, the morning he called for his gloves, and we had talked about the house, I invited him to lunch and introduced him to my wife. Since then he has dined with us several times and well, my wife is most insistent about it. She declares she is sure he isn't what he seems to be, and she wanted me not to let him in the house. Women have very wonderful intuition in reading characters. I know they have, and that's why I feel just the least bit uneasy. What has made me feel so to day is that I have just heard from Sir Harry Dawson, who is on the Riviera, and he says that he doesn't know Hugesson Gastrell, has never heard of him. There, read his letter. Seated in my club on a dull December afternoon, that was part of a conversation I overheard, which greatly interested me. It interested me because only a short time before I had, while staying in Geneva, become acquainted at the hotel with a man named Gastrell, and I wondered if he could be the same. From the remarks I had just heard, I suspected that he must be, for the young man in Geneva had also been an individual of considerable personality and a good conversationalist. If I had been personally acquainted with either of the two speakers, who still stood with their backs to the fire and their hands under their coat tails, talking now about some wonderful run with the Pytchley, I should have told him I believed I had met the individual they had just been discussing. But at Brooks it is not usual for members to talk to other members unintroduced. Therefore I remained sprawling in the big armchair, where I had been pretending to read a newspaper, hoping that something more would be said about Gastrell. Presently my patience was rewarded. "By the way, this feller Gastrell who's taken my house tells me he's fond of hunting," the first speaker, whom I knew to be Lord Easterton, a man said to have spent 3 small fortunes in trying to make a big one, remarked. "Said something about huntin' with the beaver or the quorn. Shouldn't be surprised if he got put up for this club later." "Should you propose him if he asked you?" "Certainly, provided I found out all about him. He's a gentleman, although he is an Australian. He told Houston and Prince he was born and educated in Melbourne, and went to his uncle in Tasmania immediately he left school. But he hasn't a scrap of that ugly Australian accent. In fact, he talks just like you or me or anybody else, and would pass for an Englishman anywhere." Without a doubt that must be the man I had met, I reflected, as the two speakers presently sauntered out of the room, talking again of hunting, one of the principal topics of conversation at Brooks's. I, Michael Berrington, am a man of leisure, an idler, I am ashamed to say, my parents having brought me up to be what is commonly and often so erroneously termed a gentleman, and left me, when they died, heir to a cosy little property in Northamptonshire, and with some £80,000 safely invested. As a result, I spend many months of the year in travel, for I am a bachelor with no ties of any kind, and the more I travel and the more my mind expands, the more cosmopolitan I become, and the more inclined I feel to kick against silly conventions such as this one at Brooks's, which prevented my addressing Lord Easterton or his friend, men I see in the club every day I am there, and who know me quite well by sight, though we only stare stonily at each other, and asking more about Gastrell. So Lady Easterton had taken an instinctive dislike to this young man, Hugesson Gastrell, and openly told her husband that she mistrusted him. Now, that was curious, I reflected, for I had spoken to him several times while in Geneva, and though his personality had appealed to me, yet well, there was something about him that puzzled me. Something I cannot define what it was, for it was more like a feeling or sensation which came over me while I was with him, a feeling that he was not what he appeared to be, and that I saw, so to speak, only his outer surface. "Hello, Michael!" The greeting cut my train of thought, and screwing myself round in the big armchair, I looked up. "Why, Jack!" I exclaimed. "I had no idea you were in England. I thought you were bagging rhinoceroses and things in Nigeria or somewhere." "So I have been. Got back yesterday. Sorry I am back, to tell you the truth," and he glanced significantly towards the window. A fine wetting drizzle was falling. Dozens of umbrellas passed to and fro outside. The street lamps were lit, though it was barely 3 o'clock, and in the room that we were in the electric lights were switched on. The sky was the colour of street mud, through which the sun, a huge blood red disc, strove to pierce the depressing murk of London's winter atmosphere, thereby creating a lurid and dismal effect. Jack Osborne is a man I rather like, in spite of the fact that his sole aim in life is to kill things. When he isn't shooting hippos and rhinos and bears and lions in out of the way parts of the world, he is usually plastering pheasants in the home covers, or tramping the fields and moors where partridges and grouse abound. "Had a good time?" I asked some moments later. "Ripping," he answered. "Quite ripping." And he went on to tell me the number of beasts he had slain, particulars about them, and the way he had outwitted them. I managed to listen for 10 minutes or so without yawning, and then suddenly he remarked: "I met a man on board ship on the way home who said he knew you. Feller named Gastrell. Said he met you in Geneva and liked you like anything. Struck me as rather a rum sort, what? Couldn't quite make him out. Who is he, and what is he? What's he do?" "I know as little about him as you do," I answered. "I know him only slightly. We were staying at the same hotel in Geneva." I heard Lord Easterton, who was in here half an hour ago, saying he had let his house in Cumberland Place to a man named Gastrell Hugesson Gastrell. I wonder if it is the man I met in Geneva, and that you say you met on board ship. When did you land?" "Yesterday at Southampton. Came by the Masonic from Cape Town." "And where did Gastrell come from?" "Cape Town too. I didn't notice him until we were near the end of the voyage. He must have remained below a good deal, I think." I paused, thinking. "In that case," I said, "the Gastrell who has leased Easterton's house can't be the man you and I have met, because from what Easterton said, he saw his man quite recently. Ah, here is Lord Easterton," I added, as the door opened and he re-entered. "You know him, don't you?" "Quite well," Jack Osborne answered. "Don't you? Come, I'll introduce you, and then we'll clear this thing up." It was not until Osborne and Lord Easterton had talked for some time, about shooting in general, and about hippo and rhino and gator killing in particular, and I had been forced to listen to a repetition of incidents to do with the sport that Jack Osborne had obtained in Nigeria and elsewhere, that Jack presently said: "Berrington tells me, Easterton, he heard you say that you have let your house to a man named Gastrell, and we were wondering if he is the Gastrell we both know, a tall man of 28 or so, with dark hair and very good looking, queer kind of eyes, what?" "Oh, so you know him!" Easterton exclaimed. "That's good. I want to find out who he is, where he comes from, in fact, all about him. I have a reason for wanting to know." "He came from Cape Town with me, landed at Southampton yesterday," Osborne said quickly. "Cape Town? Arrived yesterday? Oh, then yours must be a different man. Tell me what he is like." Osborne gave a detailed description. "And at the side of his chin," he added, "he's got a little scar sort of scar you see on German students' faces, only quite small. Doesn't disfigure him a bit." "But this is extraordinary!" Lord Easterton exclaimed. "You have described my man to the letter, even to the scar. Can they be twins? Even twins, though, wouldn't have the same scar, the result probably of some accident. You say your man landed only yesterday?" "Yes. We came off the ship together." "Then he was on board on, let me think, 10 days or so ago?" "Oh, yes." "It's most singular, this apparent likeness between the two men." "It is, if they really are alike. When shall you see your man again?" Osborne inquired. "I have this moment had a letter from him," Easterton answered. "He asked me to lunch with him at the Café Royal to morrow. Look here, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll say I'm engaged or something, and ask him to dine here one evening. Then if you will both give me the pleasure of your company, we shall at once find out if your Gastrell and mine are the same. They can't be the same, of course, as your man was in the middle of the ocean on the day mine was here in London. I mean, we'll find out if he has a twin brother." "Have you met his wife?" Jack Osborne inquired carelessly, as he lit a long cigar. "Whew! Yes, I should say so. One of the most gloriously beautiful women I have ever seen in my life. She was on board with him, and I believe everybody on the ship was head over heels in love with her. I know I was." "Ah, that settles it," Easterton said. "My man is a bachelor." Osborne smiled in a curious way, and blew a cloud of smoke towards the ceiling without saying anything. "Why, what is it?" Easterton asked, noticing the smile. "Oh, nothing. A little thought that crept into my brain, that's all." "Tell us what your Gastrell's wife is like," Easterton pursued. "Like? What is she not like? Think of all the most lovely girls and women you have ever set eyes on, and roll them into one, and still you won't get the equal of Jasmine Gastrell. What is she like? By heaven, you might as well ask me to describe the taste of nectar." "Dark or fair?" "Both." "Oh, nonsense!" "It isn't nonsense, Easterton. She has the strangest eyes. They are really green, I suppose, but they look quite blue in some lights, and in other lights a deep purple. They are the most extraordinary eyes I have ever seen. A woman with eyes like that must have tremendous intelligence and quite exceptional personality. It's useless for me to try to describe the rest of her face. It's too lovely for anything." "And her hair?" Easterton asked. "Has she dark hair or fair?" "Both." "Ah, Jack, stop rotting!" Easterton exclaimed, laughing. What is the colour of the hair of this woman who has so set your heart on end?" "It may be auburn, it may be chestnut brown, it may be red for all I know, but I am hanged if I can say for certain which it is, or if it's only one colour or all three shades. But whatever it is, it's perfectly lovely hair, and she has any amount of it. I wouldn't mind betting that when she lets it down it falls quite to her feet, and hangs all round her like a cloak." "I should like to meet this goddess, Jack," Easterton said, his curiosity aroused. "Though you are so wedded to hippos and rhinos and 'gators and things, you don't seem entirely to have lost your sense of appreciation of Woman Beautiful. Where are she and her husband staying?" "I've not the least idea." "Didn't they tell you their plans?" "They said nothing whatever about themselves, though I tried once or twice to draw them out. In that respect they were extraordinarily reserved. In every other way they were delightful, especially Mrs. Gastrell, though I was greatly attracted by Gastrell too, when I came to know him towards the end of the voyage." Chapter 2. Of the Four Faces by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Angel Faces. Hugesson Gastrell had accepted Lord Easterton's invitation to dine at the club, and the three men were seated near the fire as I entered, Easterton and Jack Osborne on one of the large settees, their visitor facing them in an arm chair with his back to me. I went towards them across the big room, apologizing for my unpunctuality, for I was nearly 10 minutes late. To my surprise they remained silent. Even Easterton did not rise or greet me in any way. He looked strangely serious, and so did Jack, as a rule the cheeriest of mortals. "I am dreadfully sorry for being so late," I exclaimed, thinking that my unpunctuality must have given them offence. I was about to invent some elaborate excuse to account for my delay, when the man seated with his back to me suddenly rose, and, turning abruptly, faced me. I recognized him at once. It was Gastrell, whom I had met at the Hôtel Métropole in Geneva. As he stood there before me, with his back half turned to the light of the big bay window, there could be no mistaking him. Again I was struck by his remarkable appearance, the determined, clean-cut features, the straight, short nose, the broad forehead, the square-shaped chin denoting rigid strength of purpose. Once more I noticed the cleft in his chin. It was quite deep. His thick hair was dark, with a slight kink in it behind the ears. But perhaps the strangest, most arresting thing about Gastrell's face was his eyes. Daring eyes of a bright light blue, such as one sees in some Canadians, the bold, almost hard eyes of a man who was accustomed to gazing across far distances of sunlit snow, who habitually looks up into vast pale blue skies. One might have imagined that his eyes had caught their shade. He wore upon his watch chain a small gold medallion, a trinket which had attracted my attention before. It was about the size of a sovereign, and embossed upon it were several heads of chubby cupids, four sweet little faces. At first glance at him a woman might have said mentally, "What nice eyes." At the second she would probably have noticed a strange thing. The eyes were quite opaque. They seemed to stare rather than look at you. There was no depth whatever in them. Certainly there was no guessing at Gastrell's character from his eyes. You could take it or leave it, as you pleased, for the eyes gave you no help. The glance was perfectly direct, bright and piercing, but there could be absolutely no telling if the man when speaking were lying to you or not. The hard blue eyes never changed, never deepened, nor was there any emotion in them. To sum up, the effect the man's personality produced was that of an extraordinarily strong character carving its way undaunted through every obstacle to its purpose. But whether the trend of that character were likely to lean to the side of truth or goodness, or to that of lying and villainy, there was no guessing. All these points I observed again. I say again, for they had struck me forcibly the first time I had met him in Geneva, as he stood there facing me, his gaze riveted on mine. We must have stayed thus staring at each other for several moments before anybody spoke. Then it was Lord Easterton who broke the silence. "Well?" he asked. I glanced at him quickly, uncertain which of us he had addressed. After some instants' pause, he repeated: "Well?" "Are you speaking to me?" I asked quickly. "Of course," he replied, almost sharply. "You don't seem to know each other, after all." "Oh, but yes!" I exclaimed, and I turned quickly to Gastrell, instinctively extending my hand to him as I did so. "We met in Geneva." He still stood looking at me, motionless. Then gradually an expression, partly of surprise, partly of amusement, crept into his eyes. "You mistake me for someone else, I am afraid," he said, and his voice was the voice of the man I had met in Geneva. That I would have sworn to in any court of law. "It is rather remarkable," he went on, the eyes still set on mine, "that Mr. Osborne, to whom Lord Easterton has just introduced me, also thought he and I had met before." "But I am certain I did meet you," Osborne exclaimed in a curious tone from where he sat. "I am quite positive we were together on board the Masonic, unless you have a twin brother, and even then." He stopped, gazing literally open mouthed at Hugesson Gastrell, while I, standing staring at the man, wondered if this were some curious dream from which I should presently awaken, for there could be no two questions about it. The man before me was the Gastrell I had met in Geneva, and conversed with on one or two occasions for quite a long time. Besides, he wore the little medallion of the four faces. Easterton looked ill at ease. So did Osborne, and certainly I felt considerably perturbed. It was unnatural, uncanny, this resemblance, and the resemblance as well as the name must, it would seem, be shared by three men at least. For here was Lord Easterton's friend, Hugesson Gastrell, whom Easterton had told us he had met frequently in London during the past month. Here was Jack Osborne claiming to be acquainted with a man named Gastrell, whom he had met on his way home from Africa, and who, as he put it to us afterwards, was the dead facsimile of Easterton's guest. And here was I with a distinct recollection of a man called Gastrell who well, the more I stared at Easterton's guest, the more mystified I felt at this Hugesson Gastrell's declaring that he was not my Geneva companion, indeed that we had never met before, and that he had never been in Geneva. The dinner was not a great success. Gastrell talked at considerable length on all sorts of subjects, talked, too, in a most interesting and sometimes very amusing way. Yet all the time the thought that was in Osborne's mind was in my mind also. It was impossible, he was thinking, that this man seated at dinner with us could be other than the individual he had met on board ship. It was impossible, I was thinking, that this man seated at dinner with us could be other than the individual I had met in Geneva. Easterton, a great talker in the club, was particularly silent. He, too, was puzzled. Worse than that, I felt, I could see, anxious and uncomfortable. He had let his house to this man, the lease was already signed, and now his tenant seemed to be, in some sense, a man of mystery. We sat in the big room with the bay window, after dinner, until about 10:30, when Gastrell said he must be going. During the whole time he had been with us he had kept us entertained by his interesting conversation, full of quaint reminiscence, and touched with flashes of humour. "I hope we shall see a great deal of each other when I am settled in Cumberland Place," he said, as he prepared to leave. The remark, though spoken to Easterton, had been addressed to us all, and we made some conventional reply in acknowledgment. "And if later I decide to join this club," he said presently, "you won't mind proposing me, will you, Easterton?" Of course, not in the least," Easterton answered awkwardly, taken off his guard. "But it will take you a good time to get in, you know," he added as an afterthought, hopeful that the prospect of delay might cause Gastrell to change his mind. 2, even 3 years, some men have to wait." "That won't matter," Gastrell said carelessly, as the hall porter helped him on with his coat. "I can join some other club meanwhile, though I draw the line at pothouses. Well, good night to you all, and you must all come to my housewarming a sort of reception I'm going to give. I ought to be settled into the house in a month, and I hope," he added, lightly, addressing Jack Osborne and myself, "you won't run across any more of my doubles. I don't like the thought of being mistaken for other men." The door of the taxi shut with a bang. In the hall, where the tape machines were busy, Osborne and I stood looking at each other thoughtfully. Presently Osborne spoke. "What do you make of it?" he asked abruptly. "I am as certain that is the fellow who was with me on board ship as I am that I am standing here." "And I am equally positive," I answered. "He's the man I met in Geneva. It's impossible there could be two individuals so absolutely identical. I tell you it's not possible." Osborne paused for some moments, thinking. "Berrington," he said suddenly. "Yes. What?" I asked, taken aback at his change of tone. He took a step forward and laid his hand upon my shoulder. "Berrington," he repeated, and in his eyes there was a singular expression. "I have an idea." He turned to a page who was standing near. "Boy," he said sharply, "what address did that gentleman who has just gone tell you to give to his driver?" "He told the driver himself, sir," the boy answered. "But I heard the address he gave, sir." "What was it?" 340 Maresfield Gardens, sir. It's near Swiss Cottage, up Fitzjohn's Avenue on the right." Osborne turned to me quickly. "Come into this room," he said. "There is something I want to ask you. The place is empty, and we shall not be disturbed." When he had closed the door and glanced about him to make sure that we were alone, he said in a low voice: "Look here, Mike. I tell you again I have an idea. I wonder if you will fall in with it. I have watched that fellow Gastrell pretty closely all the evening. I am a rather good judge of men, you know, and I believe him to be an impostor of some kind. I can't say just yet of what kind. Anyway, he is the man I met on the Masonic. He can deny it as much as he likes. He is. Either he is impersonating some other man, or some other man is impersonating him. Now listen. I am going to that address in Maresfield Gardens that he gave to his taxi driver. I am going to find out if he lives there, or what he is doing there. What I want to know is, will you come with me?" "Good heavens, Jack!" I exclaimed. "What an extraordinary thing to do! But what will you say when you get there? Supposing he does live there, or, for that matter, supposing he doesn't, what reason will you give for calling at the house?" "Oh, I'll invent some reason quick enough, but I want someone to be with me. Will you come? Will you, or won't you?" I glanced up at the clock. It wanted 20 minutes to 11. "Do you mean now? Do you intend to go at this time of the night?" "I intend to go at once, as fast as a taxi will take me there," he answered. I paused, undecided. It seemed such a strange thing to do, under the circumstances, but then, as I knew, Jack Osborne had always been fond of doing strange things. Though a member of Brooks's, he was unconventional in the extreme. "Yes, I will," I said, the originality of the idea suddenly appealing to me. In point of fact, I, too, mistrusted this man Gastrell. Though he had looked me so straight in the eyes when, 2 hours before, he had calmly assured me that I was mistaken in believing him to be his namesake in Geneva, as he put it. Still, as I say, I felt convinced he was the same man. "Good," Osborne answered in a tone of satisfaction. "Come, we will start at once." A strange feeling of repressed excitement obsessed me as our taxi passed up Bond Street, turned into Oxford Street, then to the right into Orchard Street, and sped thence by way of Baker Street past Lord's cricket ground and up the Finchley Road. What would happen when we reached Maresfield Gardens? Would the door be opened by a stolid footman, or by some frigid maidservant who would coldly inform us that Mr. Gastrell was not at home, or should we be shown in, and, if we were shown in, what excuse would Jack Osborne make for calling so late at night? I cannot say that I felt in the least anxious, however, for Osborne is a man who has knocked about the world and seen many queer sides of life, and who never, under any circumstances, is at a loss how to act. I glanced at my watch as our taxi turned into Maresfield Gardens. It was 10 minutes past 11. At the house indicated half way up the hill the taxi suddenly pulled up. Osborne got out and pressed the electric bell push. As I looked up at the windows I noticed that nowhere was any light visible, nor was there a light in the ground floor windows. "I believe everybody is in bed," I said to him, when the bell remained unanswered. Without replying he pressed the push again, and kept his finger on it. Still no one came. "We'd better call to morrow," I suggested, when he had rung a third time with the same result. The words had hardly left my lips when we heard the door chain rattle. Then the bolts were pulled back, and a moment later the door was carefully drawn open to the length of its chain. Inside all was darkness, nor was anybody visible. "What do you want?" a woman's voice inquired. The voice had a most pleasant timbre, also the speaker was obviously a lady. She did not sound in the least alarmed, but there was a note of surprise in the tone. "Has Mr. Gastrell come home yet?" Osborne asked. "Not yet. Do you want to see him?" "Yes. He dined at Brooks's club this evening with Lord Easterton. Soon after he had left a purse was found, and as nobody in the club claimed it, I concluded that it must be his, so I have brought it back." "That is really very good of you, Mr. Osborne," the hidden speaker answered. "If you will wait a moment I will let you in. Are you alone?" "No, I have a friend with me. But who are you? How do you know my name?" There was no answer. The door was shut quietly, then we heard the sound of the chain being removed. By the time Jack Osborne had paid our driver and dismissed the taxi, the door had been opened sufficiently wide to admit us. We entered, and at once the door was shut. We were now in inky blackness. "Won't you switch on the light?" Osborne asked, when a minute or so had elapsed, and we remained in total darkness. Nobody answered, and we waited wondering. Fully another minute passed, and still we stood there. I felt Osborne touch me. Then coming close to me, he whispered in my ear: "Strike a match, Mike. I haven't one." I felt in my pockets. I had not one either. I was about to tell him so when something clicked behind us, and the hall was flooded with light. Never before had I beheld, and I doubt if I shall ever behold again, a woman as lovely as the tall, graceful being upon whom our eyes rested at that instant. In height quite 5'9", as she stood there beneath the glow of the electrolier in the luxurious hall in her dinner dress, the snowy slope of the shoulders and the deep curved breast, strong yet also softly, delicately rounded, gleamed like rosy alabaster in the reflection from the red shaded light above her. Our eyes wandered from exquisite figure to exquisite face, and there was no sense of disappointment, for the face was as nearly perfect as a woman's may be upon this earth of imperfections. The uplift of the brow, the curve of the cheek to the rounded chin, the noble sweep of delicate, dark eyebrows were extraordinarily beautiful. Her hair was a net for the sunlight, its colour that of a new chestnut in the spring when the sun shines hotly upon it, making it glow and shimmer and glisten with red and yellow and deepest browns. Now it was drawn about her head in shining twists, and across the front and rather low down on the brow was a slim and delicate wreath of roses and foliage and very small diamonds beautifully set in platinum. The gleam of the diamonds against the red brown of the wonderful hair was an effect impossible to describe, yet one felt that the hair would have been the same miracle without it. "Mrs. Gastrell! Why, I didn't recognize your voice!" I had heard Osborne exclaim in a tone of amazement just after the light had been turned on. But my attention had been so centred upon the vision standing there before us that I had hardly noticed the remark, or the emphasis with which it was uttered. I suppose half a minute must have passed before anybody spoke again, and then it was the woman who broke the silence. "Will you show me the purse?" she asked, holding out her hand for it and addressing Osborne. On the instant he produced his own and gave it to her. She glanced at it, then handed it back. "It is not his," she said quietly. Her gaze rested steadily upon Osborne's face for some moments, then she said: "How exceedingly kind of you to come all this way, and in the middle of the night, just to find out if a purse picked up at your club happens to belong to the guest of a friend of ours." In her low, soft voice there was a touch of irony, almost of mockery. Looking at her now, I felt puzzled. Was she what she appeared to be, or was this amazing beauty of hers a cloak, a weapon, if you will, perhaps the most dangerous weapon of a clever, scheming woman? Easterton had told us that Gastrell was a bachelor. Gastrell had declared that he had never before met either Jack Osborne or myself. Yet here, at the address that Gastrell had given to the taxi driver, was the very woman the man calling himself Gastrell, with whom Osborne had returned from Africa, had passed off as his wife. "My husband isn't in at present," she said calmly a moment later, "but I expect him back at any minute. Won't you come in and wait for him?"
Before either of us could answer she had walked across the hall, unlocked and opened a door, and switched on the light in the room. Mechanically we followed her. As we entered, a strange, heavy perfume of some subtle Eastern scent struck my nostrils. I had noticed it in the hall, but in this room it was pungent, oppressive, even overpowering. The apartment, I noticed, was luxuriously furnished. What chiefly attracted my attention, however, were the pictures on the walls. Beautifully executed, the subjects were, to say the least, peculiar. The fire in the grate still burned brightly. Upon a table were two siphons in silver stands, also decanters containing spirits and several tumblers. Some of the tumblers had been used. As I sank, some moments later, into an easy chair, I felt that its leather-covered arms were warm, as if someone had just vacated it. And yet the door of this room had been locked. Also, when we had arrived, no light had been visible in any of the windows of the house, and the front door had been chained and bolted. "Make yourselves quite at home," our beautiful hostess said, and, as she spoke, she placed a box of cigars, newly opened, upon the table at my elbow. "I am sorry," she added, "that I must leave you now." There was a curious expression in her eyes as she smiled down at us, an expression that later I came to know too well. Then, turning, she swept gracefully out of the room, closing the door behind her. I looked across at Osborne. For some moments neither of us spoke. The mysterious house was still as death. "Well, Jack," I said lightly, though somehow I felt uneasy, "what do you make of it, old man?" "It's just as I thought," he answered, taking a cigar out of the box and beginning to trim it. "How do you mean, just as you thought?" I asked, puzzled. "Gastrell is an impostor, and that isn't his wife." He did not speak again for some moments, being busily occupied in lighting his long cigar. Presently he leaned back, then blew a great cloud of smoke towards the ceiling. Suddenly we heard a click, like the wooden lid of a box suddenly shut. "Hullo!" he exclaimed suddenly. "What's that?" "What's what?" "Why, look!" he gasped. His gaze was set upon something in the shadow of a small table in a corner of the room, something on the floor. In silence now we both stood staring at it, for Osborne had risen suddenly. Slowly it moved. It was gradually gliding along the floor, with a sound like paper being pushed along a carpet. Whence it came, where it began, and where it ended we could not see, for the shadow it was in was very deep. Nor was its colour in the least discernible. All we could make out was that some long, sinuous, apparently endless thing was passing along the room, close to the wall farthest from us, coming from under the sofa, and disappearing beneath the table. All at once Osborne sprang towards me with an exclamation of alarm, and I felt his grip tighten upon my arm. "Good God!" he cried. An instant later a broad, flat head slowly reared itself from beneath the red table cover which hung down almost to the floor, rose higher and higher until the black, beady, merciless eyes were set upon mine, and in that brief instant of supreme suspense my attention became riveted on the strange, slate grey mark between and just behind the reptile's cruel eyes. Then, as its head suddenly shot back, Osborne dashed towards the door. Once, twice, three times he pulled frantically at the handle with all his force. "Good God! Berrington!" he cried, his face blanched to the lips. "We're locked in!" Almost as he spoke, the serpent with head extended swept forward towards us along the floor. I held my breath. Escape from its venomous fangs was impossible. We had been trapped. Chapter 2. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 3 of The Four Faces by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 3. A Hampstead Mystery. With a shriek of alarm I leapt to the further side of the table, which stood in the middle of the room, and at that moment hurried footsteps became audible. Our wild shouts for help had evidently been heard, for someone was hurrying down the bare oak stairs into the hall. "Hang this confounded lock, it catches!" we heard a voice exclaim as the handle turned. Then an instant later the door was flung open, and Gastrell stood before us. "I am dreadfully sorry, you fellows," he said apologetically, "that you should have been alarmed in this way, because I can assure you that my tame cobra, Maharaja, is quite harmless. Look at him now," and we saw that the horrid reptile had swung round the instant its master had entered and was sliding towards his feet. "He's a pet of mine. I brought him home with me, and he follows me like a dog. No, you needn't be in the least nervous," he added quickly, seeing that I instinctively edged away as the reptile passed. "I'm awfully sorry to have kept you waiting. I must apologize, too, for that confounded door. I myself got locked in here the other day. My wife told you I was out, but I was not. I came in by the side door, and she didn't know I was back, because I went straight upstairs. If you'll wait a moment I'll take our friend Maharaja out." He left the room, and the snake slid rapidly along the floor after him, almost, as he had said, like a dog following his steps. "A nice cheerful pet to keep," I remarked, annoyed at my experience, but at that moment the mysterious Gastrell bustled in alone. "So sorry," he said, and, after thanking us for coming out so far to ascertain if he had lost his purse, he pulled up a chair, seated himself between us, lit a big cigar, and helped us to whisky from a silver tantalus. "You had better have the sodas yourselves," he said. "And now there is something I want to say to you both. You must have been surprised at my declaring so emphatically this evening that I had not met either of you before, eh?" "I can answer for myself," Osborne exclaimed quickly. "Are you going to admit, after all, that you were on the Masonic?" "Of course. Who else could it have been? Any more," he added, addressing me, "than it could have been someone other than me whom he had met at Geneva?" "Then why did you deny it?" Osborne said rather irritably, looking hard at him with an expression of disapproval and mistrust, while my eyes wandered to that little gold medallion upon his chain. "Because I had to. That is, it was expedient that I should," was his reply. "I have a reason for not wanting it to be generally known that I am married. Least of all did I want Easterton, whose house I have just leased, to know me to be a married man. Indeed, I told him some weeks ago that I was a bachelor. I had to, for reasons which I can't reveal at present." He stopped speaking, and we watched him narrowly. "Still," I remarked, "I don't see how you could have been on board ship in the middle of the ocean, and at the same time in London." "I didn't say I was. I wasn't. I was in London a fortnight ago, and spent some hours with Lord Easterton. On the same day I sailed for Madeira, where I joined my wife on the homeward bound Masonic. Think, Mr. Osborne," he ended, his curious gaze set upon my companion's face, "think when we first met on board. It was not before the ship reached Madeira, surely." Jack Osborne reflected. "By Jove, no!" he suddenly exclaimed. "How odd I should all along have thought you had embarked at Cape Town with the rest of us. But Mrs. Gastrell came from the Cape, surely?" "She did, and the name Mr. Gastrell was also in the passenger list, because a cousin of mine should have been on board. At the 11th hour he was prevented from sailing, and it was upon receipt of a cable from him that I decided to catch the next boat to the Canaries, and there meet my wife." I admit that, as he paused, I felt rather small, and I believe Osborne felt the same. We had driven from the club right out here to Swiss Cottage, and on the way we had conjured up in our imaginations all sorts of mysterious happenings, even possible intrigues. And now the whole affair proved to have been quite ordinary, with a few commonplace incidents to relieve its monotony, notably the incident of the giant cobra. True, there was the mystery of the locked door, but then had it really been locked? I had not myself tried to open it, and now as I thought about it, it seemed to me quite possible that Jack Osborne might, in the excitement of the moment, have failed to turn the handle sufficiently, and so have believed that the door was locked when it was not. Again we had Gastrell's assurance that he had found himself locked in one day. As for his declaration to Easterton that he was not the Gastrell whom Osborne had met on the Masonic, it was clear now that he had some secret reason for wishing to pass in London as a bachelor, and as Osborne had told Easterton that the Gastrell on the Masonic had told him that he had met me in Geneva, naturally Gastrell had been driven, in order to conceal his identity, to maintain that he had never before met me either. Our host insisted upon our taking another of his very excellent cigars before we left. It was close upon 1 o'clock when we rose to go.
He rang up a taxi for us, helped us on with our coats, accompanied us to the door, and shook hands with each of us most cordially. "What do you make of it, Michael?" Osborne asked, when we had remained silent in the swift travelling taxi for 5 minutes or more, and were approaching Marlborough Road Station. "Nothing," I answered bluntly. "I don't know what to make of it." "Suspect anything?" "Yes and no." "That's just how I feel, and yet " "Well?" "I mistrust him. I don't know why, but I do. I mistrust them both. There's something queer happening in that house. I am certain there is." "You can't be certain, as you don't know." "My suspicions are so strong that they amount to convictions." "So I think, too. And those dirty tumblers on the tray, and the hot armchair I sat down in. Jack, I believe there were a lot of people in that house, hidden away somewhere, all the time we were there. I believe Gastrell admitted his identity only because he was obliged to. Our calling like that so unexpectedly, and being admitted by his wife, if she is his wife, disconcerted him and took him unawares. I can't think why she admitted us, especially I can't think why she kept us so long in the dark in the hall before she switched on the light. By Jove, what a stunning woman!" "She is but crafty. I thought that when I met her on board ship. And those eyes of hers! Phew! They seem to read right into one's soul and discover one's secret thoughts." He stopped for a moment, then added meditatively: "I wonder what makes Gastrell keep that horrible cobra as a pet." I yawned, and we relapsed into silence. Then gradually my thoughts drifted away from London, far from crowds and hustle, the rumble of motor buses and the hootings and squawkings of ears, to a peaceful rural solitude. I was in Berkshire. Down in the picturesque valley into which I gazed from the summit of a wooded slope stood a manor house, ivy grown, old, very beautiful. Facing it, an enormous plateau hewn out of the down had been converted to various uses. There were gardens, shrubberies, tennis lawns. Lower came terrace after terrace of smoothly mown grass, each with its little path and borders of shrubs, interspersed with the finest Wellingtonias in the country, tapering gracefully to heaven, copper beeches and grand oaks. The house itself was very long and low, its frontage white, mellowed with age, and broken up by old-fashioned, latticed windows which gleamed blue and grey in the translucent, frosted air. The roof of the manor boasted a mass of beautiful red-brown gables, many half hidden from sight by the wealth of ivy. Last summer also by a veritable tangle of Virginia creeper and crimson rambler, now sleeping their winter sleep. My thoughts wandered on. They travelled with extraordinary rapidity, as thought does, picture after picture rising into the vision of my imagination like the scenes in a kaleidoscopic cinema. Now I was seated in the old manor. I could see the room distinctly. It was a small boudoir or ante-room opening into the large drawing room, a cosy, homely place, its low, latticed windows divided into four, opening outwards on to the garden and terraces, its broad, inviting window seat comfortably cushioned. Nearly all the furniture was quite old dark oak, elaborately carved writing table, high-backed chairs, and old French armoury in the corner. But near the hearth there were 2 or 3 deep, modern armchairs of peculiarly restful character covered with exquisite flowered chintzes. This vision deepened. I started. The door of the quiet room had suddenly opened, and, humming a gay little French air, a young girl had entered, fresh, exquisite, like a breath of early springtime itself in the midst of winter. With her deep eyes, so soft and brown, her skin of a healthy olive pallor, the cheeks just flushed with crimson, and her nimbus of light brown hair through which the golden threads strayed so charmingly, she made a perfect picture standing there in her long gown of sapphire blue velvet. The soft contours of her young face were outlined against the tall screen embroidered gorgeously with silken peacocks, before which she stopped to lay down upon a small table the sheaf of red and brown and golden chrysanthemums which she carried in her arms. My pulses throbbed, as they always did in her presence, or when, indeed, she so much as crossed my day dreams, as at this moment. For this girl was Dulcie Challoner, the woman who was fast becoming the one woman in the world to me, and thus had I seen her enter that very room when last I had spent a week end at Holt Manor, 4 miles from the little village of Holt Stacey, and that happened to have been only 3 weeks from the present moment. The taxi stopped abruptly, shattering my dreams. We had reached the club. Some letters were awaiting me. My spirits rose as I recognized the handwriting on one of them. Dulcie wrote to say that her father hoped, if I were not already booked, I would spend Christmas with them. I was already booked. I had accepted an invitation a month before to dine on Christmas Day with an hysterical aunt from whom I had expectations. Well, the expectations must take their chance. Then and there I sat down and wrote a long letter to Dulcie saying what joy the contents of her letter had given me, and a brief line to my aunt explaining that unavoidable circumstances had arisen which necessitated my cancelling my promise to come to her, much as I regretted doing so. Snow was falling slowly and persistently as it had done all the afternoon, when about 10 days later I arrived at the little station of Holt Stacey, the nearest to Holt Manor. The motor brougham awaited my rather late train, and I was quickly installed among the fur rugs in its cosy interior, and being whirled along the silent whiteness of the narrow lanes between the station and my destination. The weather was very cold, and I saw through the windows of the car that every branch and twig had its thick covering of pure white snow, while the thatched roofs of the tiny cottages we passed were heavily laden. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon most of the cottage windows were lit up, and the glow of the oil lamps shining through tiny panes onto the gleaming carpet of snow without produced a most picturesque effect. Now we were purring up the hilly drive, then rounding the sweep to the hall door. The man did not have to ring. Before he could get off the box, I heard heavy footsteps leaping down the stairs 3 at a time and flying across the hall. The door was flung open, and a wild war whoop from Dick announced my arrival to whoever cared to know of it. "Good old sport!" shouted Dick, snatching the travelling rug from my arm, after telling the footman behind him to take Mr. Berrington's things to the green room in the west wing, and almost pushing me into the hall. "Good old sport! You're awfully late. We're all done tea." I told him we had been quite half an hour after the scheduled time in starting from Paddington, and that the crowds had been enormous. "Just what I told Dulcie!" he exclaimed. "You don't want to see her, I suppose. What a beastly long time it seems since you were here. 3 weeks, isn't it, since I was home ill?" In vain I endeavoured to quiet Dick's ringing voice, as a girlish lithe figure appeared between the curtains which divided the stairs from the hall, a figure clad in soft rosy silk with a little lacy tea jacket over it, and with golden brown hair waving naturally about a broad white forehead, with starry brown eyes full of welcome. Taking my hand in hers quietly for an instant, Dulcie asked me what sort of journey I had had, and presently led me across the hall to the drawing room. "You will like to see father," she said. "He and Aunt Hannah are in the drawing room. They've looked forward so much to your coming." With a heart beating faster than usual, I followed Dulcie. Her father I was always glad to see, and we were exceedingly good friends, having much in common. Of a good old country family, Sir Roland Challoner had succeeded late in life to the title on the sudden death into Huntingfield of his father, Sir Nelson Challoner. Dulcie's mother had died just after the birth of Dick, and Sir Roland had tried to make up the loss to Dulcie by getting his only and elderly sister Hannah, Aunt Hannah, as she was inevitably called by all who stayed at Holt Manor, and in fact by everybody who had seen her more than twice, to come and live with him. And there at Holt she had, in her eccentric way, ever since superintended domestic arrangements and mothered his beautiful little girl and her only brother, by this time an obstreperous boy of 14, at Eton and on his way to Oxford. Aunt Hannah was, as Dulcie expressed it, rather a dear quaint thing, but she was more than that, I thought. She had such a pungent wit, her sayings were at times so downright, not to say acrid, that many stood in terror of her, and positively dreaded her quick tongue. I rather liked Aunt Hannah myself, perhaps because by the greatest of good luck I happened not to have done anything so far to incur her displeasure, which she was never backward in expressing forcibly, or, as Dick the schoolboy brother put it, in no measured terms. Still, as it is the unexpected that always happens, I knew there might come yet a day when I should be called upon to break a lance with Aunt Hannah, and I must say I devoutly hoped that in the event of so deplorable an occurrence Heaven would vouchsafe me the victory. Steeped in intrigue up to her old ears, Aunt Hannah had, I believed, several times laid deep plans touching her niece's future, plans mysterious to the last degree, which seemed to afford her the liveliest satisfaction. None of these schemes, however, had succeeded up to the present, for Dulcie seemed with delightful inconsistence consistently to turn down the admirable suitors whom Aunt Hannah metaphorically dangled before her eyes. Yet so cleverly did she do this that, in some wondrous way known only to herself, she continued to retain them all in the capacity of firm friends, and apparently no hearts were ever permanently bruised. As I say, I quite liked Aunt Hannah, and she had afforded me a good deal of innocent amusement during my not infrequent visits at Holt Manor. Certainly on these occasions I had managed to adopt, if not actually a brotherly, at any rate an almost brotherly demeanour towards Dulcie whenever the sharp-eyed old lady chanced to be in the vicinity. As a result, after much careful chaperonage, and even astute watching of my manner towards her niece, Aunt Hannah had slacked off delightfully, evidently regarding me as one of those stolid and casual nonentities who, from lack of much interest in anything, can safely be trusted anywhere and under the most trying circumstances. "Here is a telegram for you, Mike," Dulcie said to me one morning, when I had been several days at Holt, and the slow routine of life was beginning to reassert itself in the sleepy village after the excitement created by Christmas. The sight of the envelope she handed to me sent my thoughts back to London, the very existence of which I seemed to have entirely forgotten during the past delightful days in this happy, peaceful spot. My gaze was riveted upon Dulcie, standing there before me, straight and slim in her dark violet breakfast gown, with its ruffles of old lace at neck and wrists, the warm light from the fire turning her fluffy brown hair to gold, as I mechanically tore open the envelope, then pulled the telegram out. "You don't seem in a hurry to read it," she exclaimed lightly, as I sat there looking at her still, the telegram open in my hands. I glanced down. It was from Osborne, and ran: "Read report today's papers about Maresfield Gardens fire. Write me when you think about it. Jack Osborne." I read through it again, then looked up at Dulcie, who still stood there before me. "Have the papers come?" I asked. She glanced up at the clock. "They won't be here just yet," she answered. "We don't get them before midday, you know, and during these days they haven't arrived until lunch time, owing to Christmas." "You can read it if you like," I said, handing her the telegram, for I had seen her glance at it inquisitively. "It will interest you enormously." She made a little grimace when she had read it. "Interest me enormously," she said contemptuously, crumpling up the paper and tossing it into the grate. For some moments she did not speak. "What fire was there at Maresfield Gardens?" she inquired suddenly. "And why does he ask you what you think about it?" "Ah, so it does interest you a little!" I exclaimed, taking hold of her hand and drawing her towards me, for as she stood there looking down at me, she seemed somehow to magnetize me. "Sit by me here, and I'll tell you." I told her of the conversation at the club, of Lord Easterton's dinner, of Osborne's queer suggestion, of our visit to the house at Maresfield Gardens in the middle of the night, of our being admitted by the strange woman, including, of course, the incident of the serpent. When I had finished, she looked at me serious for some moments without speaking. "I don't think I like that adventure," she said at last. For a moment she paused. "Don't go to that house again, Mike," she suddenly exclaimed. "Promise me you won't." I was deliberating what reply I should make to this request, though I did not think it likely I should want to go to the house again, when our attention was distracted by the footman entering with the morning papers. We were sitting in the big hall before the fire of blazing logs. Dulcie sprang up and snatched the papers from the man, and Dick, bouncing in at that instant, exclaimed with mock solemnity: "Oh, fie! Thou shalt not snatch, Dulcie, you are no lady." "Thank Heaven for that!" she retorted quickly, then began to tantalize me by holding the papers just beyond my reach. At last she gave me two, and Dick one, opened one for herself, and sat upon the rest. They made quite a pile, for Sir Roland was one of those broad-minded men who like to read both sides on questions of any importance. I soon found the report I sought.
It occupied a prominent position, and was headed: Hampstead Fire Mystery. Body found stabbed. Police puzzled. The disastrous fire at number 340 Maresfield Gardens on Christmas Eve has given rise to an interesting sequel. I had not been aware that a fire had occurred there, and I read on. It was confidently hoped that no lives had been lost, but about midday yesterday the charred body of a woman was discovered amid the débris. Upon careful examination it was ascertained beyond doubt that the body had been several times stabbed, apparently with some sharp weapon or instrument. All the wounds were in the breast, and it is stated that any one of them might have caused death. The police are instituting searching inquiries, and a sensational announcement will most likely be made shortly. The origin of the conflagration remains a mystery. Apparently nobody occupied the house when the fire broke out, the sub-tenants, whose identity is veiled in obscurity, having left some days previously. "Have you read the account in your paper?" I asked, turning to Dulcie as I put mine down. "Yes," she answered. "I have finished it. Isn't it terrible?" "I have a theory!" a boy's voice exclaimed suddenly. Dick, seated on the floor, tossed aside the paper I had thrown to him. "That woman whose body has been found may have been stabbed, but I believe that big cobra had something to do with her death. I don't know why I think that, but I do. It's instinct, I suppose. Michael, I believe you were spoofed by that man Gastrell, whoever he is, absolutely spoofed." "Good heavens, Dick!" I exclaimed in dismay. "How do you come to know about what I have just told Dulcie in confidence?" "Oh, ask me another, old sport!" he cried out, and burst into laughter. "If you will exchange confidences isn't that the phrase with Dulcie, and be so engrossed that you don't notice me in the room, well, what can you expect?" Chapter 4 of the Four Faces by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4 In Full Cry. Riding to hounds is one of the few forms of sport which appeal to me, and I should like it better still if no fox or other creature were tortured. On that point Dulcie and I had long agreed. It was one of many questions upon which we saw eye to eye, for on some subjects our views differed. "It seems to me grotesque," I remember her saying to me once, "that we English should hold up our hands in horror at the thought of bull fights, while so many of us take pleasure in the hateful business of the kill in fox hunting." In reply I had explained to her that the art of diplomacy lies in seeing the beam in the other man's eye and drawing attention to it, while blinding oneself to the mote in one's own, and if possible convincing the other man that the mote does not exist. Dulcie, however, had her full share of intelligence, with the result that, in modern slang, she wasn't taking any. "In that case," she had retorted, "you should feel thankful that you are not a diplomat, Mike. You have your points, but tact and logic are not among them, you know." Sir Roland always mounted me when I stayed at Holt Manor in the hunting season, and already I had enjoyed 2 capital days' sport. Pressed to do so, and it had not needed great persuasion, instead of returning to town on the second Saturday after Christmas, I had stayed over the Sunday, for on the Monday hounds were to meet at the Manor House. All the other guests, with the exception of 2 cousins of Sir Roland's, had left on the Saturday, so that we were a family party to all intents. In secret I was determined that before the dawn of spring I should be a member of the family in reality. Mounted on a well-shaped chestnut 3 parts thoroughbred, Dulcie had never, I thought, looked so wholly captivating as she did on that Monday morning. I overtook her, I remember, while the chattering cavalcade trotted from the meet at Holt Manor to the first cover to be drawn. The first cover proved to be tenantless. So did a small, thickly underwooded copse. So did a stretch of bracken. So did a large pine wood some miles from Holt Manor, which was usually a sure find. "You might say what you like," Dulcie exclaimed as the notes of the huntsman's horn warned us that the pack was once more being blown out of cover. "I maintain still that a drag hunt has advantages over a fox hunt. Your red herring or your sack of aniseed rags never disappoint you, and you are bound to get a run." As we turned out of the lane into a broad meadow, then broke into a hand canter across the soft, springy turf, to take up our position at a point where we could easily slip forward if hounds should find, I told Dulcie jokingly that if her father preserved foxes as carefully as he always said he did, these covers on his estate would not have been drawn blank. She turned her head sharply. "Father always says," she exclaimed, "that—" But what he always said I never heard, for at that instant a piercing "Tally ho!" rent the air, and looking up we saw a long, yellow, lean-bodied fox which apparently had jumped up within 100 yards of the pack, lolloping unconcernedly towards a hedge near by. He reached the fence, paused, cast a single glance behind him at the 15 or so couple of relentless four-footed pursuers, then popped calmly through a gap in the fence and disappeared. A few moments later hounds had settled to the line, and were streaming out across the broad undulating pasture which spread away before us in the distance, cut here and there by thorn fences, a winding stream marked by pollards, and several posts and rails. From all directions came the field, galloping at top speed for the only gate in the thick hedge 50 yards ahead of us, crowding and jostling one another in their anxiety to get through. 6 or 8 horsemen had cleared the fence at the few places where it was jumpable. Others were preparing to follow them. The music of the flying pack grew less distinct. "Come along, Mike," Dulcie called to me, turning her horse abruptly in the direction of the hedge. "We shall get left if we hang about here." She was 30 yards from the hedge now, 20-10. Timing her stroke to a nicety, her horse rose. An instant later he had cleared the fence, with a foot or more to spare. I followed, and almost as my mare landed I saw Dulcie lower her head and cast a backward glance. Now we were sailing side by side over the broad undulating pastures which form a feature of that part of Berkshire. 100 yards ahead of us the pack tore ever onward, their sterns and noses mostly to the ground, their music rising at intervals, a confused melody of sound in various cadences, above which a single deep, bell-like note seemed ever prominent, insistent. "That's Merry Boy!" Dulcie exclaimed as she began to steady her mount. A stiff post and rails was 50 yards in front of us. "I know his voice well. Dan always declares that Merry Boy couldn't blunder if he tried." I knew Dan to be the huntsman. On and on the pack swept, now heading apparently for a cover of dark pines visible upon a hill to the left of us, away against the skyline. In front of us and to the right and left horses were clearing fences, which here were very numerous, some jumping well and freely, some blundering, some pecking on landing, a few falling. Yet, considering the size of the field, there was very little grief. "Who is the girl in the brown habit?" I asked Dulcie soon after we had negotiated a rather high banked brook. I had noticed this girl in the brown habit almost from the beginning of the run. Tall, graceful, a finished horsewoman mounted on a black thoroughbred, and apparently unaccompanied even by a groom. "That?" Dulcie exclaimed, bringing her horse a little nearer so that she need not speak too loud. "Oh, she is something of a mystery. She is a widow, though she can't be more than 24 or 5. She lives at the Rook Hotel in Newbury, and has 3 horses stabled there. She must have been there a couple of months now. A few people have called upon her, including my father and Aunt Hannah, but nobody seems to know anything about her, who she is or was, or where she comes from. Doesn't she ride well? I like her, though as yet I hardly know her. She's so pretty, too, and has such a nice voice. I'll introduce you if you like, if I get a chance later." I remembered that this widow in the brown habit had been one of the first to arrive at the meet, but she had not dismounted. Dulcie also told me that she had dined at Holt once, and evinced great interest in the house. She had brought with her an old volume containing pictures of the place as it was in some early century, a book Sir Roland had never seen before, and that he had read with avidity, for everything to do with the past history of his house appealed to him. Mrs. Stapleton had ended by making him a present of the book, and before she had left, that night Sir Roland had shown her over the whole house, pointing out the priest's hiding hole, a curious chamber which 50 years before had come to light while repairs were being made in the great hall chimney; also a secret door which led apparently nowhere. "I think my father was greatly attracted by her,"
Dulcie said. "And I am not surprised. I think she is quite lovely, though in such a curious, irregular way. But besides that, there is something awfully taking about her. She doesn't, however, seem to go down very well with the people about here. But then you know what country society is. She seems to have hardly any friends, and to live an almost solitary life." Though I had spared her as much as I could, and though I ride barely 10 stone 7, my mare was beginning to sob. Unbuttoning my coat, and pulling out my watch as we still galloped along, I found that hounds had been running close on 40 minutes without a moment's check. "Dulcie," I said, coming up alongside her again, "my mare is nearly beat. Have you a second horse out?" She told me she had not, that my mount would have been her second horse had she been out alone. "Look!" she exclaimed suddenly. "They have turned sharp to the right. Oh, I hope they won't kill. I feel miserable when they kill, especially when the fox has shown us such good sport." I answered something about hounds deserving blood, about the way the farmers grumbled when the foxes were not killed, and so on, but, womanlike, she stuck to her point and would listen to no argument. "I hope they'll lose him in that cover just ahead," she exclaimed. "Hounds may deserve blood, but such a good fox as this deserves to get away, while as for the farmers, well, let them grumble." Half a minute later the pack disappeared into the dense pine wood. Then suddenly there was silence, all but the sound of horses galloping still, of horses blowing, panting, sobbing. From all directions they seemed to come. Whoop whoop! The scream issuing from the depths of the wood rent the air. An instant later it came again. Whoop whoop whoop! There was a sound of cracking twigs, of a heavy body forcing its way through undergrowth, and the first whip crashed out of the cover, his horse stumbling as he landed, but recovering himself cleverly. "Have they killed?" several voices called. "No. Worse luck. Gone to ground," the hunt servant answered, and Dulcie, close behind me, exclaimed in a tone of exultation: "Oh, good!" I had dismounted, loosened my mare's girths, and turned her nose to the light breeze. Sweat was pouring off her, and she was still blowing hard. "Shall I unmount you, Dulcie?" I asked. She nodded, and presently she stood beside me while I attended to her horse. "Ah, Mrs. Stapleton!" I heard her exclaim suddenly. I had loosened the girths of Dulcie's horse, and now I looked up. Seated upon a black thoroughbred, an exceedingly beautiful young woman gazed down with flushed face and shining eyes. It was a rather strange face, all things considered. The features were irregular, yet small and refined. The eyes were bright and brown, at least not exactly brown. Rather, they were the colour of a brilliant red-brown wallflower, and large and full of expression. Her skin, though extremely clear, was slightly freckled. Dulcie had exchanged a few remarks with her. Now she turned to me. "Mike," she said, "I want to introduce you to Mrs. Stapleton. Mrs. Stapleton, do you know Mr. Berrington?" The beautiful young widow, gazing down at me as I looked up at her and raised my hat, presently made some complimentary remark about my mount and the way she jumped, then added: "I noticed her all through the run. She's just the stamp of an animal I have been looking for. Is she for sale by any chance, Mr. Berrington?" I replied that the mare was not mine, that she must ask Miss Challoner or Sir Roland. For the instant it struck me as odd that, hunting regularly with this pack, she should not have recognized the animal, for I knew that Dulcie rode it frequently. Then I remembered that some people can no more recognize horses than they can recognize their casual friends when they meet them in the street, and the thought faded. There was talk of digging out the fox, an operation which Dulcie and I equally detested, and that, added to the knowledge that we were many miles from Holt, also that our horses had had enough, made us decide to set out for home. Looking back, for some reason, as we walked our horses away from the cover side towards the nearest lane, I noticed the young widow seated erect upon her black horse, staring after us. I turned to shut the gate, after we had passed into the lane. She was still sitting there, outlined against the wood, and apparently still staring in our direction. Why, I don't know, but as I trotted quietly along the lane to overtake Dulcie, whose horse was an exceptionally fast walker, I felt uneasy. Presently my thoughts drifted into quite a different channel. All recollection of the day's sport, of the pretty widow I had just talked to, and of the impression she had left upon my mind, faded completely. I was thinking of someone else, someone close beside me, almost touching me. And yet neither of us spoke. It was nearly 4 o'clock. The afternoon was quickly closing in. Away beyond the woods which sloped upward in the western distance until they touched the sky, the sun's blood-red beam pierced the slowly rising mist rolling down into the valley where the pollards marked the winding course of the narrow sluggish stream. Over brown woods and furrowed fields it cast a curious glow. Now the light of the winter's sun, sinking still, fell full on my companion's face. I caught the outline of her profile, and my pulses seemed to quicken. Her hair was burnished gold, her eyes shone strangely. Her expression, to my eyes, seemed to be entirely transformed. How young she looked at that instant, how absolutely, how indescribably attractive. Would she, I wondered, ever come to understand how deeply she had stolen into my heart? Until this instant I myself seemed not fully to have realized it. Presently she turned her head. Her gaze rested on mine. Gravely, steadily, her wonderful brown eyes read, I firmly believe, what was in my soul. How madly I had come to love her. Without meaning to, I started. A sensation of thrilling expectancy took possession of me. I was approaching, I felt, the crisis of my life, the outcome of which must mean everything to both of us. "You are very silent, Mike," she said in a low and, as I thought, rather strained voice. "Is anything the matter?" I swallowed before answering. "Yes, something is the matter," I said limply. "What?" I caught my breath. How could she look into my eyes like that, ask that question, such a foolish question it seemed, as though I were naught to her but a stranger, or, at most, some merely casual acquaintance? Was it possible she realized nothing, suspected nothing, had no faint idea of the feeling I entertained for her? "What is the matter?" she asked again, as I had not answered. "Oh, it's something well, something I can't well explain to you under the circumstances," I replied awkwardly, an anxious hot feeling coming over me. "Under what circumstances?" "What circumstances?" "Yes." "This is our gap," I exclaimed hurriedly, as we came to a broken bank by the lane side. I was glad of the excuse for not answering. I turned my mare's nose toward the bank, touched her with the spur, and at once she scrambled over. Dulcie followed. Around us a forest of pines, dark, motionless, forbidding, towered into the sky. To right and left moss-grown rides wound their way into the undulating cover, becoming tunnels in the distance as they vanished into blackness, for the day was almost spent. Slowly we turned into the broader of the two rides. We still rode side by side. Still neither of us spoke. Now the moss beneath our horses' hoofs grew so thick and soft that their very footfalls became muffled. 10 minutes must have passed. In the heart of the dense wood all was still as death, save for a pheasant's evening crow, and the sudden rush of a rabbit signalling danger to its companions. "What circumstances, Mike?" Dulcie repeated. She spoke in a strange tone. Her voice was very low, as though she feared to break the silence which surrounded us. Taken aback, I hesitated. We were very close together now. My leg touched her horse. Already, overhead in a moonless sky, the stars shone brightly. In the growing gloom her face was visible, though partly blurred. "Why not stop here a moment?" I said, hardly knowing that I spoke, or why I spoke. My mouth had grown suddenly dry. The timbre of my voice somehow sounded different. Without answering, she shortened her reins, and her horse was still. Why had we stopped? Why had I suggested our stopping? I saw her, in the darkness, turn her face to mine, but she said nothing. "Dulcie!" I exclaimed suddenly, no longer able to control myself. Without knowing it, I leant forward in my saddle. I could see her eyes now. Her gaze was set on mine. Her lips were slightly parted. Her breast rose and fell.
Some strange, irresistible force seemed all at once to master me, deadening my will, my brain, my power of self-restraint. My arm was about her. I was drawing her towards me. I felt surprised that she should offer no resistance. My lips were pressed on hers. She was kissing me feverishly, passionately. Her whole soul seemed to have become suddenly transformed. Her arms were about my neck. I could not draw away. "Oh, Mike, Mike!" she gasped. "Tell me you really mean it, that you are not just playing with me, flirting with me. Tell me you oh, I love you so, dearest. Ah, yes, I love you so, I love you so!" It was very dark by the time we had made our way through the extensive wood, a short cut to Holt Manor, and were once more in the lanes. I felt strangely happy, and yet a curious feeling which I could neither explain nor account for obsessed me. Our joy was so great. Would it last? That was the purport of my sensation, if I may express it so. I longed at that moment to be able to look into the future. What had the fates in store for me, for us both? Perhaps it was as well I didn't know. We had entered the park gates, and were half-way up the long avenue of tall elms and stately oaks, when I saw a light approaching through the darkness. It came nearer, and we guessed it must be a man on foot, carrying a lantern. Now he was quite close. "Is that Miss Dulcie?" a voice inquired out of the blackness, as the light became stationary. "Yes. That you, Churchill?" Dulcie called back. Churchill was the head gardener. Born and bred on the estate, there were few things he loved better than to recall to mind and relate to anybody sufficiently patient to listen to him, stories and anecdotes of the family. Of Miss Dulcie he would talk for an hour if you would let him, telling you how he remembered her when she was not so high, and of the things she had done and said as a child. "What do you want, Churchill?" she called to him as he remained silent. Still, for some moments, he did not speak. At last he apparently plucked up courage. "There's been sad doings at the house," he said, and his voice was strained. "Sad doings!" Dulcie exclaimed in alarm. "Why, what do you mean?" "There's been a shocking robbery, Miss Dulcie shocking. You'll hear all about it when you go in. I thought it best to warn you about it, and Master Dick " He stopped abruptly. "Good heavens, Churchill!" she cried out in great alarm. "Quick, tell me what has happened. Tell me everything. What about Master Dick?" "He's been served shocking, miss. Oh, it's a terrible affair. The whole house looted during the hunt breakfast this morning, and Master Dick " "Yes, yes?" "Treated something cruel." "Dick! They haven't hurt Dick? Oh, don't say they have done him some injury!" The tone of agony in her voice was piteous. "He's come round now, Miss Dulcie, but he's been unconscious for hours. They put chloroform or something on him. Sir Roland himself found him in one of the upstairs rooms, lying on the floor just like dead." "Oh, heavens, how awful! How is he now?" "The two doctors are with him still, miss, and as I come away, not 10 minutes ago, they telled me he was going on as well as could be expected. It was at lunch time Sir Roland found him, and then the robbery was discovered. Every bit of jewellery's been stolen, 'tis said, and a whole chestful of plate. The plate chests were open all the morning as some of the old silver had been used at the breakfast. The robbery must have took place during the meet, when the hall and rooms downstairs were full of people and all the servants as busy as could be. There were lots of cars there, as you know, miss, and the police think the thieves must have come in a car and gone into the house as if they were hunting folk. But nobody don't seem to have seen any stranger going upstairs. The police say there must have been several thieves on the job. Master Dick may be able to tell something when he's hisself again, poor young gentleman." We didn't wait to hear more, but set our horses into a smart trot up the avenue to the house. Chapter 4 Tom'sAudiobooks.com
Chapter 5 of The Four Faces by William LeQueux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 5 Hugesson Gastrell at Home. A week had passed since Dulcie had promised to become my wife, and since the amazing robbery in broad daylight at Holt Manor. I had been 5 days back in town, where I had some estate business to attend to. It was the evening of Hugesson Gastrell's house-warming reception in his newly furnished mansion in Cumberland Place, and the muster of well-known people was extraordinary. Peers and peeresses, prosperous city financiers, celebrities of the drama and of the operatic stage, luminaries of the law, diplomats, and rich retired traders who had shed the tradesman and blossomed into gentlemen, jostled one another in the rooms and on the stairs. It is surprising how people will rush to the house of a wealthy man. At least one duke was present, a cabinet minister too, also a distinguished judge, and 2 archbishops, for I noticed them as I fought my way up into the room where music was being performed, music the quality of which the majority of the listeners gauged by the fees known to be paid to the artist engaged, and by the amount of newspaper publicity those artists' press agents had succeeded in securing for them. Nor were journalists lacking at this interesting social function, as some of them afterwards termed it in their papers. In London I move a great deal in many kinds of society, and now I noticed mingling in the crowd several men and women I was in the habit of meeting frequently, though I did not know them to speak to, press representatives whose exclusive duty I knew it to be to attend social gatherings of this description. As I edged my way through the dense throng I could hear my favourite composition, Dvorak's Humoresque, being played on the violin by Beatrice Langley, who I had been told was to appear, and for a few minutes the crowd was hushed. To my chagrin the music ended almost as I succeeded in forcing my way into the room, so that I was in time only for the applause. Now the hall and the large rooms where the guests were filled with the buzz of conversation. In 2 of these rooms supper was in progress, a supper in keeping with the sumptuousness, the luxury, and the general extravagance noticeable everywhere. For this house in Cumberland Place which he had rented from Lord Easterton lent itself admirably to Hugesson Gastrell's distorted ideas as to plenishing, at which some people laughed, calling them almost Oriental in their splendour and their lavishness. Upon entering, the idea conveyed was that here was a man who had suddenly found himself possessed of a great deal more money than he had ever expected to come by, and who, not being accustomed to wide means, had at once set to work to fling his fortune broadcast, purchasing wherever he went everything costly that took his fancy. For after mounting some steps and entering under a wide portico, one found himself in a spacious, lofty vestibule where 2 flights of warmly tinted marble steps, shallow and heavily carpeted, ran up to right and left to a wide gallery on 3 sides of the hall. The marble was so beautiful, the steps were so impressive to look upon, that one was forcibly reminded of the staircase in the Opera House in Paris, of course in miniature. On the lowest step on either side were carved marble pillars, supporting nude figures of great size, and bearing each an electric lamp gold shaded, to set off the yellow tinted marble and the Turkey carpets of gold and of richest blue. In one corner stood a Mongolian monster, a green and gold dragon of porcelain resting on a valuable faience pedestal, a bit of ancient Cathay set down in the heart of London. In their magnificence the reception rooms excelled even this hall, boasting, as they did, a heterogeneous collection of rare antiques, of valuable relics, and of articles de virtu from practically the world over. Everywhere they lay in strange confusion: on the mantelpieces, tops of cupboards, on shelves, angle brackets, and on almost every table. Here was a delicate lute of jade, used by Chinese lovers of 1,000 years ago. There stood silver lamps, carved most marvellously and once trimmed by Vestal Virgins, lamps from the temples of Herculaneum, of Rome, and of Pompeii. Shadowy gods and goddesses, dragons, fetishes of more or less hideous mien, glared everywhere at one another in a manner most unpleasant. Porcelains, wonderful blue-patterned plates from Pekin, willow-patterned dishes from Japan, ancient hammered beer tankards from Bavaria and the Rhine, Long-stemmed Venetian glasses of iridescent hues were scattered everywhere in bewildering profusion. In an anteroom was a priceless crucifix in 3 different woods, from Oberammergau. On the mantelpieces of 3 of the reception rooms were old French gilt clocks, the kind found nowadays only in secluded and old inns of the Bohemian Quartier Latin, inns which the tourist never sees, and where collectors are, to all intents, unknown. Set upon this landing of polished oak upon the first floor was a very ancient sundial, taken from some French chateau, a truly beautiful objet d'art in azure and faded gold, with foliated crest above, borne long ago, no doubt, by some highly pompous dignitary. Here and there, too, were suits of armour of beaten steel, glittering figures, rigid and erect, and marvellously inlaid with several different metals. 2 rooms of the building, I was told by a guest with whom I had entered into conversation, were set aside entirely as an armoury. Hardly had I finished observing all this, and a great deal more besides, when a voice at my elbow exclaimed: "Good evening, Mr. Berrington. I wonder, now, if you'll remember me, eh?" As I turned, I instantly recognized the speaker. "Of course I recollect you, Mrs. Stapleton," I exclaimed, looking into her eyes with, I am afraid, rather unconcealed admiration, for I don't pretend that I am not of a very susceptible nature. "I have met many people I know this evening," I continued, "but this is an unlooked for pleasure. I was told in Berkshire that you never came to town." "Were you really?" she exclaimed with a ripple of merry laughter. "They seem, down there, to know more about one's movements than one knows oneself." For an instant she paused. "And how is your lovely and delightful friend, Dulcie Challoner?" she inquired presently. "Is she here to night?" "No," I said, wondering for the moment if she knew or suspected my secret, for our engagement had not yet been announced. "The Challoners don't know our host, though, judging by the people here to night, he seems to know nearly everybody." "Do you know him well? Have you known him long?" she inquired carelessly, letting her gaze rest on mine. I told her that our acquaintanceship was very slight, that I had made his acquaintance in Geneva, and met him once afterwards in London. "I don't know him well either," she observed, then added with some emphasis: "He strikes me as being a most charming young man." Naturally I agreed with her, though I had been unable to make up my mind whether, upon the whole, I liked him or not. I thought that upon the whole I didn't, seeing what strange things had happened. "By the by," I said suddenly, "have you had supper?" She answered that she had not, and that she was starving. Several people were emerging from one of the supper rooms, and thus it came that I presently found myself seated tete a tete with the beautiful widow, and at last beginning to enjoy an evening which until now I had found rather dull. It was natural that we should presently speak of Berkshire and of Holt Manor, and soon we were discussing at length the subject of the robbery. "And have the police as yet no clues?" Mrs. Stapleton suddenly asked. "None, apparently. I suppose you have heard all about what happened, and the statements made by Sir Roland's little son, Dick Challoner?" "I know nothing beyond what I read in the newspapers," she replied. "The papers mentioned that Sir Roland's boy had been chloroformed by the thief or thieves, that was all so far as I remember." "Yes," I answered. "He was chloroformed, but he need not have been according to his own account, and as he is extremely truthful and never boasts, I think we may believe his story. He had his head and shoulders in a big oak chest in his father's bedroom, where his father had sent him to find a hunting apron to lend to somebody, and when he stood upright again he heard 2 men talking upon the opposite side of the screen which hid the oak chest. The voices were those of strangers, and the boy naturally supposed that the speakers were some friends of Sir Roland's. He was about to show himself when he heard one of the men say: "She says this drawer has money in it. Give me your key." He heard a key being pushed into a drawer lock, the drawer pulled out, the chink of coin and the crackle of bank notes. Then he heard the other man suddenly say: "Hurry up. They'll have got the plate by this time, and be waiting for us." The boy was awfully frightened, of course, but didn't lose his head. Knowing that his presence must be discovered in a moment, he sprang out from behind the screen, intending to dash past the men and downstairs and give the alarm. Unfortunately he rushed right up against one of them, who instantly gripped him and clapped his hand over his mouth, while the other man pressed his hand over his eyes, presumably to prevent Dick's being afterwards able to identify them. Dick says that one of the men twisted his arm until he couldn't stir without extreme pain, then told him that he must show them where the key of Sir Roland's safe was, a little safe in the wall in his bedroom. Dick knew where the key was. Sir Roland keeps it, it seems, in a drawer of his dressing table, but he refused to tell, though the man screwed his arm until he nearly broke it. He strained it badly, and the poor little chap has it still in a sling. Then, finding that they could do nothing with him, and that nothing would make him "peach," as he says, though he says they threatened to hit him on the head, one of them pressed something over his mouth and nose, which seemed to suffocate him. What happened after that he doesn't know, as he lost consciousness. "What a brave little boy!" my beautiful companion exclaimed in a tone of admiration. "Did he say at all what the men were like?" "He didn't even catch a glimpse of their faces, they pounced on him so quickly. But he says that both wore hunting kit, and he thinks both were tall. One wore pink." "It was a carefully planned affair, anyway," Mrs. Stapleton said thoughtfully, as I refilled her glass with Pol Roger. "What was the actual value of the things stolen?" "Sir Roland puts it at 12 or 14,000 pounds, roughly. You see, he had a lot of jewellery that had belonged to Lady Challoner, and that would have been Miss Challoner's. Most of that was stolen. It should have been in the safe, of course, but Sir Roland had taken it out the week before, intending to send it all to London to be thoroughly overhauled and cleaned. He was going to give it to Dulcie to Miss Challoner on her 21st birthday. She comes of age next month, you know. It was in one of the drawers that the thieves unlocked, and they took most of it. They would have taken the lot, only some of it was in a back portion of the drawer, and they apparently overlooked it." "But how did they manage to steal the plate? I read in some paper that a lot of plate was stolen." "Heaven knows, but they got it somehow. The police think that other men, disguised probably as gentlemen's servants, must have made their way into the pantry during the hunt breakfast, while Sir Roland's servants were up to their eyes in work, attending to everybody, and have slipped it into bags and taken it out to a waiting motor. Strangers could easily have gone into the back premises like that, unnoticed, in the middle of the bustle and confusion. If Dick had told the men who bullied him what they wanted to know, Sir Roland's safe would have been ransacked too, and several £1,000s more worth of stuff stolen, most likely. He is a little brick, that boy." "He is indeed. How long did he remain unconscious?" "Until Sir Roland himself found him, just before lunch. The ruffians had pushed him under the bed, and if Sir Roland had not happened to catch sight of his foot, which protruded a little, the boy might have been left there until night, or even until next day, and the whole household have been hunting for him." Mrs. Stapleton sipped some champagne, then asked: "Is anybody suspected?" "That's difficult to say," I answered. "Naturally, the police think that one or other of the servants at Holt must know something of the affair, even have been an actual accomplice, but which? None of the servants have been there less than 4 years, it seems, and several have been in Sir Roland's service 10 and 15 years. The old butler was born on the estate. Sir Roland scouts the idea that any of his servants had a hand in the affair, and he told the police so at once. Even the fact that one of the thieves had, according to Dick, referred to some woman he had said, 'She says this drawer has money in it,' wouldn't make Sir Roland suspect any of the maids." The police then asked in a roundabout way if he thought any of his guests could have had anything to say to it. Phew! How furious Sir Roland became with them! You should have seen him. I was with him at the time. Then suddenly he grew quite calm, realizing that they were, after all, only trying to do their duty, and to help him trace the thieves. "Up to the present I have not, so far as I am aware," he said in that cold, dignified way of his, "entertained criminals at Holt Manor or elsewhere. No, my man," he ended, turning to the sergeant, or the inspector, or whatever he was, "the men who have stolen my property were not any of my guests. You may set your minds at rest on that point." Conversation drifted to other topics. Several times during supper I endeavoured to lead my beautiful companion on to talk about herself, but on each occasion she cleverly diverted conversation to some other subject. I confess that when she casually questioned me concerning my own affairs, I was less successful in evading her inquiries. Or it may have been that I, in common with most of my sex, like to talk freely about self and self's affairs, especially when the listener is a beautiful woman who appears to be sympathetic and deeply interested in all one has to say about oneself. During that brief half hour our intimacy grew apace. There are people with whom one seems to have been on terms of friendship, almost as though one had known them for years, within 10 minutes after being introduced to them. Others who, when one has known them quite a long time, seem still to remain comparatively strangers. Mrs. Stapleton belonged to the first group, although she spoke so little about herself. Yet I was not in the least attracted by her in the way Dulcie Challoner attracted me. I found her capital company. I could imagine our becoming great friends. I could think of her in the light of a bonne camarade. But that was all. As for feeling tempted to fall in love with her, but the bare thought was grotesque. "And what a charming, delightful girl that is I mean Miss Challoner!" Mrs. Stapleton suddenly exclaimed when, after talking a great deal, we had been silent for a few moments. "And how exquisitely pretty!" she added after an instant's pause. I hardly knew what to say. I know enough of women to be aware that no woman is particularly anxious, save in exceptional cases, to listen to a panegyric on the charms and physical attractions of some other woman. Therefore, after a moment's reflection, I answered with affected indifference. "I think I agree with you. I have known her a number of years. Her father was a great friend of my father's." "Indeed?" she replied, raising her eyebrows a little, then letting her gaze rest full on mine. "That is interesting. I am a believer in platonic friendships. I wonder if you are?" "Oh, of course," I said quickly. "It is ridiculous to suppose that a man and woman can't be friends without without " "Yes?" she said encouragingly. "Oh, well, I suppose I mean without falling in love with each other." She smiled in a way that puzzled me a little, but said nothing. "Do you mean in all cases?" she suddenly inquired. "In most cases, anyway." "And when would you make an exception?" This was a problem I felt I could not solve. However, I made a dash at it. "In the case of people of abnormally susceptible temperament," I said. "I suppose such people couldn't be friends without soon becoming well, lovers." "Ah, I see," she observed thoughtfully. She was toying with the strawberry ice, and her lowered eyelids displayed the extraordinary length of their lashes. Certainly I was talking to an interesting and very lovely woman, though again here, as before in the hunting field in Berkshire, I found myself wondering in what her beauty consisted. Not a feature was regular. The freckles on nose and forehead seemed to show more plainly under the glare of the electric lights. The eyes were red brown, but how large they were, and how they seemed to sparkle with intelligence! She looked up suddenly. Her expression was serious now. Up to the present her eyes, while she talked, had been singularly animated, often full of laughter. "Mr. Berrington, have you ever been in love?" I was so surprised at this question, from a woman to whom I was practically a stranger, that I thought it best to treat it as a jest. "Yes, a dozen times," I answered. "I am in love at this moment," I added lightly, as if joking. "You need not have told me that," she said, serious still. "I knew it the moment I saw you both together. I asked but only to hear what you would say." "But," I stammered, that is, I don't quite catch your meaning. When did you see us both together, and who is the other person you are thinking of?" She had finished her ice. "Please give me some more champagne," she said. I picked up the half empty bottle, refilled her glass, then my own. She held out her glass until it clinked against mine. "Here is health and long life to your friend of the chestnut," she exclaimed, smiling again, "and to you too. I only hope that your married life will be happier than " She checked herself. Her tongue had run away with her, and, as our lips touched our glasses, I mentally finished her sentence. But who, I wondered, had her husband been? People were still flocking into the room. Others were moving out. From a distance there came to us above the noise and the buzz of conversation the words of a song I love.
Mon cœur s'ouvre à ta voix, comme s'ouvrent les fleurs au baiser de l'aurore. Mais, oh, mon bien-aime, pour mieux sécher mes pleurs, que ta voix parle encore. Dis-moi qu'à Dalila tu reviens pour jamais. Redis à ma tendresse les serments d'autrefois, les serments que j'aimais. Ah, réponds à ma tendresse. Ah, verse-moi l'ivresse.
"How gorgeous!" I exclaimed, straining my ears in a vain attempt to hear better. "Who is it?" "Kirkby Lunn," my companion answered quickly. "Are you fond?" She stopped. Her face was partly turned. I saw a glance of recognition flash into her eyes and vanish instantly. Following the direction of her glance, my gaze rested upon the strange, striking woman I had seen but once, but could not possibly forget. Mrs. Gastrell had just entered, and with her, to my astonishment, Jack Osborne. It was Jasmine Gastrell with whom my companion had exchanged that momentary glance of recognition. "Are you fond of music?" Mrs. Stapleton asked, looking at me again. "Very," I answered absently, "of music that is music." For my attention had become suddenly distracted. How came this woman to be here, this woman who called herself Gastrell's wife? Lord Easterton was somewhere about, or I had seen him in the crowd. Such a striking woman would be sure to attract his attention, he would inquire who she was, he might even ask Gastrell, and then what would happen? What would Gastrell say? Was the woman actually his wife, or was she? Mechanically I conversed with my companion for a minute or two longer, then suddenly she suggested that we should go. "And let some of these starving people take our table," she added, as she prepared to rise. Osborne and his singularly lovely companion were now seated at a table only a few yards off. His back was turned to us, and I had not caught Mrs. Gastrell's glance. "Do you know who that is, that woman who has just come in?" I inquired carelessly, indicating her as I rose. "That?" Mrs. Stapleton answered, looking full at her, and this time their eyes met in a cold stare. "No, I have no idea." I confess that this flat untruth, spoken with such absolute sang-froid, somewhat disconcerted me, for I could not be in the least doubt that I had distinctly seen the two women greet each other with that brief glance of mutual recognition. Chapter 5. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapter 6 of The Four Faces by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 6. The House in Grafton Street. One afternoon, some days later, I was sitting in my flat in South Molton Street, smoking a pipe and carelessly skimming an evening paper, when my man brought me some letters which had just arrived. Several I tossed aside, unopened. I recognized the handwritings, and was in no haste to absorb the contents of epistles from acquaintances whose company, at the best of times, bored me stiff, as some Americans say. But the letter was there that I had expected in the morning, and at once I tore it open. Dulcie wrote chiefly about herself, which was all I wanted to hear, about her father and Aunt Hannah, while 2 pages she devoted to her little brother Dick, of whom she was inordinately fond. Dick, she said, had shown the utmost pluck and endurance throughout his painful convalescence after his rough and tumble with the burglars. She told me how he had from the first sat up in bed with his honourable wounds upon him, bandaged and swathed, joking and making light of the occurrence now, as perhaps only the best breed of English schoolboy knows how. One thing still puzzled both little Dick and herself, and for that matter, the whole family, she said. Who could the woman be to whom the thieves had alluded? No word, added Dulcie, had as yet been forthcoming as to the whereabouts of any of the valuables stolen on that memorable day, either family jewels or plate, and the detectives at Scotland Yard acknowledged that, so far, matters were at a deadlock. Further on in her newsy letter, Dulcie made mention of the fascinating widow staying at the Rook Hotel in Newbury, and of her wish to know her better. She added incidentally that Mrs. Stapleton had been away since the day after the meet at Holt Manor, and that no one knew where she was staying. She hoped she would soon be back, she said, as she wished so much to renew her acquaintance, and to strengthen it. Dulcie then spoke of her Aunt Hannah, who had been particularly amusing and crotchety of late, but added that she really was such a dear at heart that people all loved her when they came to know her well. "My dear," she wrote, "Aunt Hannah has surpassed herself lately. You know what vigorous likes and dislikes she takes, all of a sudden? Well, now Auntie has conceived an inordinate aversion for poor Mrs. Stapleton, and seems inclined not only to give her the cold shoulder, but to hound her down by saying the nastiest things about her, just as the other people in the county did when she first came to live among us. I rather believe that she had this feeling all along, more or less, but now she seems positively to hate her, though she confesses that she doesn't know why she does. Isn't that like Auntie? And now she has been asking me never to notice Mrs. Stapleton, and not to speak to her again when she returns, in fact, to drop the acquaintance entirely. And that just as we have called, and I've tried to be nice to her out hunting, and we've had her to dine. I told you how taken father was with her, and how he took her all over the house and showed her simply everything. I really don't see why I should draw back now, nor does father. As a matter of fact, I don't see how we can. It has gone too far, and just to satisfy one of dear old Auntie's whims. She has a good many, as you know, Mike. There is just this one thing, however, that sometimes one of her unaccountable whims or dislikes turns out to have been well grounded." My darling then went on to speak of her father and of the happiness our engagement afforded him, happiness tempered, as she could not help knowing, by the sorrow her leaving him would bring to him, for the most wonderful confidence and companionship existed between father and daughter. This sadness, Dulcie went on, came out almost pathetically in her father's even added tenderness to her. He whose tenderness and affection had always been such a wonderful thing to her since her earliest childhood. But now, she said, her father sometimes followed her about the house and grounds, when she had been absent from him for a short time, seeking occasion for talks with her, giving her his confidence, and consulting her wishes on matters about the gardens and stables in a way that was quite touching. It was as though, now that the parting was soon to take place, he could not get enough of his only daughter's company, as if the old man clung to her more than ever before. The closely written sheets dropped from my hand onto my knee. Ah, my own little girl, I thought, who wouldn't miss you, sadly, yes, terribly? Your delightful presence, the truth and honour that seemed to be manifest in your smallest gesture, in every glance from your clear eyes, the companionship of your fearless intellect cutting through conventionalities like a knife, arriving at the right point with the unerring instinct of a woman, yet with the naivete of a child. Memories crowded in upon me, memories of all my happy days with Dulcie in the country, in the hunting field, in the gardens about her home, of afternoons spent among the books and prints and pictures in her father's quiet, book-lined library at Holt, of the evenings in the drawing room at the piano, of hours of pleasant talk in the beautiful conservatories and on the grassy terraces, and by the lakeside below the tennis lawn. What, I thought, would life be like when at last I had her always with me, brightening my life, filling my own home, our home, with laughter and with the music of her voice? Again and again she rose to my enthralled vision, and ever she was youth and love, the vision crowned with the wonder of her nebulous brown gold hair as she gazed at me out of her sweet clear eyes, in which I seemed still to read unfathomable purity and truth. It is a terrible thing to be in love. Some savage races there are which hold to the belief that the spirits of lovers changing places give rise to the feverish mental upheaval which we prosaically term falling in love, the spirits being restless at their enforced imprisonment and unsatisfied until they have returned each to its appointed sphere. Now that I have recovered from the affliction I sometimes wonder if it might not with advantage be treated as ordinary maladies and some passions are, with the aid of drugs. Perhaps some day it will be. Certainly it soon will be if the Eugenists get their way. And thinking of the letter I had just read, which now lay folded in my pocket, my memory drifted backward. For since the day I had met Jack Osborne at Brooks's on his return from Nigeria, many incidents had occurred which puzzled me. Trifling incidents individually, no doubt, yet significant when considered in the concrete. There was the incident, for instance, of Sir Harry Dawson's declaring in a letter written to Lord Easterton from the Riviera that he had never met Gastrell, never heard of him even, though Lord Easterton had Gastrell's assurance that he knew Sir Harry Dawson, and had intended to call upon him on the evening he had unwittingly entered Lord Easterton's house, which was next door. Then there was something not quite normal in Gastrell's posing one day as a married man, the next as a bachelor. Also in his pretending at one moment that he had never seen Osborne and myself before, yet admitting at the next that he had met us. True, he had advanced an apparently sound reason for this volte-face of his, but still. The affair, too, in Maresfield Gardens. That surely was an incident which bordered on a mystery. I felt I should never forget our extraordinary reception that night, the black outhouse, as stage managers say, our repeated ringing the door bell, the slow unlocking and unbolting the door, the cautious inquiry, our wait in the darkness after our admission, the discovery of that horrible serpent with its chilling eyes, the locked door, the sudden entry of Gastrell, and his odd conversation. Then the conflagration which had occurred a few days later, and the subsequent discovery among the débris of a body, charred and stabbed. The apparent ignorance of everybody as to whose body it was. The statement made by the police that none knew the names of the sub-tenants who had occupied that house when the fire had broken out, or what had since become of them. The actual tenant was in America. Without a doubt, I reflected as I knocked the ashes out of my pipe into the grate, something queer was going on, and I had inadvertently got myself mixed up in it. The last incident to puzzle me had been that momentary glance of mutual recognition exchanged between the woman I knew only as Mrs. Gastrell, or Jasmine Gastrell, as Osborne always spoke of her, and Mrs. Stapleton, and their subsequent apparent entire lack of recognition. That certainly had been most odd. What could have been the cause of it? Why, knowing each other, did they all at once feign to be strangers? And the extraordinarily calm way Mrs. Stapleton had, looking me full in the eyes, assured me that she had never before even seen the woman she had just smiled at. Lastly, though this was of less consequence, how came Jack Osborne to be dancing attendance upon the woman I knew as Mrs. Gastrell, when he had assured me as we drove away in the taxi from Maresfield Gardens that night that though he admired her, he mistrusted her? I had filled my pipe again, and as I puffed at it to set it going, one more thought occurred to me. And this thought, I must say, perplexed me as much as any. Hugesson Gastrell was said to have spent the whole of his life, until 6 months previously, in Australia and Tasmania. If that were so, then how did he come to have so large a circle of friends, or at any rate of acquaintances too of such distinction and high position? Was it possible he could in a few months have come to know all these peers and peeresses, and baronets and knights, distinguished musicians and actors and actresses, leading members of the learned professions, and all the rest of the society crowd who had thronged his house that evening? Suddenly something I had been told at the club an hour or so before flashed back into my mind. Another club member besides Easterton had, it seemed, become acquainted with Gastrell through Gastrell's calling at the wrong house by mistake. A coincidence? Possibly. And yet I sucked meditatively at my pipe. Suddenly the telephone rang. Easterton was speaking.
"What!" I exclaimed, in answer to the startling information he gave me. "When did he disappear?" "Where was he last seen?" "No, he has not been here. I haven't seen him since Gastrell's reception." "Oh, yes, I saw you there." "Yes, very extraordinary. No. Oh, no! Good. I'll come to you at once. Are you at Linden Gardens? Very well. I'll come straight to the club." Mechanically I hung up the receiver. Curious thoughts, strange conjectures, wonderings, arguments, crowded my brain in confusion. 5 days had passed since the date of Gastrell's reception, when I had seen Jack Osborne at supper with the woman he said he mistrusted. Since that evening, according to what Easterton had just told me, nobody had seen or heard of him. He had not been to his chambers. He had not left any message there or elsewhere. He had not written. He had neither telegraphed nor telephoned. Where was he? What was he doing? Could some misfortune have befallen him? Had he I did not end the sentence my mind had formed. Instead I went out, hailed a taxi, and in a few minutes was on my way to Brooks's. Outside a house in Grafton Street a group of people stood clustered about the door. Others, on the pavement opposite, stared up at the windows. 2 policemen upon the doorstep prevented anyone from entering. Leaning forward as my taxi sped by, I peered in through the open door of the house, then up at the windows, but there was nothing out of the ordinary to be seen. Further down the street we passed 3 policemen walking briskly along the pavement in the direction of the house. "What's the commotion in Grafton Street?" I inquired of my driver as I paid him off at Brooks's. "I've no idea, sir," he answered. "Looks as though there was trouble of some sort." Another fare hailed him, so our conversation ended. I found Easterton awaiting me in a deserted card room. "This may be a serious affair, Berrington," he said in a tone of anxiety as I seated myself in the opposite corner of the big leather covered settee. "Here 5 days have gone by, and there isn't a sign of Jack Osborne, though he had not told anybody that he intended to absent himself, not even hinted to anybody that he had any idea of doing so." "You say he has not been seen since Gastrell's reception?" "Not since then 5 days ago. The fellows here at the club are getting quite alarmed about him. They want to advertise in the newspapers for news of his whereabouts." "That means publicity a shoal of inquiries, and maybe a scandal," I answered thoughtfully. "If Jack has intentionally disappeared for a day or two, and all at once finds himself notorious, he will be furious." "Just what I tell them!" Easterton exclaimed. "I wish you would back me up. You see, Jack hasn't any relatives to speak of, and those he has live abroad. Consequently, the fellows here consider it is what the Americans call up to them to institute inquiries, even if such inquiries should necessitate publicity." I pondered for a moment or two. "You know," I said, "Jack is a curious fellow in some ways. Some call him a crank, but he isn't that. Still, he is something of a character, and absolutely unconventional. I remember his making a bet once that he would punch out a boastful pugilist at the National Sporting Club. No, it wasn't at the N.S.C., it was at a place down east Wonderland, they call it." "And did he do it?" Easterton asked. "Did he? By heaven, the poor chap he tackled was carried out unconscious at the end of the second round. Jack's bet was with Teddy Forsyth, and he pocketed a couple of ponies then and there." "Did he really? Capital! And Teddy's such a mean chap, he didn't like partin', did he?" "Like it. He went about for the rest of the night with a face like a funeral mute's." "Capital!" Lord Easterton repeated. "But to return to the point. Jack's eccentricities and vagaries can have nothin' to do with his disappearance." "Why not? How do you know?" "Why should they? I only hope he hasn't gone and made a fool of himself in any way that'll make a scandal or get him into trouble. In a way, you know, we are connections. His mother and mine were second cousins. That's really why I feel that I ought to do something to find out what has happened to him." "Do you think he can have got mixed up with some woman?" "I won't say that I actually think so, but I think it's more than possible." "No. Why? What woman?" At that instant I remembered that the woman I had in my mind was the woman who on board the Masonic had, so Jack had told me, called herself Hugesson Gastrell's wife, and called herself his wife again at the house in Maresfield Gardens. But Gastrell had told Easterton,
or at any rate led him to suppose, he was unmarried. How, then, could I refer to this woman by name without causing possible friction between Easterton and his tenant, Gastrell? "I am afraid I can't tell you, Easterton," I said after an instant's hesitation. "I don't want to make mischief, and if what I think is possible is not the case, and I tell you about it, I shall have made mischief." Easterton was silent. For some moments he remained seated in his corner of the settee, looking at me rather strangely. "I quite understand what you mean, Berrington," he said at last. "Still, under the circumstances I should have thought and yet no, I dare say you are right. I may tell you candidly, though, that I can't help thinkin' you must be mistaken in your supposition. Jack doesn't care about women in that way. He never has cared about them. The only thing he cares about is sport, though, of course, he admires a pretty woman, as we all do." To that observation I deemed it prudent to make no reply, and at that moment a waiter entered and came across the room to us. "Your lordship is wanted on the telephone," he said solemnly. "Who is it?" Easterton asked, looking up. "Scotland Yard, my lord." "Oh, say, hold the line, and I'll come down." "Have you informed the police, then?" I asked quickly, when the servant had left the room. "Yes. I went to Scotland Yard this morning, but I told them not to let a word about the disappearance get into the newspapers, if they could help it, until they heard further from me, and they promised they would respect my wish. You had better come down with me. They may have found out something." I waited outside the glass hut, which effectually shut in all sound, watching Lord Easterton's face below the electric light. His lips moved rapidly, and by the way his expression suddenly changed I judged that he was hearing news of importance. After talking for a minute or two, he hung up the receiver, pushed open the door, and came out. His face betrayed his emotion. "Come over here," he said in a curious tone. "I have something to tell you." I followed him a little way down the passage which led to the card rooms. When we were out of sight and earshot of the club servants, he stopped abruptly and turned to me. "Jack has been found," he said quickly. "He was found gagged and bound in a house in Grafton Street half an hour ago. He is there now, and the police are with him." "Good God!" I exclaimed. "How did they identify him?" "He was not unconscious. The police want me to go there at once. Come." We walked up to Grafton Street, as it was such a little way, also Easterton wanted to tell me more. The inspector who had just spoken to him had not told him what had led to the police entering the house in Grafton Street, or if anybody else had been found upon the premises. He had only told him that Scotland Yard had for some weeks had the house under surveillance. They had suspected that something irregular was going on there, but they did not know what. "I expect they have a pretty shrewd idea," Easterton added, as we crossed Piccadilly, "but they won't say what it is. Hello, just look at that crowd!" Up at the end of Dover Street, where Grafton begins, the roadway was blocked with people. When we reached the crowd we had some difficulty in forcing our way through it. A dozen policemen were keeping people back. "Are you Lord Easterton?" the officer at the entrance asked, as Easterton handed him his card. "Ah, then come this way, please, my lord. This gentleman a friend of yours? Follow the constable, please." We were shown into a room on the ground floor, to the right of the hall. It was large, high ceilinged, with a billiard table in the middle. Half a dozen men were standing about, 2 in police uniform, the remainder I guessed to be constables in plain clothes. Suddenly I started and uttered an exclamation. Seated in a big armchair was Dulcie Challoner, looking pale, frightened. Beside her, with her back to me, stood Aunt Hannah. Chapter 7 of the Four Faces by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7 Osborne's Story. "Good heavens, Dulcie!" I exclaimed, hurrying across to her. "Whatever are you doing here? And you, Aunt Hannah?" At the sound of my voice Dulcie started up in her chair, and Aunt Hannah turned quickly. To my amazement they both looked at me without uttering. Dulcie's eyes were troubled. She seemed inclined to speak, yet afraid to. The expression with which Aunt Hannah peered at me chilled me. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Berrington?" she asked coldly, after a brief pause. Even in that moment of tense anxiety it struck me that Aunt Hannah looked and spoke as though reproving a naughty schoolboy. "Meaning of what?" I said stupidly, astonishment for the moment deadening my intelligence. "Of your bringing us up to London to find this." "Bringing you up? What do you mean, Miss Challoner?" I exclaimed, mystified. In spite of my deep anxiety, a feeling of annoyance, of resentment, had come over me. No man likes to be made to look ridiculous, and here was I standing before a lot of constables, all of them staring in inquisitive astonishment at my being thus addressed by the old lady. "Is this Mr. Berrington, madam?" an immensely tall, bull necked, plain clothes policeman, of pompous, forbidding mien, suddenly asked. "Yes, officer, it is," she snapped. During all the time I had known her I had never seen her quite like this. "See here," he said, turning to me, "I want your address, and for the present you will stay here." I am considered good natured. Usually, too, I can control my feelings. There is a limit, however, to the amount of incivility I can stand, and this fellow was deliberately insulting me. "How dare you speak to me like that?" I burst out. "What has this affair to do with me? Do you know who I am?" "Aren't you Mr. Michael Berrington?" he inquired more guardedly, apparently taken aback at my outburst of indignation. "I am." "Then read that," he said, producing a telegram and holding it out before me. It was addressed to Miss Dulcie Challoner, Holt Manor, Holt Stacey, and ran: "The police have recovered property which they believe to have been stolen from Holt Manor. Please come at once to 430 Grafton Street, Bond Street, to identify it. Shall expect you by train due Paddington 12:17. Please don't fail to come as matter very urgent. Michael Berrington." It had been handed in at the office in Regent Street at 9:30 that morning, and received at Holt Stacey village at 9:43. "How absurd! How ridiculous!" I exclaimed. "My name has been forged, of course. I never sent that telegram. This is the first I have seen or heard of it." "That you will have to prove," the detective answered with official stolidity. "Surely, Aunt Hannah," I almost shouted, so excited did I feel, as I again turned to her, "you can't think I sent that telegram." "I certainly think nothing else," she replied, and her eyes were like shining beads. "Who would send a telegram signed with your name but you, or someone instructed by you?" I saw that to argue with her in the frame of mind she was then in would be futile. My presentiment at Holt that some day I should fall foul of her had come true. I turned to the officer. "I must see the original of that telegram," I said quickly, "and shall then quickly prove that it was not sent by me. How soon can I get hold of it?" "Oh, we can see about it at once, sir," he answered much more civilly, for, pretending to look for something in my pocket, I had intentionally pulled out my leather wallet containing £200 or more in notes, and opened it for an instant. There is nothing like the sight of paper money to ensure civility from a policeman disposed to be impertinent. I should like, in justice, to add that most policemen are not. Also, Easterton had come over and spoken to me, and of course pooh-poohed the idea of my having sent the telegram, which had just been shown to him. Dulcie stared at me with large, pathetic eyes, and I knew that, but for Aunt Hannah's, so to speak, mounting guard, she would have asked me endless questions instead of sitting there mute. "You had better come with me and hear Jack Osborne's story," Easterton said some moments later. "The inspector tells me he is upstairs, and still rather weak from the effect of the treatment he has received." I had seen a puzzled look come into Aunt Hannah's eyes while Easterton was speaking, but she remained sour and unbending. Osborne was sitting up in a chair, partly undressed. He still wore his evening clothes, cotton wool bound round his ankles and one wrist. He smiled weakly as we entered, and the policeman who sat at his bedside immediately rose. It was easy to see that Jack had suffered a good deal. He looked, for him, quite pale, and there were dark marks beneath his eyes. Nor was his appearance improved by several days' growth of beard. He was usually clean shaven. His story was quickly told, and points in it gave food for thought, also for conjecture. It seemed that, while he was at supper with the woman I knew as Mrs. Gastrell, at Gastrell's reception, two men, unable to find a vacant table, had asked if they might sit at his table, where there were two vacant seats. Both were strangers to him, and apparently to Mrs. Gastrell too. They seemed, however, pleasant fellows, and presently he had drifted into conversation with them, or they with him, and with his fair companion. Jack, as I have said, is extremely cosmopolitan, and picks up all sorts of acquaintances. I could well believe that at a reception such as Gastrell's he would waive all formality of introduction if he found himself with companionable strangers. Supper over, the four had remained together, and later, when Jack had seen his fair friend safely into a cab, he had rejoined the two strangers, becoming gradually more and more friendly with them. The reception had not ended until past 1 in the morning, and he and his two acquaintances had been among the last to leave. Having all to go in the same direction, they had shared a taxi, and on arriving at the chambers which the strangers had told them they shared, these chambers were in Bloomsbury, but Jack had not noticed in what street, one of the strangers had suggested his coming in for a few minutes before returning to the Russell Hotel, where he had his rooms, which was close by. At first disinclined to do this, he had finally yielded to their persuasion. He had a whisky and soda with them, he said. He mentioned that the chambers were comfortable and well furnished, and one of them had then suggested a game of cards. They had all sat down to play, and well, he remembered, he said, seeing cards being dealt, but that was all he did remember. He supposed that after that he must have fainted or have been made unconscious. He now suspected that the drink he had taken had been drugged. When he recovered consciousness he had no idea where he was, or how long he had been insensible. The room was unfamiliar to him, and everything about him strange. He was stretched upon a bed, in an apartment much larger than the one he was now in, with hands and feet tightly tied. The two windows faced a blank wall, the wall apparently of the next house. Later he came to know, by the sound of Big Ben booming in the night, that he was still in London. The door of the room was at the back of the bed. He could not see it from where he lay, and, bound as he was, could not even turn, but was forced to lie flat upon his back. He had not long been conscious when the light of day began to fade. Soon the room was in pitch darkness. Then it was he became aware that someone was in the room. He listened attentively, but could hear nothing. Nevertheless, the presence of a man or woman made itself felt beyond a doubt. He judged the time of day to be about 6 o'clock in the evening, when suddenly somebody touched him, a hand in the darkness. He started and called out, but there was no answer. Some minutes later a man spoke. The voice was not that of either of the men he had met at Gastrell's reception. He could swear to that, he said. Yet he seemed to recognize the voice, indeed to have heard it recently. He racked his brains to remember where, but to no purpose. The man spoke in a low tone, and its timbre and inflection betrayed what is called the voice of a gentleman, he said. "You have been brought here," the man said, "to give certain information and to reveal certain secrets. If you do this, you will be released at once. You will be taken away from here in an unconscious state, just as you were brought here, and set down in the night not far from your hotel. If you refuse, you will be taken out during the night and dropped into the Thames." The man had then gone on to question him. The questions he had asked had been numerous, and one and all had had to do with persons of high station with whom Jack was on terms of intimacy, all of them rich people. What most astonished him, he said, was that his unseen interlocutor should know so much about him. His questions and remarks showed how much he knew, and that he should apparently know who all his friends were. Jack could not remember all the questions he had been asked, but he repeated some of them. Whereabouts did the Duchesse de Montparnasse keep her jewels in her château in the Meuse? The questioner said he knew that Osborne could tell him, because he knew that Osborne, just before going to Nigeria, had, while staying at that château, been shown by the Duchess herself her priceless jewellery, one of the finest collections in the world, chiefly valuable owing to its interesting historic associations. Then, in which apartment in Eldon Hall, in Northumberland, the seat of the Earl of Cranmere, was the large safe that Lord Cranmere had bought 10 months before from an American firm, the name of which was given. He said that he, Osborne, must know, because he was a guest at Lord Cranmere's when the safe arrived, which was the truth. He also wanted to know if there was a priest's hiding hole in Eldon Hall, as was the case in so many of the large country mansions built about the same period, and, if so, its exact whereabouts in the house. As Jack Osborne said this, my thoughts flashed away to Berkshire, to Holt Manor, to the dark, depressing hiding hole there that I had peered down into more than once. Who had spoken to me of that hiding hole only recently? Why, Dulcie, of course. She had mentioned it whilst telling me about Mrs. Stapleton, and about Sir Roland's showing the young widow over the house. Dulcie had mentioned it specifically, because Mrs. Stapleton had evinced such evident interest in it. I checked my train of thought, focusing my mind upon that single incident. Mrs. Stapleton, the mysterious widow of whom nobody appeared to know anything, had been strangely interested in that hiding hole, and in all that Sir Roland had said about it. Dulcie had told me that. The hiding hole was in close proximity to Sir Roland's bedroom, and to one other room from which valuable jewellery had been stolen. Mrs. Stapleton had left the neighbourhood on the day after the robbery, had been absent ever since. That, of course, might be, and probably was, merely a coincidence. At supper at Gastrell's reception in Cumberland Place, Mrs. Stapleton had acknowledged Mrs. Gastrell's smile of recognition, and an instant later the two women had stared at each other stonily, and Mrs. Stapleton had assured me that she did not know the other woman, that she had never seen her before. Then those two men, of whom Osborne had just spoken, had of their own accord joined him and Mrs. Gastrell at supper, and eventually he had gone with the men to their flat in Bloomsbury. And now here was an unseen man, evidently a scoundrel, inquiring the whereabouts of a safe in a country house belonging to a nobleman known to be extremely rich, and asking in particular if the house possessed a priest's hiding hole, and, if so, exactly where it was located, a man who threatened evil if the information were withheld. Could all this, I could not help wondering, be mere coincidence? Then on top of it came that extraordinary telegram sent to Dulcie from London, with my name attached to it. Jack, however, had not done relating his adventures, so I turned again to listen to him. A third thing the fellow asked, he said, was the name of Hugo Salmonsteiner's bankers. Salmonsteiner, the millionaire timber merchant whose son was out big game shooting with me a year ago. It seemed an absurd question, for surely it must be easy to find out who any man's bankers are, but still he asked me, and appeared to be most anxious that I should tell him. Oh, but there were scores of other questions, all much on the same lines, and tending to extract from me information of a peculiar kind. "Did you answer any of them?" Easterton asked. "Answer them? Why, of course, all of them. I didn't want to remain here in Durrance Vile an hour longer than I could help, I can assure you. But naturally my answers were, well, inaccurate, to say the least. I had to word them very carefully, though, or the fellow would have caught me out. He suspected that I might be misleading him, I think, for once or twice he put questions which might have unmasked me if I had not been on my guard when answering them. Really, we pitted our brains and cunning against each other's all the time, and, if I may say so, without boasting, I think my cunning won." "Then why were you not released?" I said. "I was to have been to night, so he said. Do you think, though, he would, whoever he was, have let me go after questioning me like that? He said not a word about my not giving information to the police, or warning the people he had questioned me about. Do you think he would have let me go? I don't. Every day food and drink were left by me, set on a table within reach of me, while the room was in inky blackness, for the man who had touched me in the dark had also released my right arm and left it so. Several times I tried to free my other arm and my feet, but I couldn't manage it. I have been lying here with both feet and one arm bound for 4 nights and 3 days, to my knowledge, without seeing anybody, and of course without shaving or washing. I can't tell you what these days and nights have been like. They have been like a long, awful nightmare. Even the house has all the time been as still as death. My God, what a relief it was to hear the door bell ringing this afternoon, and the knocker going as though the place was on fire. And when the police did force an entrance, it seems they found nobody but me." Chapter 8 Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapter 8 of The Four Faces by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 8. More Suspicions. Women are extraordinary. A platitude, of course, for everybody who has mixed with women and who possesses a gleam of intelligence knows that they are extraordinary, just as he knows, or ought to know, that if they were not bizarre and mystifying, complex and erratic, they would be less insidiously captivating than they are. There are, however, exceptions to most rules. Some misguided savant of a bygone epoch formulated a maxim which says that the exception proves the rule, obviously an absurd statement, for if one man has no nose on his face, it is no proof that all other men have noses on theirs. Aunt Hannah constituted an exception to the rule that women are rendered additionally attractive through being extraordinary. Had she been less extraordinary, she would have been more lovable. As it was, she came near, at this time, to being the reverse of lovable, or so it struck me when, upon my endeavour to talk calmly and rationally to her, after hearing all that Jack Osborne had told us, and striving to induce her to listen to reason, she remained prejudiced, illogical. I shall not have cared a button, naturally, had it not been for Dulcie, and the estrangement between us that the foolish old lady's behaviour created. Dulcie thought no end of her aunt, respected her views and sentiments. She had been brought up to do so, poor child, and I knew really loved her. Well, I said to myself tartly, she will now have to choose between Aunt Hannah and me. And feeling cocksure, after all that had occurred between us, that I should be the favoured one, and that Aunt Hannah would be metaphorically relegated to the scrap heap, I decided to approach Dulcie at once. No, first I must see the original of that telegram, I reflected. Accompanied, therefore, by the police officer, I made my way to the post office in Regent Street. Having explained that I wanted to see the original of the telegram because, as I said, I think a mistake has been made in transcribing it, I was presently confronted by the postmaster, a most courteous, obliging person. "Why, certainly," he said, when I had repeated my untruth. "You shall see it at once." I waited in anxious expectancy, chatting lightly with the policeman, while the postmaster looked through the file of the day's messages. "This is it, I think," he said presently. We were in his private room. "But," he went on, glancing from the message that had been sent to the original, "your original message is unsigned. Is that the alleged mistake of which you complain?" "Unsigned!" I exclaimed, taking both papers from him. "Why, yes, so it is. Then how does that message that was sent off come to be signed?" The original message was typewritten. The wording was exactly the same as that in the telegram received, with this exception. The telegram received was signed "Michael Berrington." The typed message had no signature. "How do you account for this discrepancy?" I asked quickly. "If you will kindly wait a minute," he answered, "I will inquire into this." He left the room. The policeman, to whom I had handed both messages, was still contemplating them with a look of perplexity in his round eyes, when the postmaster returned, bringing with him an intelligent looking girl. "This," he said, "is the young lady who transmitted the message." I am afraid I smiled. How long, I wonder, will post office assistants and shop girls, bartenders and others continue to be "young ladies," while ladies in the correct sense of the word never think, when talking of one another, of using terms more distinctive and dignified than "girl" and "woman"? "Do you remember my sending this telegram this morning?" I asked, looking her full in the eyes. "I remember taking in the message, but I'm afraid I don't remember your face, sir," she answered nervously, evidently afraid that I was about to get her into trouble. "You see, we see so many people, and most of them only for a few moments. I recall rather clearly taking in that message, because it was typed, which most telegrams are not. And I thought it was handed in by a lady and not by a gentleman. In fact, I feel sure it was. Was it really you who gave it to me to send off?" "No, it was not," I answered quickly. "A lady."
Can you remember what she was like?" "I can. She was, I think, really the most beautiful lady I have ever seen. She was quite tall as a man, and she had a lovely figure. It did seem to set off her beautiful clothes so well. Then her face was lovely too. Long dark eyebrows she had, if I remember rightly, and her eyes were large. Oh, and she had a lot of auburn hair red, you might almost call it. I don't know which it was really, but I never saw such hair." "Good!" I exclaimed. I turned to the policeman. "She has described beyond a doubt a woman I know a woman you will probably soon know something about too." "Indeed, sir?" he said, interested. "But about this signature," I went on, again addressing the operator. "How does this telegram you sent off come to be signed if the original was not signed?" "It was signed, sir. It must have been. Otherwise the name wouldn't have been telegraphed. Ah, I remember." "Remember what?" "The signature was in pencil. Just after the telegram had been dispatched, the lady came in again and asked if she might see the message again just for a moment. She was not sure if she had said something she had meant to say, she said. I got it and gave it to her, and a moment or two afterwards she gave it back to me, thanking me very much for having let her see it. She must have rubbed off the signature then. She could do it easy with a damp finger. Of course I ought to have looked, but I didn't think to." "I think we have now solved the mystery in part," I exclaimed triumphantly. "This is some abominable conspiracy, and I am going to get to the bottom of it. My name was evidently signed, telegraphed, and then purposely obliterated." After thanking the postmaster for his extreme courtesy, and for the trouble he had taken, and impressing upon him that under no circumstances was the bright eyed little operator to be censured or allowed to get into any trouble, I returned with the policeman, who was now quite apologetic, to the house in Grafton Street. The door was locked. A constable standing by, however, told us that Osborne and Easterton had driven away together in a car his lordship's car, which his lordship had telephoned for, he said, and that the two ladies had gone to the Ritz for tea. He heard them say as they walked away that they were going there. Alone I followed them. I know my way about the Ritz as though I lived there, being there so often with friends, and I soon found Aunt Hannah and Dulcie. They were alone in a cosy private tea room leading out of one of the large rooms which is but seldom used, having tea. I saw Aunt Hannah stiffen as I approached. I saw, too, and this disturbed me far more, that Dulcie had been weeping. Her eyes were still quite moist. "What do you wish, Mr. Berrington?" Aunt Hannah inquired starchily, sitting bolt upright in her chair as I approached. I detest the use of the word "wish" in place of "want." I don't know why, but I always associate it with prim, prudish, highly conventional old ladies. "I have come to explain everything, and to set your mind at rest," I said, trying to speak lightly and intentionally saying "mind" instead of "minds," for I did not want Dulcie to suppose that I thought she shared her aunt's grotesque belief in this matter the belief that I actually had sent that hateful telegram. "I hope you will succeed," Aunt Hannah observed, then shut her lips tightly. She did not offer me a cup of tea, but I feigned not to notice this paltry affront, and proceeded briefly to relate what had just taken place at the post office. At last, when I had, as I thought, completely cleared my character, I stopped speaking. To my surprise, the old lady remained as unbending as ever. "I don't know why I've gone to the trouble of telling you all this," I said, hiding the mortification I felt. "But you see, at any rate, that I had an explanation to offer, though I grant you that at present it can only be a partial one. That is no fault of mine, however." "Partial? Yes, it certainly is that," muttered the old lady. Aunt Hannah had small green eyes, and they seemed to snap. She still sat up stiffly, her entire aspect rigid. This, I thought, is the limit. Decidedly the moment of battle has arrived. Indeed, the initial encounter had already taken place. I don't mind confessing that my spirit quailed for an instant. Then, realizing that I was up against it, my courage returned. My engagement to Dulcie hung in the balance. I must face the music. Perhaps at first I overdid it, but something is to be conceded to nervousness. Aunt Hannah kept tapping her teaspoon against her saucer with nervous little taps. The constant small noise was very irritating. Determined to stop it, I leant suddenly forward across the little table till my face was close to Aunt Hannah's. Anger boiled in my heart. Sympathy for Dulcie rose up and flooded my mind. Though I allowed my most charming boudoir smile to overspread my face, it was all I could do not to seize hold of that old lady and shake her. Inwardly, I craved to grasp her lean wrists in a firm grip and force her to listen to reason. A dear, Dulcie had sometimes called her. A dear she might be when in a nice mood, but in the peevish vein she was now in, her obstinacy held a particularly maddening quality. "You know," I said, still smiling hypocritically, "you are really trying to disbelieve me now. You are trying to make mischief between Dulcie and me, and you enjoy it." And I glanced in the direction of my darling, whose eyes were shining strangely. "Why don't you answer?" I went on, as Aunt Hannah remained silent. I could hear her gulping with rage. At last she spoke. "What impudence! What unwarrantable impudence!" The words were shot from between her teeth. You dare to speak to me like this? You "After all, Miss Challoner," I cut in, "it's true. I no more sent that or any telegram to Dulcie than I am flying over the moon at this moment. And if you still disbelieve me, at least tell me why. Yes, I must know. Don't evade an answer. You have something else in your mind, I can see that, and I am not going to rest until I know what that something is." "Oh, you very rude young man!" she burst out. "Yes, you shall know what it is. If, as you say, the telegram was not sent by you, and I suppose I must believe you, why was it not sent to Sir Roland? Such a telegram should have been sent to him, and not to his daughter. If the stolen property had been found, it was for him to come to town, or even for me to, but certainly it was not Dulcie's place to go gallivanting about in London. Now, I maintain it was sent to Dulcie because the sender knew Sir Roland to be away from home, and who but you knew him to be away? He left only yesterday, and he should return to night. You knew because, so my niece tells me, she told you in a letter that he was to leave home for a day." "My niece!" Really, Aunt Hannah was qualifying for an opera bouffe. Just then she knocked her spoon so loudly against her cup that it startled me. "Don't worry, Dulcie," I said, seeing how distressed she looked. "You believe I didn't send it, anyway. I don't mind what anybody else thinks," I added spitefully. "The mystery will be cleared up sooner or later, and he laughs longest you know the rest. Only one thing I wonder," I ended, again facing Aunt Hannah. "If you thought that, why did you bring Dulcie up to town? Why didn't you leave her at Holt and come up alone?" "I will tell you why," she snapped back. "Because, wilful and disobedient as she has always been, she refused to stay at Holt and let me come up alone." Dulcie looked at me without answering, and I read love and confidence in her eyes. That was all I really cared to know, and the look afforded me immense relief. I felt there was no good purpose to be served by remaining there longer, so after shaking hands warmly with Dulcie, to the manifold disapproval of Aunt Hannah, who stared at me frigidly and barely even bowed as I took my leave, I sauntered out into Piccadilly. My thoughts wandered. They were not, I must say, of the happiest. Obviously there was an enemy somewhere. It might be enemies. But who could they be? Why should we have, for Dulcie suffered equally, an enemy? What reason could anyone have for wishing to make Dulcie or me or any of the Challoners unhappy? Everybody I knew who knew them seemed to love them, particularly the tenantry. Sir Roland was looked up to and respected by both county folk and villagers for miles around Holt Stacey, while Dulcie was literally adored by men and women alike, or so I believed. True, old Aunt Hannah sometimes put people out, owing to her eccentricities and her irascible temper, but then they mostly looked upon her as a rather queer old lady, and made allowances for her. And she had not, I felt sure, an enemy in the countryside. As for myself, well, I could not recollect ever doing any particularly bad turn. I had my likes and dislikes among the people I knew, naturally. Then suddenly a thought struck me my engagement to Dulcie. Could that be? I smiled as I dismissed the thought. It seemed too grotesque. No. Once and for all I decided that the whole affair could have nothing to do with any kind of personal animosity. Criminals were at work, desperate criminals perhaps, and Osborne and Dulcie and I had chanced to prove very useful as pawns in some scheme of theirs for securing plunder. I glanced at my watch. It was just 5 o'clock. Concluding that Jack Osborne must now be at his rooms, I drove to the Russell Hotel. Yes, he particularly wanted to see me. Would I please go up at once, the clerk said, when he had telephoned up my name and my inquiry if Mr. Osborne were at home to anybody. Easterton was with him still. A doctor was on the point of leaving as I entered the room where Jack sat in his dressing gown in a big chair, drinking a cup of soup. Already he looked better, I thought, than when I had seen him at the house in Grafton Street, barely 2 hours before. After exchanging a few remarks with him, and being assured by Easterton that the doctor had said that Jack might now see anyone he pleased, I came straight to the question of the telegram, repeating to him almost word for word what I had told Aunt Hannah. For nearly a minute after I had stopped speaking he did not utter. He appeared to be thinking deeply, judging by the way his brows were knit. Then, suddenly looking straight at me, he said: "Mike, I don't like this business. I don't like it at all. There's something radically wrong about the whole thing. Now, look here, you know that when I say a thing I mean it. Therefore I tell you this, I am going to set to work as soon as I have quite recovered from the nightmare I have been through, to discover what is happening. I am going to solve every detail of this mystery, and if there is some gang of scoundrels at work committing burglaries and what not, because I feel quite sure this affair is in some way connected with the robbery at Holt, I am going to get them convicted. The doctor tells me I shall be perfectly all right in a couple of days. I have nothing to do. You have nothing to do. Will you join me in this attempt I am going to make to track these men down? I hear it said that you are engaged to be married to Dulcie Challoner. If that's so, then you should be even more anxious than I am to get this gang arrested. The police say it must be a gang. They have looted some thousands of pounds worth of jewellery which practically belonged to Dulcie Challoner. Think what it will mean to her if through your efforts all that is restored to her. Besides, she will think you a hero, I mean an even greater hero than she already considers you, most likely. I confess I don't agree with her, old man. You are a very good chap. But a hero? No. Say then, will you help me in this search? It may prove exciting, too. On the other hand, it may not." Jack's breezy manner and almost boyish enthusiasm appealed to me. After all, I had, as he said, nothing on earth to do. I often wished I had, and I was rather keen on anything that might lead to or savour of adventure. Though I was engaged to Dulcie, there were family reasons why the marriage could not take place at once, and then I thought again of what Jack had said about the stolen jewels. Dulcie was still greatly upset at their loss, and there was even the possibility, I thought with a smile, that if I were directly or indirectly responsible for their recovery, Aunt Hannah might eventually deign again to smile upon me, which would, of course, give me great joy. "Yes, old chap," I said, "I'll do anything you jolly well like. I'm sick of doing nothing." "First rate," he answered. "Then that's settled. I've all sorts of ideas and theories about the Holt Manor robbery, and this affair of mine, and that telegram to day, and other things that have happened. Some you know about, some you don't. I have a friend who was for 20 years at Scotland Yard, George Preston, wonderful chap, knows London upside down and inside out, and now he's kicking his heels with nothing to do he'll be only too glad to earn a bit. You might ring him up for me now, and ask him to come here to-morrow." Somebody knocked, and I went to the door, Jack having told me that he did not want to see anybody likely to bore him. It was only an hotel messenger. The clerk in the office had tried to ring up the room, he said, but could get no answer. Turning, I saw that Jack had forgotten to replace the receiver the last time he had spoken. "What do you want?" I asked. The messenger said that a young gentleman had just called. He wanted to see a Mr. Berrington, who was probably with Mr. Osborne. "What about?" I said. "And didn't he give his name?" "He wouldn't say what about, sir, though he was asked. He said it was most important. He said to say, Mr. Richard Challoner." "Dick!" I exclaimed. "Good heavens, what is Dick doing up in London?" "Oh, go down," I said to the messenger, "and send him up at once." "It's Dick Challoner," I said, turning to Osborne and Easterton. "Sir Roland's boy, the little chap I told you about who behaved so pluckily when the thieves at Holt got hold of him. I wonder what he's doing in town, and why he wants to see me." Then I sat down, lit a cigarette, and waited. I little suspected what an amazing story I was about to hear. Chapter 8. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapter 9 of The Four Faces by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 9. The Snare. Dick's face bore a broad grin as he entered the room. He looked dreadfully mischievous. Assuming as serious an expression as I could conjure, I said to him: "Why, what's the meaning of this, Dick? How do you come to be in town? Are you with Aunt Hannah?" "It's all right, brother-in-law," he answered lightly. "No, I am not with Aunt Hannah, nor is Aunt Hannah with me. I have come up on my own." "On your own? What do you mean?" "I'll tell you, but won't you introduce me, Mike?" "Easterton," I said, "this is Roland Challoner's boy, Dick. Jack, this is the boy I told you about who was chloroformed by the thieves at Holt." Jack's eyes rested on Dick. Then he put out his hand. "Come here, old chap," he said in his deep voice. For several moments he held Dick's hand in his while he sat looking at him. "Yes," he said at last, "I have heard about you, Dick. I heard about what you did that day those men caught you. Keep that spirit up, my boy. Your family has never lacked pluck, if history is to be trusted, and you'll become one of the kind of men England so badly needs. What are you doing in London? Is your father with you?" "No, I have come up on my own," Dick repeated. "I am going to tell Mike why in a moment. Are you Mr. Jack Osborne that Mike is always talking to my sister about? Who took Mike to that house, the house where the fire was?" "Yes, I am," Jack answered, laughing. "Why?" "Oh, because my sister didn't like your taking Mike there, you know. She didn't like it a bit. She and Mike are going to be married, you know, and Mike is going to be my brother-in-law." I pounced upon him to make him be quiet, though Easterton and Osborne clamoured that he should be left alone and allowed to say anything he liked, Jack declaring that he wanted to hear more of this romance. At last we all became serious, and then Dick said: "I made a discovery this morning at Holt. There is someone hidden in the old hiding hole close to my father's bedroom." "Hidden in it?" I exclaimed. "Oh, nonsense!" "Your telegram to Dulcie arrived at about 10:30 this morning," he went on, not heeding my remark, "and she and Aunt Hannah at once got ready to go to town. I know what was in the telegram, because Dulcie told me. About an hour after they were gone, I happened to go up to my father's bedroom to fetch something, and when I came out again I noticed an odd sound. At first I couldn't think where it came from. It was like someone breathing very heavily, someone asleep. I stood quite still, and soon I found that it came from the priest's hiding hole. You know it, you have seen it. I went over on tiptoe, got into the angle where the opening to the hole is, and pressed my ear down on the sliding board. I could hear the sound quite well then, somebody breathing awfully heavily. First I thought of sliding back the board and peeping in. Then I decided I wouldn't do that until I'd got somebody else with me. I noticed that the sliding board was unbolted. There is a little bolt on the side of it, you know. So I very quietly pushed forward the bolt, and then went downstairs to look for James or Charles, that's the butler and the footman, you know," he said to Jack. "Cook told me they had both gone into Newbury for the day, and of course father's chauffeur was out with the car. He had taken Aunt Hannah and Dulcie to Holt Stacey to catch the train to London, and I knew that he would take a day off too, because he always does when he gets the chance. Father isn't expected back until to night. So then I went to try to find Churchill or one of the other gardeners, goodness knows where they were hiding themselves. Anyway, I couldn't find them, nor could I find either of the keepers. In fact, I seemed to be the only man on the place." "Well, go on," I said, as he paused. "You were the only man on the place. What did the only man do then?" "I'll tell you if you'll wait a moment. My brother-in-law is always so beastly impatient," he said, turning again to Jack. "Don't you find him like that, Mr. Osborne?" "I do always. But go on, old boy. I'm very interested." "And so am I," Easterton laughed. "Of course, it was no use telling cook or the maids. They'd have got what cook calls styrics or something. So then it suddenly struck me the best thing for me to do would be to come right up to town and find Aunt Hannah and tell her. I knew where she'd be, because you'd said in your telegram 430 Grafton Street. I didn't know where Grafton Street was, but I thought I could find out. I borrowed money from cook for the railway ticket, though I didn't tell her what I wanted it for, or she wouldn't have given it to me. And directly after lunch I bicycled to Holt Stacey Station and caught the train. I got to Grafton Street all right, by a bus down Bond Street. There was a policeman standing near the house in Grafton Street, and when I rang the bell he came up and asked me what I wanted. I told him, and he said he thought I'd find the two ladies I wanted at the Ritz Hotel. I knew where that was, and he showed me the way to get to it, down Dover Street. Of course, if I'd had money I'd have taken taxis and got about much quicker. A giant in livery at the Ritz Hotel told me that two ladies answering to the description of the ladies I sought had left the hotel about a quarter of an hour before I got there, and he didn't know where they had gone. Then I went to Brooks's to see if you were there, but you weren't, though they said you'd been there. That put the lid on it. I didn't know what to do, and I'd only got tenpence ha'penny left. I was awfully hungry, so I went and had tea and buns at the ABC shop at Piccadilly Circus. While I was having tea, I remembered hearing you tell Dulcie that Mr. Osborne lived at the Russell Hotel. I'd have telephoned to Mr. Osborne and explained who I was, and asked him if he could tell me where I could find you, and I'd have telephoned too to your flat in South Molton Street to ask if you were there, but I've got only fivepence ha'penny left after tea, and you might both have been out, and then I'd have had only a penny ha'penny, and Paddington seemed an awfully long way to walk to, and I wasn't quite sure of the way, so I'd have had to keep asking, and that's such a bore, isn't it? So after the tea I got on to the Tube and came here and asked for Mr. Osborne. The man downstairs told me two gentlemen were with him, and I asked him what they were like. He told me as well as he could, and I guessed from the description one of them must be you, and then, just after the messenger had come up to ask if it was you and to tell you I was there, another hotel man turned up downstairs, and I talked to him. And he said he knew a Mr. Berrington was with Mr. Osborne because he, the man, had telephoned up your name a little while before, and Mr. Osborne had said to show you up, and so here I am, and that's all." He stopped abruptly, breathless after his long talk, which had been delivered without an instant's pause. "For your age you seem fairly intelligent," Jack said, with a look of amusement. "Yes, fairly," Dick retorted. "But my brother-in-law says that when he was my age, the world was a much better and finer place, that the boys did wonderful things when he was my age. He says, for instance, that he talked Latin and Greek and German and French and one or two other languages just as you talk English, Mr. Osborne, when he was my age. Funny how he has forgotten them all, isn't it? My sister told me only yesterday that Mike talks French fluently, but that his German leaves much to be desired. Those were her words. Were all the boys wonderful when you were my age, too, Mr. Osborne? Can you remember? Another thing Mike says is that, when he was my age, all boys were taught to swim by being taken to the ends of piers and flung into the sea. Mike says he was taught like that, just as the rest were, and that he jolly well had to swim, or he'd have been drowned, which seems pretty obvious, doesn't it, when you come to think of it? When did the fashion of teaching boys to swim like that go out, Mr. Osborne? I'm jolly glad it has gone out." When I had succeeded in checking Dick's flow of talk and quelling his high spirits, and had questioned him further with regard to the man he declared to be in hiding at Holt, though without my being able to obtain from him any further information, I turned to Jack. "What do you make of it?" I said. "What do you suggest ought to be done?" "I think," he answered after a moment's pause, "that it affords an excellent excuse for you to run down to Holt to night." "Oh, good!" Dick exclaimed, jumping with excitement. "And there's a train at 7:15 that we can catch. It gets to Holt Stacey at 5 minutes to 8." Jack glanced up at the clock. "In 3/4 of an hour's time," he said. That will suit you, Mike, and you'll be glad, I know, of the excuse to go down to Holt to see the flowers and things. Don't think, I suppose, for a moment that you want to see either Dulcie Challoner or the old lady you call Aunt Hannah. But still, if you should see them, and of course you will." "Oh, he'll see them right enough," Dick burst out. "Especially my sister. There aren't any flies on my brother-in-law, you bet." I boxed Dick's ears, but he didn't seem to mind. Perhaps I didn't box them very hard, for instead of howling, as he ought to have done, he looked up at me sharply and exclaimed: "Then you're coming down to Holt now? Hooray! We'll go down together. How ripping! I'll telephone to say you're coming, and say to get your room ready," and he sprang across the room to the instrument by the bedside. I stopped him, gripping him by the shoulder, though not before he had pulled off the receiver, and called through to the operator: "Trunks, please." "You'll do nothing of the sort," I said. "And look here, Dick, you are in Mr. Osborne's rooms, and not in your own playroom, so don't forget it." I felt greatly preoccupied as the train sped down to Berkshire, anxious, too, about many things, not the least of these being how I should be received. Would Sir Roland have returned? Would Aunt Hannah have told him everything? If so, would he have adopted her view with regard to the sending of that telegram, and with regard to other matters? And Dulcie? Would she at last have come to think as Aunt Hannah thought? I could not believe she would have, but still, as I have said, women are so extraordinary that there is no knowing what they may not do, no accounting for what they may do. Knowing there would be no conveyance obtainable at Holt Stacey, I had decided to go on to Newbury. On alighting at Newbury I suddenly heard Dick's shrill voice calling: "Why, Mike, there's father!" Sir Roland had just got out of a compartment further up the train, and soon we were in conversation. He, too, had come from London, but whereas Dick and I had only just caught the train, Sir Roland had, he said, entered it as soon as it came into the station, which accounted for our not having seen him at Paddington. As we walked along the Newbury platform, I explained to him very briefly the reason I had come down, and how it was I had Dick with me, inwardly congratulating myself upon my good fortune in thus meeting Sir Roland, and so being able to explain everything to him concerning what had happened that day, before he should meet his sister and hear what she would tell him. "It was only at the last moment I decided to come by this train," Sir Roland said as he entered the taxi that a porter had hailed, and I followed him while Dick hopped in after us. "How tiresome it is one can't get a conveyance at Holt Stacey. People are for ever complaining to me about it. As I have not telegraphed for the car to meet me, I had to come on to Newbury." "I came to Newbury for the same reason," I said, and then, as the taxi rolled swiftly along the dark lanes, for we had a 12 miles run before us, I gave Sir Roland a detailed account of all that had happened that day, from the time Easterton had rung me up at my flat to tell me of Jack Osborne's disappearance, and to ask me to come to him at once, down to the sudden and unexpected arrival of Dick at Jack's rooms at the Russell Hotel. Sir Roland was astounded, and a good deal perturbed. Several times during the course of my narrative he had interrupted in order to put some question or other to Dick. At first he had reproved him for going to London on what Dick called his own, but when I told him more he admitted that what the boy had done he had done probably for the best. "Oh, I haven't told you one thing," Dick suddenly interrupted. "Well, what?" Sir Roland asked. "When I was on my way to Holt Stacey this morning, Mrs. Stapleton passed me in her car. I was on that part of the road, about a mile from the lodge, where if you look round you can see a long bit of the avenue. I wondered if Mrs. Stapleton were going to Holt by any chance, so I bicycled rather slowly for a minute or two, and looked round once or twice. I had guessed right, because all at once I saw her car going up the avenue." "Are you sure it was Mrs. Stapleton?" I asked, suddenly interested. "Oh, quite. But I don't think she saw me, her car went by so fast." "Was anybody with her?" "No, she was alone. The chauffeur was driving." "And the car that went up the drive, are you sure it was the same?" "Positive. That long grey car of hers, I'd know it anywhere. You can recognize it ever so far away." We were half a mile from the lodge now. Soon we had shot through the open gates, and were sliding up the splendid avenue. I felt intensely excited. also happier than when in the train, for I knew I now possessed Sir Roland's entire confidence. Delicious was it to think that in a few minutes I should see Dulcie again, but what excited me, and I knew it must be exciting Sir Roland too, was the thought of that man, or would it prove to be a woman, lying concealed in the hiding hole. Who could it be? How long had he been there? How had he got there? And what could he be doing? I had told Sir Roland of the false conclusion Aunt Hannah had come to with regard to the sending of that typed telegram, and how bitterly she had spoken to me about it. I had thought it best to prepare him for the absurd story that I felt sure Aunt Hannah would proceed to pour into his ear directly she met him. To my relief he had laughed, appearing to treat the matter of her annoyance and suspicion as a joke, though the sending of the telegram he looked upon, naturally, as a very grave matter. Consequently, upon our arrival at Holt, instead of inquiring for his sister, and at once consulting her upon the subject of the day's events, as he would, I knew, have done under ordinary circumstances, he told Charles the footman to send the butler to him at once, and to return with him. We were now in the little library, Sir Roland and myself, Dick, the butler, and the footman, and the door was shut. Without any preliminaries, Sir Roland came straight to the point. He told the two servants of Dick's discovery that morning, told them that presumably the man was still in hiding where Dick had bolted him down, and that the four of us were at once going, as he put it, to unearth the scoundrel. "And you will stay here, Dick," Sir Roland added. "We shall not need your services at this juncture." Dick was, I could see, deeply disappointed at, as he put it to me in an undertone, being sidetracked like this by the governor when it was I who marked the beggar to ground. But his father's word was law, and he knew it. "Never mind, my dear old chap," I said, as I noticed a slight quiver of the upper lip. "Directly we've unearthed him and got him safely bagged, I'll come and tell you what he looks like and all about him. You see, your father doesn't want to run unnecessary risks. You're the only boy he's got, and this man may be armed. You would be annoyed if the fellow were to make holes in you, and I should be vexed too, greatly vexed." Dick laughed at that, and when, a minute later, we left him, he was happier in his mind. No sound was audible as we stood above the priest's hole, listening intently. This hiding place was oddly situated, and ingeniously constructed. In an angle formed by two walls with old oak wainscoting was a sliding floor. In reality it was a single board, but it was made to resemble so exactly several boards set parallel and horizontally that none could believe it to be a single board unless they were shown. Immediately beneath was a room, or closet, not much bigger than a very large cupboard, which could accommodate 3 men standing or 2 seated. In olden days this sliding board was covered with tapestry, and being made in such a way that, when stamped upon or struck, no hollow sound was emitted, it formed a safe place of concealment for any outlawed person for whom the emissaries of the law might be in search. To this day the board slides away into the wall as sweetly as it did in the days of the Reformation. But Sir Roland, owing to an accident having once occurred through someone leaving the hole uncovered, had affixed a small bolt to the board and given orders that this bolt should always be kept pushed into its socket. When we had all stood listening for fully a minute, Sir Roland said suddenly: "Charles, draw the bolt and slide back the board. Get back, James!" he exclaimed sharply to the butler, who, in his anxiety to see what would be revealed, was bending forward. "Do you want to be shot? Whoever the man may be, he is pretty sure to be armed." An instant later the board had vanished into the wall, and Sir Roland stood peering down, exactly as he had warned his butler not to do. "By Jove!" he exclaimed. Casting prudence aside, we all pressed forward and looked down into the hole. Huddled in a heap at the bottom was a man in hunting kit, white breeches, top boots, and pink coat. Sitting along the floor he was bent almost double, so that we could not see his face. "Hullo!" Sir Roland called out. "Who are you? What are you doing there?" But the figure didn't move. At one end of the hiding hole a ladder was nailed vertically. The feet of the man touched its lowest rung. Turning, Sir Roland began carefully to descend. "Let me, sir!" the butler exclaimed excitedly. "Let me! It's not safe. He may attack you, sir." Without answering, Sir Roland continued to clamber down. Now he stood upon the floor of the hiding hole at the foot of the figure. We saw him stoop, raise the man's head, and bend the body upward until the back rested against the other end of the hole. An exclamation escaped us simultaneously. The face was that of a man of 27 or so, though the stubbly beard and moustache, apparently a week's growth or more, at first gave the idea that he was much older. The eyes were closed and sunken. The mouth gaped. The face was deathly pale and terribly emaciated. "By Gad!" gasped Sir Roland, as he took hold of the wrist and felt for the pulse. "My Gad, I think he's dead!" Chapter 9. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 10 of The Four Faces by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 10 narrates a confession. Half an hour later, the man found in the hiding hole lay upon a bed in one of the spare rooms. Though not dead, he had, when discovered, been in the last stage of exhaustion. The doctor telephoned for had at once discovered that what we already suspected was true. The man's left ankle was very badly sprained. It must, he said, have been sprained 10 or 12 days previously. In addition, the man was almost like a skeleton. "You found him not an hour too soon," the doctor said when, after completing his diagnosis, and giving instructions concerning the treatment of his patient to the nurse who had just arrived, he rejoined us in the smoking room downstairs. "He is in a state of complete collapse. For days he has evidently not touched food." He looked at us in turn with an odd expression as he said this. He was clearly mystified at finding a man at Holt Manor dying of starvation. A starving man dressed for the chase, a man obviously of refinement, and undoubtedly to be described as a gentleman. Sir Roland decided under the circumstances to tell the doctor everything: how the man's presence had been discovered by Dick, how we had afterwards found him lying upon the floor of the hiding hole, apparently dead, and how, with the help of ropes, we had finally pulled him out. The doctor had, of course, heard of the robbery at Holt nearly a fortnight before, and he at once put two and two together. For 2 days the stranger quivered between life and death. 2 nurses were in constant attendance, and the doctor called frequently. It was on the afternoon of the 3rd day that he expressed a desire to talk to Sir Roland. He had, until then, been allowed to speak only a word or two. He wanted, he said, to speak with Sir Roland alone, but to this Sir Roland would not agree. "If you want to speak to me, you can speak quite freely before this gentleman," he said. I was in the room at the time. At first the man seemed distressed, but at last, finding that Sir Roland would make no concession, he said in a weak voice: "I'm dying, Sir Roland. I feel it. And before I go there are things I should like to say to you, things that it may be to your advantage to hear." His voice, I noticed, had in it the timbre peculiar to the voices of men of education. "Say anything you like," Sir Roland answered coldly. "You have been exceedingly kind to me. There are men who, finding me in concealment as you found me, and after what has happened in this house, would at once have called in the police. You may believe me or not, but I am extremely grateful to you. And I want to show my gratitude in the only way I can." He paused for nearly a minute, then continued: "Sir Roland, I will tell you as much as I am justified in telling you about the robbery. But first, has anybody concerned in it been arrested?" Sir Roland shook his head. "Nobody as yet," he answered. "The police have not discovered even the smallest clue." "I and another were in your bedroom when your son suddenly sprang from behind the screen," the stranger went on. "Again, you may believe me or not, but I tried to prevent my companion from doing him any injury. It was I who put the chloroform on the boy, but I did him no other harm, I swear, sir." I saw Sir Roland's eyes blaze. Then, as his glance rested upon the stranger's starved, almost ashen face, it seemed to be gradually growing livid, the sternness of his expression relaxed. "How came you to be in hiding here?" he asked abruptly. "How many accomplices had you?" "7," the stranger replied without an instant's hesitation. "The robbery was carefully planned. It was planned so carefully that it seemed without the bounds of possibility that it could fail to succeed. I and others were at your hunt breakfast." "Were your accomplices all men?" I interrupted sharply. The man's stare met mine. He looked at me with, I thought, singular malevolence. "They were not," he said quietly. He turned again to Sir Roland. "Just after your son had been rendered unconscious, I had the misfortune to slip up on the polished floor and sprain my ankle badly. No sooner did my companion realize what had happened than he snatched from me all the stolen property I held, in spite of my endeavour to prevent him, then emptied my pockets and left me. Dismayed at being thus deserted, for unless I could hide at once I must, I knew, quickly be discovered, I crawled out of the room on all fours, and along the landing as far as the angle where the hiding place is. The hole was opened. We had opened it before entering your room, lest we might be surprised and suddenly forced to hide. Almost as I reached it I heard somebody coming. Instantly I scrambled down and slid the board over my head." "How came you to know of the existence and the whereabouts of the hiding hole at all?" Sir Roland inquired, eyeing the stranger suspiciously. "That I do not wish to tell. I hoped ultimately to be rescued by my accomplices, and for that reason I made no sound which might have revealed my presence. My ankle had swollen considerably, and confined in my riding boot, which I couldn't pull off, it gave me intense pain. To clamber out unaided was consequently an impossibility, so there I lay, slowly starving, hoping, night after night, that my accomplices would force an entrance into the house and rescue me, for my companion who left me must have guessed where I was in hiding. We had agreed, as I have said, to seek concealment in that hole should either of us be driven to hide in order to escape detection." "Was the man who deserted you the man who deliberately strained my boy's arm by twisting it?" Sir Roland asked. "Yes." "What is his name?" "Gastrell. Hugesson Gastrell. That's the name the brute is known by. He always was a blackguard, a perisher. I shall refuse to betray any of the others. They are my friends. But Hugesson Gastrell, don't forget that name, Sir Roland. You may some day be very glad I told it to you. The man of the four faces." He paused. He seemed suddenly to be growing weaker. As we sat there, watching him, I could not help, in a sense, feeling pity for the fellow, and I knew that Sir Roland felt the same. It seemed terrible to find a man like this, quite young he was certainly under 30, a man with the unmistakable cachet of public school and university, engaged in a career of infamy. What was his life story, I wondered, as I looked at him, noting how refined his features were, what well-shaped hands he had. Why had he sunk so low? Above all, who was he? For certainly he was no ordinary malefactor. Suddenly he turned on his back, wincing with pain as he did so. He had been lying partly on his side. "I can't betray my friend, Sir Roland," he murmured, "but believe me when I say I am deeply grateful for your kindness to me. I was not always what I am now, you know." His voice grew weaker still. "Not always an adventurer. A criminal, if you will. Yes, I am a criminal, and have been for many years. Unconvicted as yet, but none the less a criminal. I was once what you are, Sir Roland. I took pride in being a gentleman, and in calling myself one. Educated at Marlborough and at Trinity, but why should I bore you with my story, eh, Sir Roland? Why should I bore you with ah, the four faces, the four faces!" he repeated. His eyes rolled strangely, then looked dully up at the ceiling. What did he mean by the four faces? Did he refer to the medallion worn by Gastrell? His mind was beginning to wander. He muttered and murmured for a minute, then again his words became articulate. "Jasmine, oh, Jasmine, my darling, I love you so!" I started. "Jasmine, if only you would oh, yes, that is all I ask, all I want, my darling woman, all I you remember it all, don't you? Yes, oh, it was her fault. He wouldn't otherwise have killed her. Oh, no, discovery is impossible. It was quite unrecognizable. The four faces, ha, ha! I myself saw it, black, charred beyond all hope of recognition. He did right to. Dear, I should have done the same." Between these scraps of sentences were words impossible to catch the meaning of, so indistinctly were they uttered, some being said beneath his breath, some muttered and inarticulate, some little more than murmurings. He moved restlessly on the bed. Then his eyes slowly closed, and for a minute he lay still. And then, all at once, he seemed to spring back into life. "Mother!" he shouted suddenly in quite a strong voice. He started up in bed and now sat erect and still, his wide stretched eyes staring straight before him. The nurse had, at Sir Roland's request, left the room before the stranger had begun to speak to him. Now, opening the door quickly, Sir Roland called to her to return. The stranger's eyes were fixed. Motionless he sat there glaring, as it seemed to us, at some figure facing him. Instinctively we followed the direction of his gaze, but naught was visible to us save the artistic pattern upon the pink-tinted wall-paper opposite the foot of the bed. His lips were slightly parted now. We saw them move as though he spoke rapidly, but no words came. And then, all at once, he smiled. "The four faces," he repeated, almost inaudibly. It was not a vacant smile, not the smile of a man mentally deficient, but a smile charged with meaning, with intelligent expression. A smile of delight, of greeting. A smile full of love. It was the first time we had seen a smile, or anything approaching one, upon his face, and in an instant it revealed how handsome the man had been. "Mother!" This time the word was only murmured, a murmur so low as to be barely audible. The fellow's pyjama jacket, one Sir Roland Challoner had lent to him, had become unfastened at the throat, and now I noticed that a thin gold chain was round his neck, and that from it there depended a flat, circular locket. Sir Roland was seated close beside the bed. Almost as I noticed this locket he saw it too. I saw him bend forward a little, and take it in his fingers, and turn it over. I could see it distinctly from where I sat. Upon the reverse side was a miniature, the portrait of a woman of 45 or so, very beautiful still, a striking face of singular refinement. Yes, there could be no doubt whatever. The eyes of the miniature bore a striking likeness to the stranger's, which now gazed at nothing with that fixed, unmeaning stare. I had noticed Sir Roland raised his eyebrows. Now he sat staring intently at the miniature which lay flat upon the palm of his hand. At last he let it drop and turned to me, while the stranger still sat upright in the bed, gazing still at something he seemed to see before him. "I believe I have discovered his identity," Sir Roland whispered. "I recognize the portrait in that locket. I couldn't possibly mistake it, seeing that years ago I knew the original well. It's a miniature of Lady Logan, who died some years ago. Her husband, Lord Logan, was a gambler, a spendthrift, and a drunkard, and he treated her with abominable cruelty. They had one child, a son. I remember the son sitting on my knee when he was quite a little chap. He couldn't at that time have been more than 5 or 6. He went to Marlborough, I know. Then crammed for the army, but failed to pass. And yet he was undoubtedly clever. His father became infuriated upon hearing that he had not qualified, and, in a fit of drunkenness, turned him with curses out of the house, forbidding him ever to return, in spite of Lady Logan's pleading on the lad's behalf. The lad had from infancy been passionately devoted to his mother, though he couldn't bear his father. The mother died soon afterwards, of a broken heart it was said, and Lord Logan survived her only a few months, dying eventually of delirium tremens. Upon his death the little money he left was swallowed up in paying his debts. The son, whose name was Harold, didn't show up even at the funerals. None knew where he was or what had become of him. It was generally believed that he had gone abroad, and Logan's executors thought it probable that the son had not had news of either his mother's or his father's death. Altogether it was a very sad story, and He checked himself, for the stranger had turned his head and was looking at us. Never shall I forget the infinite pathos of his expression at that moment. There was something in the face which betrayed misery and dejection so abject that for days afterwards the look haunted me. Again I saw the lips move, but no sound came. He had sunk back upon his pillows. Once more his eyes gazed fixedly at the ceiling. Some moments later the mouth gaped, the lips turned slowly blue, a dull, leaden hue spread over the pale features. The nurse hurried forward, but there was nothing to be done. Harold Logan, Lord Logan's wastrel son, was dead. End of chapter 10. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapter 11 of The Four Faces by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 11 concerns Mrs. Stapleton. 10 days had passed since the events I had set down in the previous chapter, and still no clue of any kind had been obtained to the robbers at Holt or the perpetrators of the outrage at the house in Grafton Street. Nor indeed had any light been thrown upon the mystery of the forged telegram, while the incident of the discovery of the charred body of a murdered woman among the débris of the house in Maresfield Gardens, destroyed by fire on Christmas Eve, had, to all intents, been entirely forgotten. In the firelight in a small room leading out of the large library, Dulcie and I sat and talked. Perched on the broad arm of a giant padded chair, swinging her small, grey spatted feet to and fro, she glanced at me moodily, replying in monosyllables to most of my remarks. Presently I rose with a gesture of annoyance and began to pace the floor. It was not a comfortable atmosphere by any means, metaphorically. In point of fact, Dulcie and I quarrelled. We had quarrelled during our afternoon walk over the hard frozen snow to a neighbouring hamlet to take a deserving widow a can of soup, and old Captain Barnacle in Wheatsheaf Lane a promising Christmas pudding. The cause of our quarrel was a curious one. Though Aunt Hannah appeared to have overcome her belief concerning the telegram she had felt so certain I had sent, I felt that she was now prejudiced against me. Why, heaven only knew. Her manner towards me, as well as her expression, and the way she spoke to me, all betrayed this. Women dislike being proved in the wrong even more than men do, and the conclusion I had come to was that Aunt Hannah would never forgive my having, in a sense, made her eat her words and look ridiculous. It was on the subject of Aunt Hannah, then, that Dulcie and I had begun our quarrel, for Dulcie had stood up for her when I condemned her. That I condemned her rather bitterly, I admit. From that we had presently come to talk of Mrs. Stapleton, for whom Dulcie had suddenly developed a most extraordinary infatuation. On the morning that Dick, on his way to the station, had passed Mrs. Stapleton in her car, Mrs. Stapleton had called at Holt and asked to see Dulcie. At that moment Dulcie was in the train with Aunt Hannah, on her way to London in response to the telegram. The widow had then asked to see Aunt Hannah Challoner, and then Sir Roland. Upon hearing that all three were absent from home, she had asked if she might come into the house to write a note to Dulcie, and the maid who had opened the door to her, the butler and footman having, as we know, gone into Newbury, had politely but firmly refused to admit her, declaring that she had orders to admit nobody whomsoever. This refusal had apparently annoyed Mrs. Stapleton a good deal, and on the same evening she had called again, and again asked to see Dulcie, who by that time had returned. It was while she was alone with Dulcie in her boudoir that Sir Roland and Dick and I had returned to Holt, and that the stranger, whom we knew to have been Lord Logan's son, had been discovered in the hiding hole. Mrs. Stapleton had remained with Dulcie for over an hour, and during that hour it was that she had apparently cast a spell of her personality over Dulcie. It was on the subject of this infatuation of Dulcie's that Dulcie and I had ended by quarrelling rather seriously. "I won't hear a word said against her," Dulcie suddenly declared impetuously, kicking her heel viciously against the chair. "I think she is the most fascinating woman I have ever met, and the more you abuse her the more I shall stand up for her. So there!" "Abuse her!" I answered irritably. "When did I abuse her? Repeat one word of abuse that I have uttered against her. You know quite well that I haven't said a syllable that you can twist into abuse. All I have said is that I mistrust her, and that I think it a pity you should for ever be metaphorically sitting on her skirts, as you have been during the past few days. "And you don't call that abuse?" Dulcie retorted. "Then tell me, what do you call it?" I myself like Mrs. Stapleton. "Up to a point," I answered, evading the question. "She is capital company and all that, but—" "But what?" Dulcie asked quickly, as I hesitated. "But who is she? And where does she come from? How is it that nobody about here, and apparently nobody in town either, knows anything at all about her? Such an attractive looking woman, young, apparently well off, and a widow. Surely somebody ought to know something or other about her if she is quite well, quite all right. It's most singular that she shouldn't have any friends at all among our rather large circle of acquaintance." "I shall tell her just what you have said about her," Dulcie exclaimed quite hotly. "I never thought you were that kind, Michael. Never. You pride yourself upon being broad minded. You have often told me so. And yet because Tom, Dick and Harry don't know all about poor Mrs. Stapleton, who her husband was, who her parents were, and where she comes from, you immediately become suspicious and begin to wonder all sorts of horrid things about her." "My dear Dulcie," I said, becoming suddenly quite calm, so anxious was I to soothe her at any cost, for I hated our falling out like this. "You put words into my mouth I never spoke, and thoughts into my mind which never occurred to me. I have said only one thing, and I shall say it again. I mistrust Mrs. Stapleton, and I advise you to be on your guard against her." The door opened at that moment, and Charles, entering, announced "Mrs. Stapleton." "Oh, Connie, how glad I am you've come!" Dulcie burst out, jumping off the arm of the big chair impetuously, and hurrying forward to meet the widow, who at once embraced her affectionately. "We were just this instant talking about you. Isn't that strange?" "And I hope not saying nasty things, as I have reason to believe some of my friends do," Mrs. Stapleton answered, with a charming smile, casting a careless glance at me. "But of course I can't imagine you or Mr. Berrington saying anything unpleasant about anybody," she added quickly. "You are both much, much too nice." This was heaping coals of fire upon me, and I believe I winced as Dulcie's eyes met mine for a brief instant, and I noticed the look of scorn that was in them. She did not, however, repeat to Mrs. Stapleton what I had just said about her, as she had threatened to do. Instead, she slipped her arm affectionately through the young widow's, led her over to the big armchair, made her sit down in it, and once more perched herself upon its arm. "Ring for tea, Mike, like a dear," she said to me. Her tone had completely changed. Once more she had become her own delightful self. This sudden volte-face did not, I must admit, in the least surprise me, for I knew what a child of moods she was, how impulsive and impetuous, and I think I loved her the more because she was like that. We now formed, indeed, quite a merry trio. By the time tea was finished Connie Stapleton's magnetic personality must, I think, have begun to affect me to some extent, for I found myself wondering whether, after all, I had not been mistaken in the opinion I had formed that she was a woman one would be well advised not to trust too implicitly, become too intimate with. "And your jewels, dear?" she suddenly asked, as though the recollection of the robbery had but at that instant occurred to her. "Have you recovered any of them? Have the police found any clue?" "Yes," Dulcie answered at once. "The police have a clue, though, as yet, none of the stolen things have been recovered." "Indeed!" I exclaimed. "Why, Dulcie, you never told me that. What is it? What is the clue?" "I forgot to tell you. At least, I should have told you, but you've been so snappy all the afternoon that I thought there was no need," Dulcie answered equivocally. "Well, the clue is merely this. When Churchill, that's the head gardener, you know," she said to Mrs. Stapleton, "was sweeping away the snow in the drive at the back of the house, that narrow drive which leads down the lane that joins the main road to Newbury, just by Stag's Leap, she saw something shining on the ground. He picked it up and found it was a buckle, set in diamonds, as he thought, so when he brought it to me of course he was tremendously excited. He made sure it was one of the stolen bits of jewellery. As a matter of fact, it was one of a set of very old paste buckles which belonged to my mother, and those buckles were among the stolen things." "When did he find it?" Mrs. Stapleton asked, interested. "Why, only a few hours ago. It was just after lunch when he came to me, and he had then only just found it. You see, the ground had been covered with snow ever since the day of the robbery. That was the last day we hunted." Did the gardener say anything else? Had he any theory to account for the buckle being there?" Again it was Mrs. Stapleton who put the question.
"None, Connie," Dulcie answered. "At least, yes," she corrected. "He has a sort of theory, but I don't think much of it. That narrow drive is rarely used, you know. The gate into the lane is nearly always locked. It was unlocked and the gate set open the day the hounds met here in order to save people coming from the direction of Stag's Leap the trouble of going round by the lodge. I don't think all the same that many people came in that way."
"I don't see much theory in that," I observed dryly. Somehow I could not shake off the feeling of irritability that my quarrel with Dulcie during the afternoon had created.
"Naturally, because I haven't yet come to the theory part," Dulcie answered sharply, noticing the tone in which I spoke. "I am coming to it now. Churchill said he happened to come along that drive between about 11 o'clock and half past on the morning of the meet that would be just about the time when everybody was at the breakfast and he distinctly remembers seeing a car drawn up close to the shrubbery. There was nobody in it, he says, but as far as he can recollect it was drawn up at the exact spot where he found the buckle this afternoon. Of course, there was no snow on the ground then."
"Has he any idea what the car was like?" As Connie Stapleton made this inquiry, I happened to glance at her. I could only see her profile, but there was, I thought, something unusual in her expression, something I did not seem to recollect having ever seen in it before. It was not exactly a look of anxiety, rather it was a look of extreme interest, of singular curiosity.
"Churchill is most mysterious and secretive on that point," Dulcie answered. "I asked him to tell me what the car was like, if he had any idea whose it was. He said it was a grey car, but he wouldn't tell me more than that. He said he believed he had hit the line, and would soon be on a hot scent. Try as I would, I couldn't get him to say another word. He asked if he might have this afternoon off, and gave me to understand he wanted to go into Newbury. I believe he is going to try and do a little detective work," she ended with a laugh. "But, as I say, I don't put much faith in any theory Churchill may have formed."
"Well, my dear Dulcie, if you succeed in recovering your jewellery, you know I shall be the first to congratulate you," Mrs. Stapleton said, taking Dulcie's hand and patting it affectionately. "It is too dreadful to think all those lovely things should have been stolen from you, things of such exceptional value to you because of their long association with your family. Oh, how stupid of me!" she suddenly said, interrupting herself. "I have forgotten to tell you what I have come to see you for. I have some friends from town dining with me to night. Some of them are going to stay the night at the Rook, the others will return to town in their cars, and I want you and Mr. Berrington to join us. It's quite an informal little dinner party, so I hope you will forgive my asking you in this off-handed way and at such short notice. The fact is, 2 people telegraphed at lunch time that they wouldn't be able to come, so I thought that if I motored over here I might be able to persuade you to come instead. Will you come, dear? And you, Mr. Berrington? Do say yes. Don't disappoint me when I have come all this way out to try to persuade you. If I were not really anxious that you should join us, I should have telephoned or telegraphed." "Of course. Why, I should love to come!" Dulcie exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. "And Mike will come too. I know he will." "You mean he won't be able to let you be away from him so long," Connie Stapleton said mischievously, and there was something very peculiar in her laugh. It flashed across me at that moment that for an instant or two she looked a singularly wicked woman. Dulcie smiled self-consciously, but said nothing. I knew that she rather disliked any joking allusion being made to our engagement. "May I use your telephone, darling Dulcie?" Connie Stapleton asked suddenly. "I want to tell the hotel people that we shall be the original number. I told them after lunch that we might be too short." Dulcie had a telephone extension in the little room which adjoined her boudoir, and some moments later Mrs. Stapleton was talking rapidly into the transmitter in her smooth, soft voice. She spoke in a tongue that neither of us understood, and when, after she had conversed for over 5 minutes, she hung up the receiver, Dulcie called out to her gaily: "Why, Connie, what language was that?" "Polish," she answered. "Didn't you recognize it? Of course you know that I am Russian." "Russian? Why, no, I hadn't the least idea. I always thought you were not English, although you speak English perfectly. I remember wondering, the first time I met you, to what nationality you belonged, and I came to the conclusion that
Possibly you were Austrian." "No, Russian," Mrs. Stapleton repeated. "I have a Polish maid who speaks hardly any English, and I was talking to her. And now, my dear, I really must be going. What is the exact time?" It was 5 minutes past 6. Dulcie pressed the electric button. "Mrs. Stapleton's car at once," she said, when the footman entered. A few minutes later Mrs. Stapleton's long grey Rolls Royce was gliding noiselessly down the avenue over the snow, its tail lights fast disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 12. Of the Four Faces by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Broad Highway. Had Dulcie consulted me before accepting Mrs. Stapleton's invitation to dinner, I should have improvised some plausible excuse for declining. She had not, however, given me the chance of refusing, for she had then and there accepted for both of us unconditionally, so that I could not, without being rude, make any excuse for staying away. "Dulcie," I said when we were again alone, "I wish you hadn't accepted that invitation without first of all consulting me. I really am not keen to go." "Oh, don't be silly!" she exclaimed joyously, and putting her arms about my neck, she gave me 3 delicious kisses. "We have quarrelled all the afternoon. You were perfectly horrid to me, you know you were. And if we mope here together all the evening, we shall most likely fall out again, and that will be absurd. Besides, I feel just in the humour for a jolly dinner party, and I'm sure any party given by Connie is bound to be jolly, just as jolly as she is. I do think she is such a fascinating person, don't you, Mike? Oh, I am sorry. I quite forget you don't like her." "I have not said that I don't like her. I do like her, Dulcie, in a sense, and up to a point, but I still hold to the opinion I formed of her when I met her first. I wouldn't trust her implicitly." "Never mind, Mike," she cried in high spirits. "We'll set all your prejudices aside to night, and try to enjoy ourselves. I wonder who'll be there. I quite forgot to ask her." "Probably nobody you know, or else she would have told you. She said friends from town, so there are not likely to be any of our friends from about here. We ought to start soon after 7, as she said dinner would be at 8. With the snow as thick as it is, it may take us quite an hour to get to Newbury. 12 miles, remember?" We were the last to arrive, and I confess that the moment we were shown into the room, and I realized who Mrs. Stapleton's other guests were, I mentally upbraided myself for having come, or rather, for having let Dulcie come. The first to whom our hostess introduced Dulcie was Mrs. Gastrell, and directly afterwards she presented to Dulcie Mrs. Gastrell's cousin, as she called him, none other than Hugesson Gastrell, who was standing by. To my surprise Easterton and Jack Osborne were there, and the widow seemed pleased at finding that I knew them. I guessed it was owing to Easterton's being there that Jasmine Gastrell was made to pass as Gastrell's husband. With singular formality she made Dulcie and me acquainted with everybody, which struck me as odd in these days when introductions at dinner parties, receptions and balls have quite gone out of fashion. "Mr. Berrington," Mrs. Stapleton said, taking me across the room to 2 men engaged apparently in earnest conversation, "I want to make you and Lord Cranmere and Mr. Wollaston known to one another," and, interrupting them, she introduced us. There was nothing striking about the Earl of Cranmere. A man past middle age, he had, I thought, a rather weak face. A small fair beard, neatly trimmed and pointed, concealed his chin. As I looked at him I wondered whether, were that beard removed, I could see any chin at all. The short upper lip was hidden by a fair moustache. He had also whiskers. The fair hair, which was rather thin on top, was carefully parted in the middle and plastered down on both sides. His complexion was clear, the complexion of a man who lives a good deal in the open, and his eyes were pale blue, with almost golden lashes and eyebrows. He inclined to stoutness and spoke with a slight lisp. This, then, was the man, or rather one of the men, I thought,
as I noted these points about him while we exchanged remarks concerning whom Jack Osborne had been so mysteriously questioned while he lay bound upon the bed in that dark room in Grafton Street. I knew Lord Cranmere to be a particular friend of Jack's, though in appearance no two men could have presented a greater contrast. What mostly kept my thoughts busy, however, was the presence of Hugesson Gastrell. Since his name had been mentioned by Harold Logan on his dying bed, I had carefully debated whether or not to tell Easterton, who had let him his house, what I now knew about him. Also whether to tell Sir Roland Challoner that Osborne and I had actually met Gastrell. Unable to decide, I had put the case to Osborne, and eventually we had decided to say nothing, at any rate for the moment, to anybody at all. What would be the good, Jack had argued. You have the word of a dying man, and that's all. And what is there that you can prove against this man Gastrell at present? Besides, if you say anything, you may find yourself forced to reveal that you know who the dead man was, that you know him to have been Lord Logan's son, and you told me that Sir Roland wants particularly to avoid doing that. No, keep silent and await developments. That's my advice, as you have asked for it. He'll probably end by hanging himself if you give him rope enough. I wouldn't tell even Dulcie, if I were you." I was thinking of all this again, when my train of thought was suddenly cut by a voice at my elbow. "Mr. Berrington, I want to introduce you to Mrs. Gastrell. Come with me, will you?" I turned abruptly. Connie Stapleton was at my elbow, and she spoke in soft, purring tones. "She's the woman you asked me if I knew the other night at Mr. Gastrell's reception," she went on in an undertone as we walked towards the woman. "I was introduced to her a couple of nights later. She is a cousin of Mr. Gastrell's." Almost before I had time to collect my thoughts, she had introduced me, adding a moment later, with one of her charming smiles, "And will you take Mrs. Gastrell in to dinner?" I was debating whether or not to refer to our previous meeting at Maresfield Gardens, when Mrs. Gastrell herself solved the difficulty. "I wonder," she said, her great eyes very wide open, her gaze resting full on mine, "if you remember that we have met before. It was just before Christmas. You and Mr. Osborne called in the middle of the night to ask if Hugesson had lost his purse. We both thought it so kind of you. I remembered a good deal more than that, but I did not tell her so. I remembered, too, that she had seemed to speak sarcastically, almost mockingly, that night, when she said she thought it kind of Jack to have come out all the way just to inquire if Gastrell had accidentally left his purse at the club. She appeared now, however, to mean what she said, and so I only answered: "How, having met you once, Mrs. Gastrell, could I forget our meeting? What rather astonishes me is that you should remember me by sight, seeing that we spoke for a few minutes only." She smiled in acknowledgment of the compliment, and I found myself wondering how many men that terribly alluring smile of hers had enslaved from first to last. "Would you believe it," she went on almost without a pause, "we were very nearly burnt in a dreadful fire that broke out in that house on Christmas Eve. We only managed to escape with a few of our belongings. We had not, I am thankful to say, anything very valuable there, because the house had been sublet to us, so that the furniture was not ours." "You certainly were fortunate, in a sense," I answered, marvelling at her self-possession, and mentally asking myself if she spoke with conviction, and whether I had, after all, formed a wrong opinion about her as well as about our hostess. Then I heard Gastrell's voice behind me, and that brought me to my senses. If such a man were a guest of Mrs. Stapleton's, it seemed quite on the cards that men and women of equally bad character might also be included among her friends. I had several reasons for suspecting Mrs. Gastrell of duplicity, and I determined to remain on my guard. The dinner, I confess, was excellent. I was glad to see that Dulcie sat between Jack Osborne and Lord Easterton, and was thus out of harm's way. We dined at a round table, and almost facing me were two unintelligent looking women. I had heard their names, but the names conveyed nothing to me. These women, both past middle age, somehow had the appearance of being extremely rich. They sat on either side of Hugesson Gastrell, whose conversation appeared to be amusing them immensely. One other woman made up the party of 12, a dark, demure, very quiet little person, with large, dreamy eyes, a singularly pale complexion, and very red lips. She was dressed almost simply, which the other 2 women certainly were not, and altogether she struck me as looking somewhat out of place in that galère. Champagne flowed freely, and gradually we all became exceedingly vivacious. Once, when I glanced across at Dulcie, after conversing animatedly for 10 minutes or so with the beautiful woman at my side, I thought I noticed a troubled look in her eyes, but instantly it disappeared, and she smiled quite happily. Then, turning to her neighbour, Jack Osborne, she said something to him in an undertone which made him laugh, and he, too, looked across at me. It had struck me all the evening that Jack was in exceptionally high spirits, and more than once I had wondered if he had some special reason for being so. It was an extraordinary dinner party. The more I looked about me, the more astonishing it seemed. A stranger entering the room would have noticed nothing unusual. He would have seen a number of apparently quite ordinary men and women dining and enjoying themselves, people rather more sociable, perhaps, than the guests at dinner parties often are. And yet I had reason to believe that among these ostensibly respectable people 3 at least there were whose lives were veiled in a mystery of some sort. I hoped it might be nothing worse. The opinion I had formed of our hostess is already known. In addition, there was that strange young man, Hugesson Gastrell, who, knowing everyone in London, was, in a sense, known by no one. For what did anybody know about him? Questioned, people invariably answered that he came from Australia or Tasmania, and had inherited a large fortune from an uncle. That was all. They knew naught of his parents or his antecedents. His private life was a closed book. My glance rested on my neighbour's white, well manicured hands. Several times already, during dinner, I had observed how graceful they were, and had noticed the long, slender fingers, the well shaped, polished nails, fingers on which precious stones shone and sparkled as the rays cast down from beneath the shades of the subdued electric lamps touched them at frequent intervals. Suddenly a thought flashed in upon me, and involuntarily I caught my breath. The voice of a dying man was calling to me, was crying a name in my ears as it had done that day I had sat with Sir Roland Challoner by Harold Logan's bed and watched the fearful eyes gazing into vacancy. "Jasmine, it is all I ask, all I want, my darling woman. Wouldn't otherwise have killed her. It was her fault. Oh no, discovery is impossible. Black, charred beyond all hope of recognition. Did right to kill her, dear. I." The sound of the voice I seemed to hear it distinctly in spite of the conversation and laughter all around, and the picture which rose simultaneously into the vision of my imagination made me recoil. My gaze was set again upon those pale, graceful hands, with their blue veins, their scintillating gems. As in a dream I heard Jasmine Gastrell in conversation with Cranmere seated upon her other side; heard, too, his silly talk, his empty laughter. Her hands seemed now completely to hold my gaze. I could not look away, and, as I watched them, the feeling of revulsion rose. Conjectures, suspicions, hideous thoughts filled my brain as my eyes remained riveted. Now the fingers looked like snakes, strange, flesh-tinted reptiles with eyes emerald green and ruby red, cruel, sinuous. Now great knots of muscle stood out upon her bare arms. Her hands were clutching something; what it was I could not see. The fingers grew twisted and distorted. They had crimson stains upon them. The very nails were shot with blood, and I thought I saw. My train of thought was cut by my neighbour on my right. What she had said I hardly knew, and did not care. Still, I was glad that she had spoken. The interruption had diverted my attention, and brought my thoughts from dreamland back into actual life. Then the thought came to me. What was the object of this dinner party? Why had Connie Stapleton invited these people down to Newbury? Why, if she wished to give a dinner party, had she not given it in town? From the conversation during dinner I had gathered that the guests, one and all, lived in London. It seemed strange, therefore, to the verge of eccentricity, to ask them to come 50 miles to dine. True, the cuisine at the Rook was above reproach, the hotel itself excellently appointed, but none the less. "Don't you agree, Mr. Berrington?" Mrs. Gastrell exclaimed, laughing as she turned from Cranmere to me. "I didn't catch the question," I said with a start, again brought suddenly to earth. "Lord Cranmere is of opinion that the man you found in hiding at Holt Manor, from the descriptions which have been given of him, at some time or other have been a gentleman. I say no, that no gentleman could sink so low as to become a common criminal of that kind. One can understand a gentleman, by which I mean a man of education and careful upbringing, being driven, through force of circumstances, to rob a bank, or even to forge a signature to a cheque. But for such a man to sink to the level of a common housebreaker is unthinkable. Don't you agree with me?" Her eyes shone strangely as they rested upon mine. Not until now had the wonderful intelligence in their purple green depths struck me so forcibly. From the orange tinted lamps before her on the table, the light which shone up in her face seemed to increase their brilliance, accentuate their expression and their power. It imparted, too, to her extraordinary complexion a peculiar livid tint, while the masses of her burnished red brown hair, coiled about her head in great ropes and dressed low in her neck, was shot with a chestnut shade which greatly enhanced its beauty. I paused before answering. For fully 10 minutes she had not addressed me, so deeply engaged had she been in conversation with Lord Cranmere. Why should she all at once interrupt her talk and put this question to me? None but Sir Roland Challoner and I were aware of the dead man's identity. Even we had no actual proof that he had been Lord Logan's son, though our discovery of the locket, considered in relation to certain facts known to Sir Roland, left no room for doubt. That locket Sir Roland had appropriated in order that the dead man's identity might not be traced and the family name tarnished. Jasmine Gastrell must of course be aware of his identity. Did she suspect that I knew his name, and could this be an attempt to entrap me into revealing that I knew it? "That is a question difficult to answer," I said guardedly. "I believe there are instances on record of men of education, of men even of good birth, sinking to the lowest depth of degradation when once they had begun to tread the downward path. It would be interesting to know who that man really was. He wouldn't tell his name, wouldn't even hint at it. So that, of course, you don't know it." "Naturally." Again that keen, searching expression in the large, luminous eyes. They seemed to look right through me. They seemed to read my thoughts and wrest my secrets from me. "And you found nothing upon him that might have given you a clue, I suppose? Nothing in his pockets, no marks upon the body, there was nothing he was wearing that might have put you on the track?" "Absolutely nothing," I answered, thinking of the locket as I looked straight into her eyes. Never before had I realized how cleverly I could lie. It was close on midnight when we all assembled in the hall preparatory to leaving. Those of us who were leaving, Hugesson Gastrell had left long before, in fact immediately after dinner, as he had, he said, an important appointment in London. Somebody nudged me lightly as he brushed past, and glancing round I caught Osborne's eye. He made no sign whatever, yet there was something in his look which made me think he wanted me, and a minute later I sauntered after him into the room where the hats and coats had been. But for us the room was now deserted. Glancing quickly to the right and left, Jack walked over to a corner where a tall screen stood. There was nobody behind it. He beckoned to me, and I approached. "We are among a set of scoundrels," he said rapidly under his breath. "I am glad to see that you, too, didn't recognize him." "Recognize who?" I asked in astonishment, also speaking in a whisper. "Preston, the ex detective. I introduced him to you the last time we met in town." "I remember the man perfectly, but surely he isn't here." Jack's lips stretched into a grin. "Lord Cranmere," he said. "That's Preston." He chuckled. "Cranmere's own brother was actually deceived when we brought the two together as a test," he went on. "Preston is a genius. He doesn't merely make up to look like someone else. He doesn't, when he is made up, just impersonate the character. For the time he is the man.
He feels like him, he says, he shares his views, he becomes his other ego. He has the advantage in this case of knowing Cranmere well, and he has, in consequence, excelled himself to night. The way he has hit off Cranmere's list is marvellous. Easterton, who meets Cranmere frequently, is at this moment in the hall arguing with Preston about land taxation and small holdings, under the impression that he is talking to Cranmere. It really is rather amusing." When I had expressed my astonishment, and we had talked for a minute or two, he suddenly grew serious. "But remember, Mike," he said, laying his hand upon my shoulder, "nobody knows this, nobody but you and I. Preston has assured me that the success of our efforts to run the leaders of this gang to ground, he tells me he is sure there is a gang working together and playing into one another's hands very cleverly, will largely depend upon our discreetness and secretiveness, also upon our tact and our knowledge of when to act. So not a word, mind, not a syllable, even to Dulcie Challoner. Have I your promise?" Dulcie and I talked but little as we sped homeward through the darkness. She seemed depressed, I thought, though she assured me that she had thoroughly enjoyed herself and was feeling quite well. I must say that the mental atmosphere of that party had affected me unpleasantly, though I could not have said precisely why. On and on the car travelled, smoothly, almost noiselessly. Snow was falling. It had been falling for 2 hours, the chauffeur had told us before we started, though not very heavily. The night was quite still. We had long passed the tiny hamlets a mile or two from Newbury, and were now on the 5-mile stretch of winding road between there and Holt Stacey. Soon we passed a sign-post close to Holt Stacey railway station. As we sped through the village some moments later, the houses and cottages, all wrapped in darkness, seemed to spring forward into the light one after another, as though to peer at us as we shot by. Now Holt Stacey lay behind us, and only 4 miles remained. From the time we had left Newbury no vehicle of any kind had passed us, nor any human being, nor had we overtaken any. Dulcie, nestling close to me in the warm, comfortable brougham, was more than half asleep. I too felt drowsy, and I fear that more than once my chin had dropped forward with a jerk. Suddenly the car swerved abruptly to the right. So tightly were the brakes applied at the same instant that we were both thrown forward, almost on to the floor. The car lurched, rose up on one side, then as I instinctively threw my arms about Dulcie to protect her if possible from what seemed about to be a very serious accident, the car righted itself and stopped dead. "Good heavens! What has happened?" I exclaimed, as the chauffeur, who had sprung off his seat, opened the door. Dulcie still lay in my arms, trembling with fear, though from the first she had not uttered a sound or in the least lost her head. "Someone lying in the road, sir," he answered. "Drunk, I shouldn't wonder. He was half covered with snow, and I all but ran over him." "Lying in the snow! Why, he'll die if he's left there!" I exclaimed. "Go and have a look at him, and then come back to me." Several minutes passed, and the chauffeur did not return. Becoming impatient, I opened the door of the brougham and called out. A moment later the man appeared. The electric torch he carried, one he used when occasion arose to examine the car in the dark, was still switched on. The hand that held it trembled a little, and in the light which shone down inside the brougham I noticed that the chauffeur looked singularly pale. "Could you kindly step out for a moment, please, sir?" he said in a curious tone. Guessing that something serious must be amiss to prompt him to ask me to step out into the deep snow in my evening shoes, I got out at once, in spite of Dulcie's entreating me not to do so and get my feet soaked. When I had shut the car door and we had walked a few paces, the chauffeur stopped abruptly. "Sir," he said in a hoarse voice. "Well, what?" I asked, also stopping. "Sir, it's Churchill, the gardener. Poor fellow, it's awful. He's dead, sir, quite cold. He's been killed. Murdered." Chapter 12. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 13 of The Four Faces by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 13. The Baron. Coming so soon after the robbery at Holt,
The brutal murder of Sir Roland's head gardener created an immense sensation throughout both Berkshire and Hampshire, for the Holt Manor estate, though actually in Berkshire, is also upon the border of Hampshire. The London papers, too, devoted much space to the matter, the problem they set their readers to solve being whether the murder could have any bearing upon the robbery. Some of the leading journals declared that both crimes must have been in some way related. Others urged that this was most unlikely, and then proceeded to prove the accuracy of their own individual reasoning. The man had been done to death in a peculiarly horrible manner. He had been hit upon the back of the head with some heavy implement, probably a jimmy, the police said when the wound, with the wounds upon the forehead, had examined beneath a microscope. The theory they held was that some person had crept up unheard behind the victim, as this could easily have been done with snow so thick upon the ground, stunned him with a blow upon the back of the head, and then dispatched him outright by blows upon the forehead. No footsteps were anywhere visible, the falling snow having hidden them. Churchill's movements during that afternoon had in part been traced. Directly after taking to Dulcie the buckle he had found and obtaining her permission to absent himself for the afternoon, he had walked to Holt Stacey and there caught the 4:05 train to Newbury. He had exchanged the time of day with the ticket collector at Newbury, who had taken the half of his ticket. The return half had afterwards been found in the dead man's pocket. Where he had been, or what he had done, between 4:20, from the time he left Newbury Station on foot, and 6:10, when he had looked in at the Dog and Clown and had a drink and a chat with the landlord, was unknown. He had not told the landlord why he was in Newbury, or said anything concerning his movements in that town. The fact of his having bought a return ticket showed that he had intended to return to Holt Stacey by train. But he had not gone back by train. The last train for Holt Stacey left Newbury at 9:11, and at 9:30 he had been seen by a seedsman who kept a shop in the town, and who knew Churchill well, standing in the High Street talking to an unknown man he had never seen before. After that nobody appeared to have seen Churchill until just before 10:30, at which time the inn at Holt Stacey closed, he had come into the inn and ordered a hot drink. Nobody was with him then. He appeared, so the innkeeper said, to already have drunk to excess, and this had surprised the innkeeper, who knew him to be a temperate man, adding that that was the first time he had ever seen him even partially intoxicated. Incidentally, Churchill had mentioned that a gentleman had given him a lift from Newbury in his car. He had not said who the gentleman was, if a stranger or somebody he knew, or where he was going. Presumably the man in the car had branched off at Holt Stacey, for he had not put up there for the night. Had he been going on past Holt Manor it would, it was reasonable to suppose, have taken Churchill all the way, and dropped him at the gate. Soon after 10:30 Churchill had left the inn, saying that he was about to walk home to Holt Manor, a distance of 4 miles. That was the last time he was known to have been seen alive. It was snowing when he set out. Poor Dulcie was terribly cut up. I had always known her to be very partial to the old gardener, who remembered her as a baby, but until after his death I had not realized how deeply attached to him she really had been. What most distressed me was that she blamed herself, indirectly, for what had happened. Again and again did she declare to me that, had she not given him leave to take the afternoon off, the tragedy would not have happened. In vain I tried to make her see the fallacy of her argument. She would not listen to reason. A fortnight went by, and nothing was discovered. The secret of the murder remained even a greater mystery than the secret of the robbery. True, I had my suspicions, but until I had some slight shreds of evidence to go upon it would, I knew, be futile to make known those suspicions. And it was because I suspected somebody of indirect, if not direct, connivance at Churchill's murder that I became more and more distressed, indeed alarmed, at Dulcie's daily increasing affection for the woman Stapleton. Their friendship was now firmly established, at any rate Dulcie's feeling of friendship for the widow. Whether the widow's feeling of friendship for Dulcie was actual or only apparent was, I thought,
quite another matter. Come at once. Urgent. Jack. That telegram reached me on this afternoon, exactly 2 weeks after the murder, 2 weeks that I had spent at Holt Manor with Dulcie, during which time, I am bound to say, Aunt Hannah had revealed herself in quite a new light, being friendly, even affectionate in the extreme. "Don't go, oh, don't go, Mike!" Dulcie cried out, suddenly clutching my arm after reading the telegram which I had handed to her. "But I must, darling," I exclaimed. "Jack wouldn't send me that wire if the matter were not really urgent. It has most likely to do with the robbery. I have told you that he is determined to find out who committed it, with the help of that detective friend of his, George Preston. It may even have to do with the other affair, or possibly with Jack being kept confined in the house in Grafton Street. I don't care what it has to do with. Don't go, dearest. Please don't. I ask you as a favour," and bending over, she kissed me on the lips. It was horribly hard to resist such an appeal, and yet I felt I should be a cur if Jack really needed me, and obviously he did, and I failed to go to him. And what would Dulcie think of me later if, through my giving way to her entreaty, some serious harm should befall my friend? Much as I loved her, I could not let her influence me in such a case. Even if I did, it might in the end make her despise me. "I would do anything in the world for you, sweetheart," I said, kissing her fondly. "You know that as well as I do. I would grant you any favour, provided—" "Provided what?" she asked quickly, as I paused. "Provided that my doing so could have no harmful result. Prevent my going to Jack in such a crisis and—" I stopped abruptly. My tongue had, alas, outrun my discretion. "Crisis? What crisis?" Dulcie burst forth, startled at my tone. "Oh, Mike, you are keeping something from me. You are deceiving me. Don't say that you aren't, for I know you are." "Darling," I exclaimed, taking her in my arms, "I am not deceiving you. Indeed I am not. I may have been wrong in using the word 'crisis.' What I meant was that, knowing that Jack and a friend of his are striving tooth and nail to track down the thieves who robbed this house, and seeing that I have promised to help Jack to the best of my ability, I feel that this urgent telegram of his means that something has come to light, that he has heard something or discovered some clue which makes it imperative that I should go to him at once. And I am going. Now." Quickly I released her. Then, fearing that further delay, added possibly to further persuasion on her part, might end by weakening my determination, I gave her a final kiss and hurried out of the room. Again I glanced at the telegram. "Come at once. Urgent. Jack." Then I crumpled the paper and tossed it into the fire. Having arrived at Paddington, I went straight to Jack Osborne's hotel. He had left word that, upon my arrival, I should be told to go to a house in Warwick Street, Regent Street, and there inquire for him. It was George Preston's address. I hastened there in a taxi, and, as I rang the bell, I heard a clock strike 6. Preston himself admitted me. "Mr. Osborne has not yet arrived," he said as, after a word of explanation, he shook hands. "But I expect him any minute, and he is expecting you. Will you come in and wait?" As I had not previously been to Preston's house, its appearance surprised me. One does not associate a police detective, even an ex-detective, with a taste in things artistic, but here on all sides was evidence of refinement and a cultured mind, shelves loaded with carefully selected books, volumes by classic authors, treatises on art, standard works by deep thinkers of world wide repute, while on the walls hung mezzotints I knew to be extremely rare. In addition there were several beautiful statues, cloisonné vases from Tokio and Osaka, antique furniture from Naples and from Florence, also treasures from Burma, the West Indies and New Guinea. The door opened, and the maid announced "Baron Poppenheimer." "Ah, my dear Baron!" Preston exclaimed as he advanced to meet him. "This is a real pleasure. I didn't expect you so soon, but, as you are here, come and sit down," and he drew forward a chair. "But first let me present to you Mr. Michael Berrington, a friend of our mutual friend, Jack Osborne's." "Delighted to meet you delighted, I am sure," Baron Poppenheimer said, with a slight accent, extending two fingers,
a form of handshake which I particularly dislike. "Dreadfully cold again, is it not, hein? Dreadfully cold, I am sure." His appearance rather amused me. He was a queer figure. He wore a thick, dark blue boxcloth overcoat, double breasted, with large pearl buttons and a wide collar of yellow fur, which came well down on the shoulders. The fur cuffs matched it. His gloves were woolly ones, lavender coloured, and the black silk hat which he carried in his right hand was burnished until it rivalled the shine of his patent boots, the uppers being hidden by spats. He had curly black hair, black, rather bushy eyebrows, and a small imperial; while he carried a stout Malacca cane with a large gold head to it, and in his left eye was a gold rimmed monocle secured round his neck by a broad black ribbon. We conversed for a little time, and from his talk I could see that he was something of a character. He knew many of my friends, and, upon my repeating my name to him, he seemed to know a good deal about me. I expressed surprise at this, whereupon he looked up at Preston, who stood immediately behind him, and observed dryly: "I believe I could tell Mr. Berrington almost as much about himself as I was able to tell you, Preston. What do you think?" "Baron Poppenheimer is an extraordinarily clever clairvoyant and palmist, Mr. Berrington," Preston said. "I place such implicit confidence in his forecast that I persuade him whenever I can to help me in my work. Yesterday he took it into his head to read my palms, and he told me things about myself that staggered me. I almost begin to believe in black magic." I became greatly interested. "I wish I could some day persuade the Baron to read my palms," I exclaimed. "Palmistry has always rather appealed to me." "So," Baron Poppenheimer answered. "I will read your palms for you now, if you will, I am sure." He took my right hand, flattened it, palm upward, on his knee, studied it closely for a moment or two, then, after a few moments' silence, began to talk fluently and rapidly. The things he told me about myself, things I had done, even things I had only thought, made me almost gape with amazement. Then he took my left hand, examined both sides of it closely through his monocle, and continued his disclosures. He told me, too, within a day or two how long I had been engaged to be married, and described Dulcie's appearance to the life. He even went so far as to tell me exactly how she talked. For some moments I wondered if Preston could have coached the Baron in my movements. Then I remembered that the Baron had told me things about myself of which Preston knew nothing. "And that is all I have to tell you, my dear Mike," the Baron suddenly exclaimed in quite a different voice. I sprang back in my chair as I looked up sharply. Jack Osborne had pulled off his black, curly wig, and sat laughing loudly. Preston, too, was considerably amused. "Yes, George," Jack said at last. "That disguise will do. You certainly are a marvel in the art of make up. If I can deceive Mike Berrington, who is one of my oldest friends, I shall be able to hoodwink anybody. Now you had better try your hand on Mike. What sort of person do you propose to turn him into? I have told you that he is an excellent actor, and can mimic voices to perfection." Osborne then explained why he had telegraphed to me. Preston had made a discovery, a rather important discovery. Exactly what it was they would not tell me then, but Preston had suggested that on that very night the three of us should visit Easterton's house in Cumberland Place, where Gastrell's reception had taken place, wearing effectual disguises which he would attend to, and see for ourselves what there was to be seen. It was Osborne, I now learned for the first time, who had effected the introduction between Hugesson Gastrell and Lord Cranmere. The actual Lord Cranmere had been consulted by Jack on the subject of his being impersonated, and when Jack had outlined to him his plan and told him why the detective, Preston, wished to impersonate him, Lord Cranmere had entered into the spirit of the thing and given his consent. He had, indeed, expressed no little alarm when Jack had told him how the mysterious, unseen individual at the house in Grafton Street had cross-questioned him with regard to Eldon Hall, Cranmere's place in Northumberland, the whereabout of the safe that Cranmere had bought 10 months previously, the likelihood of there being a priest's hiding hole at Eldon, and so on. "The whole idea regarding to night, and our plan of action, originates with Preston," Jack said to me. "He believes, in fact he is almost sure,
that Gastrell and his associates know nothing of him by repute as a detective, also that they don't know him by sight or by name either. He says, however, that they believe they are now personally acquainted with Lord Cranmere, upon whose property we think they have evil designs. Lord Cranmere is now in turn going to introduce to Gastrell and his associates two particular friends of his. Those friends will be Baron Poppenheimer and who is Cranmere's other friend to be, George?" he inquired, looking up at Preston. "Sir Aubrey Belston," Preston answered at once. "Mr. Berrington is not at all unlike Sir Aubrey, in build as well in feature." "Baron Poppenheimer and Sir Aubrey Belston," Jack said, "who in private life are Jack Osborne and Michael Berrington. And if George disguises you and coaches you as well as he did me, I undertake to say that nobody will suspect that you are not actually Sir Aubrey Belston." Chapter 14. Of the Four Faces by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. In the Mists. At 1:15 in the morning Cranmere's big, grey, low-built car slid noiselessly along Wigmore Street and drew up at the entrance to one of the most imposing looking houses in Cumberland Place. The imposing footman got down and rang the bell. He pressed the button 4 times in succession, as Lord Cranmere had told him to do. Almost at once the door was opened, and from the car window he saw a tall man in knee breeches silhouetted, while a little way behind him stood another man. Lord Cranmere stepped out of the car, and we followed him, Baron Poppenheimer and Sir Aubrey Belston. In point of fact, the real Sir Aubrey Belston was at this moment somewhere in the Malay States, making a tour of the world. Lord Cranmere had told the chauffeur that he would not require him again that night, and I had noticed the man touch his hat in the belief that this actually was his employer who addressed him, for the real Earl of Cranmere had lent us his car. I heard the car purr away in the darkness, and an instant later the door of number 300 Cumberland Place shut noiselessly behind us. The footman in knee breeches and powdered head, who had admitted us, led us without a word across the large hall, turned into a long corridor dimly lit by tinted electric lamps, turned to the left, then to the right, then showed us into a small, comfortably furnished room in which a fire burned cheerily, while in a corner a column printing machine ticked out its eternal news from the ends of the earth. We waited several minutes. Then the door opened and Hugesson Gastrell entered. Like ourselves, he was in evening clothes. He advanced, shook hands cordially with Lord Cranmere, saying that he had received his telephone message. "These are my friends of whom I spoke," Cranmere said. "Baron Poppenheimer and Sir Aubrey Belston." "Delighted to meet you," Gastrell exclaimed. "Any friend of Cranmere's is welcome here. One has, of course, to be careful when one admits on these occasions. Isn't that so, Cranmere? Come upstairs and have some supper." We followed him, ascending to the first floor. In a large, high-ceilinged, well-lit room an elaborate supper was spread. There were seats for 30 or 40, but only 10 or a dozen were occupied. A strange atmosphere pervaded the place, an atmosphere of secrecy, of mystery. As we entered, the people at supper, men and women, had glanced up at us furtively, then continued their conversation. They talked more or less under their breath. Gastrell called for a bottle of bubbly, and about half an hour later we rose. The room was by this time deserted. Following Gastrell along a narrow passage, we presently found ourselves in a room larger than the one we had just left. Here between 40 and 50 men and women sat at several tables. At one chemin de fer was in progress; at another petit cheval; at a third the game which of late years has become so popular in certain circles, Sandown Park. On all the tables money was heaped up, and on all sides one heard the musical chink of gold and the crackle of bank notes. Nobody spoke much. Apparently all present were too deeply engrossed to waste time in conversation. As I glanced about me I noticed several people I knew intimately, and 4 or 5 I knew only by sight,
people well known in society. I was on the point of bowing to one woman I knew, who, looking up, had caught my eye. Just in time I remembered that she would not recognize me in my disguise. Then a man nodded to me, and I nodded back. He looked rather surprised at seeing me, I thought, and at once it flashed across me that of course he was under the impression that I was Sir Aubrey Belston, and probably he had heard that Sir Aubrey was travelling round the world. Gastrell, after a few minutes' conversation, found us places at a table where Sandown Park was being played. As I seated myself I found, facing me, Jasmine Gastrell, and for some moments I felt uncomfortable. I could feel her gaze upon my face as she scrutinized me closely, but even she did not penetrate my disguise. Lord Cranmere sat upon the opposite side of the table, Baron Poppenheimer on my side, 2 seats from me. On my right was one of the unintelligent looking women I had met at Connie Stapleton's dinner party at the Rook Hotel in Newbury. On my immediate left a man I did not know. Connie Stapleton I had looked about for, but she was nowhere visible. So this was one of the ways Gastrell amassed money. He ran a gaming house. I now began to see his object in cultivating the acquaintance of people of rank and wealth, for I had long ago noticed that Jasmine Hugesson Gastrell never missed an opportunity of becoming acquainted with men and women of position. Also I began to grasp Preston's line of action. Disguised as the Earl of Cranmere, who was known to be extremely rich, he had cleverly integrated himself with the Gastrells and led them on to think him rather a fool who could easily be gulled. Jack had more than once told me how artfully Preston played his cards when on the track of people he suspected and wished to entrap, so that I could well imagine Preston's leading the Gastrells on to ensnare him, as they no doubt supposed they were doing. For that he would not have been admitted to this gambling den, it evidently became one at night, unless the Gastrells had believed they could trust him and his friends implicitly, I felt certain. My friends tell me that I am a rather good actor, and Preston's coaching in Sir Aubrey Belston's mannerisms and ways of talking had given me a measure of self-confidence. When, therefore, I had played for a quarter of an hour and won a good deal, Jasmine Gastrell suddenly addressed me, I did not feel disconcerted. "I mean to follow your lead," she said. "You are so extraordinarily lucky. How is it you manage to win every time?" "Not every time," I corrected. "It's quite easy if you set about it in the right way." "I wish I knew the right way," she answered, fixing her eyes on me in the way I knew so well. "Won't you tell me how to do it?" "Different people must do it, as you put it, in different ways," I said. "Forgive my asking, but are you superstitious?" She broke into rippling laughter. "Superstitious? I?" she exclaimed. "Oh, that's the last thing my enemies would accuse me of being." I paused, looking hard at her. "And yet," I said seriously, "judging by your eyes, I should say that you are remarkably psychic, and most people who are psychic are superstitious up to a point." I went on looking at her, staring right into her eyes, which she kept set on mine. She did not in the least suspect my identity. I was now positive of that. I had spoken all the time in an assumed voice. "Yes," I said at last, impressively. "Yes, what?" she answered quickly. She was not smiling now. "Why do you say 'yes' like that? What does it mean?" Apparently our conversation disturbed some of the players, so I said to her seriously, indicating an alcove at the end of the room: "Let us go over there. I should like to talk to you." She made no demur, and presently we sat together in the alcove, partly concealed by palms and other plants, a small table between us. "Now tell me how you win, and how I am to win," she exclaimed as soon as we were seated. "I should dearly love to know." I reflected, as I sat looking at her, that she was a consummate actress. I could not doubt that she ran this establishment in connection with Gastrell, yet here she was feigning deep anxiety to discover how she could win. "I don't know your name," I said at last, ignoring her inquiry, "but you are one of the most amazing women, I would say one of the most amazing human beings, I have ever met." "How do you know that? I mean, what makes you say it?" she asked quickly,
evidently disconcerted at my solemnity and at the impressive way I spoke. "Your aura betrays it," I answered in the same tone. "Every man and woman is surrounded by an aura, but to less than 1 in 10,000 is the human aura visible. It is visible to me. This human aura betrays you, in too many cases, what I would call its victim. Your aura betrays you." I leaned forward across the table until my face was close to hers. Then, still looking straight into her eyes, I said, almost in a whisper: "Shall I tell you what I see? Shall I tell you what your life has been?" She turned suddenly pale. Then, struggling to regain her composure, she said after a brief pause, but in a tone that lacked conviction: "I don't believe a word you say. Who are you? Whom have I the pleasure of speaking to?" "Sir Aubrey Belston," I answered at once. "You may have heard of me. Good God, the things I see!" I pretended to give a little shudder. My acting must have been good, for on the instant she turned almost livid. Again she made a terrific effort to overcome the terror that I could see now possessed her. "I will tell you what I see!" I exclaimed, suddenly snatching the wrist of her hand which lay upon the table, and holding it tightly. Though almost completely concealed by the palm and plants, she strove to shrink still further out of sight, as though the players, engrossed in their games, would have spared time to notice her. My eyes met hers yet again, but the expression in her eyes had now completely changed. In place of the bold, impelling look I had always seen there, was a fearful, haunted expression, as though she dreaded what I was going to say. "I see a room," I said in a low, intense tone, holding her wrist very tightly still. "It is not a large room. It is a first floor room, for I see the exterior of the house and the 2 windows of the room. I see the interior again. Several people are there. I cannot see them all clearly, but 2 stand out distinctly. One is Gastrell, to whom I have this evening been introduced. The other is you. Ah, yes, I see you now more clearly than before, and I see now another man. Handsome, fair, about 28 or 30. I can see his aura too. His aura within your aura. He loves you desperately, and ah! I see something lying on the floor. A woman. She is dead. You." Her thin wrist suddenly turned cold. Her eyes were slowly closing. Just in time I sprang to my feet to save her from falling off her chair, for she had fainted. None of the players were aware of what had happened. All were too deeply engrossed. Without attempting to restore my companion to consciousness, for, in the face of what I had now learned practically beyond to be a fact, I had no wish to revive her, I left her lying in her chair, stepped noiselessly along behind the mass of plants which occupied one side of the room, emerged further away, and presently took a vacant seat at a chemin de fer table. I glanced at my watch. It was nearly 2 o'clock. Thinking over what had just happened, and wondering what my next move had better be, and what Jack and Preston intended doing, I stared carelessly about the room. At all the tables play was still in progress. At some complete silence prevailed. From others there arose at intervals a buzz of conversation. Behind some of the lucky players stood groups of interested watchers. About the sideboard were clustered men and women refreshing themselves, the majority smoking and laughing, though a few looked strangely solemn. Among the latter I suddenly noticed a face I had seen before. It was the demure, dark little woman who at Connie Stapleton's dinner party had all the evening seemed so subdued. She was dressed quietly now, just as she had been then, and she looked even more out of place in this crowd of men and women gamblers, all of whom were exceedingly well dressed, than she had looked at that dinner party. "There is only one person I should be more surprised at seeing here," I said mentally, "and that is Dulcie." The thought of her made me wonder what she would think if she could see me at this moment when suddenly my heart seemed to stop beating. Seated at the table nearest me but one, a table partly surrounded by a group of excited onlookers, was Connie Stapleton, and close beside her, engrossed in the game, Dulcie Challoner herself. Chapter 14. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 15 of The Four Faces by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 15 The Modern Vice. So staggered was I that for the moment I almost forgot my disguise and the role I was playing, and was on the point of hurrying over to Dulcie and asking her how she came to be there. That Mrs. Stapleton must have brought her, of course I guessed. Fortunately I restrained myself just in time. Dulcie, I saw to my dismay, was not merely playing, but was deeply engrossed in the game. Sandown Park was the game in progress at that table, a game which to all intents is a series of horse races, but whereas at a race meeting only half a dozen or so races are run in an afternoon, the players at Sandown Park can back horses in half a dozen races in as many minutes. Judging by the interest she evidently took in the game, Dulcie must, I conjectured, have been playing for some time, for she appeared to be quite au fait. Never had she mentioned this game to me, and never had I known her to take interest in backing horses or in any form of reckless speculation. Consequently, I had reason to suppose that this was the first time she had played, if not the first time she had seen or heard of the game. Did I dare approach her? Would my feelings get the better of me and lead to my betraying who I was? Though I had not been identified by people who knew me, would Dulcie's perception be keener and lead to her seeing through my disguise? These and similar doubts and questions crowded my brain as I stood there watching her from a distance, but in the end indiscretion got the better of prudence, and I decided to join the men and women grouped about the table at which she and her friends sat. For fully 10 minutes I stood there, and during that time I saw her win 7 times in succession. She seemed to play without judgment or calculation, in fact, with absolute recklessness, and after winning 3 races in succession she had increased her stake each time. In the 4th race she had backed a horse for £10 at 4 to 1, and won. In the next race she had planked 20 sovereigns on an outsider and raked in over £100. The next 2 races had increased her pile by between £300 and £400. I could see her panting with excitement. Her lips were slightly parted, her eyes shone, her whole soul seemed centred upon the game. And then she began to lose. At first slowly, then rapidly, her pile of gold and notes dwindled. Time after time she backed the wrong animal. Now only a few £5 and £10 notes, and a little heap of sovereigns, 20 at most, remained. Her face had turned gradually pale. Connie Stapleton leant towards her and whispered in her ear. I saw Dulcie nod, then taking up all the money in front of her, she handed it to the man who held the bank, and received a ticket in return. The board with the graduated divisions and the names of the horses marked upon them spun round once more. Dulcie's brows were contracted, her face was drawn, her expression tense. Slowly the board now revolved, slower still. It stopped. I saw her give a little start, and distinctly heard the gasp which escaped her. She had lost everything. Connie Stapleton's hand closed over hers as though to reassure her. Again the widow spoke into her ear. A moment later I saw a roll of notes pushed towards Dulcie. Eagerly she grabbed them. This was terrible. I realized at once what was happening. The widow was lending her money. I wondered if the money she had already lost had been lent to her by her friend. Instantly it dawned upon me that it must have been, unless, indeed, Dulcie had, before I arrived, been extraordinarily lucky, for I knew that she had not money enough of her own to gamble with for such high stakes. She was playing again now, and losing. Once or twice she won, but after each winner came several losers. I was gradually getting fascinated. Again the widow lent her money, and again she lost it all. At last they rose. Never as long as I live shall I forget the expression that was on my darling's face as, with the widow's arm linked within her own, she made her way towards the door. I followed them to the supper room. They stopped, and, standing at one of the tables,
Mrs. Stapleton filled 2 glasses with champagne. She gave Dulcie one, and herself emptied the other. She filled her own again, and once more emptied it. Dulcie only half emptied her glass, then set it down. Out of the room they went. While they put on their wraps I went in search of my hat. A few minutes later Mrs. Stapleton and Dulcie were entering a car, which I at once recognized as Connie Stapleton's. As the car started I saw a taxi approaching, and hailed it. "Follow that car," I said to the driver. "Keep it in sight and, when you see it stop, stop 40 or 50 yards behind it." Right up into Hampstead the grey car sped. It slackened speed near Southend Road, eventually pulling up at a house in Willow Road. Leaning forward, I rubbed the frosted glass in the front of my taxi and peered out. I saw Mrs. Stapleton alight first. Then she turned and helped Dulcie to get out. Both entered the house. The door closed quietly, and the car rolled away. For some minutes I waited. Then I told my driver to pass slowly by the house and make a note of the number. The number was 460. That, at any rate, was satisfactory. I had discovered what was, presumably, Mrs. Stapleton's London address. Only then did I begin to wonder what Osborne and Preston would think when they found that I had gone. So engrossed had I become in Dulcie's movements that for the time all thought of my 2 companions had passed out of my mind. I thought of returning to the house in Cumberland Place. Then, deciding that it was too late, I told the driver to go direct to my flat in South Molton Street. A letter was lying on the table in my sitting room. I seemed to recognize the writing, and yet I tore open the envelope and pulled out the letter. To my surprise it was from Dick, who was now back at Eton. "My dear Mike," it ran, "I have something very important to say to you, and I want to say it at once. But I don't want to write it. Can you come here to see me to morrow as soon as possible, or can you get leave for me to come to London to see you? I don't want to go home, because if I did father and Aunt Hannah and Dulcie would ask questions, and what I want to say to you is quite private. Will you telegraph to me as soon as you get this, to say what I can do and where I can see you at once? Your affectionate brother-in-law to be, Dick." I read the letter through again, then refolded it and put it in a drawer. The letter, I saw by the postmark, had arrived by the last post. What could the boy want to see me about? What could he have to say to me that he wished to keep secret from his family? I could not imagine. Anyway, I would, I decided, gratify him. I was very fond of Dick. Then and there I wrote out a telegram to be sent off early in the morning, telling him that I would come down in the afternoon. I had decided to try to see something of Dulcie during the morning, also to telephone to Holt to inquire for her, though without betraying to Sir Roland or Aunt Hannah that I knew anything of her movements during the previous night. But Sir Roland forestalled me. Shortly after 8 o'clock I was awakened by the telephone at my bedside ringing loudly. Still half asleep, I grabbed the receiver and glued it to my ear. Had I seen anything of Dulcie? Did I know where she was, and why she had not returned? The speaker was Sir Roland, and he spoke from Holt Manor. "Why, isn't she at home?" I asked, controlling my voice. "If she were here, I shouldn't ask where she is," Sir Roland answered quite sharply. "Mrs. Stapleton called yesterday afternoon to ask if Dulcie might dine with her in town and go to the theatre. Of course I raised no objection. Sir Roland in no way shared my suspicion concerning Mrs. Stapleton. On the contrary, she attracted him and he liked her, though Aunt Hannah did not. And Dulcie dressed and went off at about 5 o'clock. They were to go to the Rook, Mrs. Stapleton said, where she would dress, and then they would motor to London. Mrs. Stapleton assured me that she would bring Dulcie back here by about midnight or 1 o'clock, and Dulcie took with her the key of the back door so that nobody need wait up for her. She told her maid to go to bed. Her maid has just come down to tell me that when she went to awaken Dulcie, she found that she had not returned. I have telephoned to the Rook, and they tell me there that Mrs. Stapleton has not been back to the hotel since yesterday soon after lunch. So I suppose that after leaving here she decided to motor straight to town and dress there. I suppose she has some pied à terre in London, though she has never told me so." "And you say that Dulcie has the door key with her?" I said. "Do you think it was wise to give it to her?" "Why in the world not? She has often taken it before. But tell me, have you seen anything of Dulcie?" I didn't like telling an untruth, but, questioned in that point blank way, I had to prevaricate. Otherwise I should have been forced to say all I knew. "She has not been to see me," I answered. "Perhaps Mrs. Stapleton's car broke down, and they have been obliged to seek refuge at some wayside inn. I wouldn't be anxious, Sir Roland," I added, knowing how little it needed to make him anxious about Dulcie. "You will probably get a telegram from one of them presently." We exchanged a few more remarks, and then Sir Roland exclaimed suddenly: "Hold the line a moment. Hannah wants to speak to you." Aunt Hannah, who, whatever faults she possessed, rarely lost her head, spoke sensibly and incisively. She didn't like this affair at all, she said, and intended to speak very seriously to Dulcie immediately upon her return. Also, she was determined to put an end to this strong friendship between her niece and Mrs. Stapleton. On Dulcie's side, she said, it was nothing less than an absurd infatuation. She would not have minded her being infatuated about some women, but she had come thoroughly to mistrust Mrs. Stapleton. I asked her to telephone or telegraph to me the moment Dulcie got home, and said that if I saw Dulcie in town or heard anything of her during the morning I would at once ring up Holt Manor. With that we rang off. "Can I see Mrs. Stapleton?" I inquired, as the door of the house in Willow Road was opened by a maid with rather curious eyes. I had come there straight from my flat, no longer wearing my disguise, and it was nearly 11 o'clock. Just then I had an inspiration, and I added quickly, before she had time to answer: "Or Mr. Hugesson Gastrell." A narrow shot at random, it proved a lucky shot, for the maid answered at once: "Mrs. Stapleton isn't dressed yet, sir, but Mr. Gastrell can see you, I expect. What name shall I say?" I was shown into a small morning room, and there I waited for, I suppose, 5 minutes. At last I heard footsteps approaching, and in a moment Gastrell entered. "Dear me, this is a surprise!" he exclaimed cordially, extending his hand. "I didn't know I had given you this address. Well, and what can I do for you?" His tone, as he said this, was rather that of a patron addressing an inferior, but I pretended not to notice it, and, drawing upon my imagination, answered: "I don't think you did give me this address. It was somebody else, I forget who mentioned it to me the other day, in course of conversation. Really, I have come to see Mrs. Stapleton, and inquire for Miss Challoner." "Miss Challoner? Do you mean Miss Dulcie Challoner, Sir Roland's daughter?" "Yes." An extremely puzzled look came into his eyes, though this he was probably not aware of. "But what makes you think Miss Challoner is here?" he inquired quickly. "She spent the night here with Mrs. Stapleton." He looked still more puzzled. "Did she really?" he answered in a tone of surprise which obviously was feigned. "Yes. Didn't you know?" "This is the first I have heard of it, but I dare say you are right. Mrs. Stapleton has rooms in this house. It's a little private establishment of mine. But beyond that I know little of her movements. I'll go and inquire, if you'll wait a moment." "Clever scoundrel," I said aloud when he had left the room and shut the door. "Rooms here. Knows little of her movements. First he has heard of it. But I am going to bowl you out in the end, my friend," I ended mentally as I seated myself and picked up one of the morning papers which lay upon the table. It was the Morning Post. I noticed that several little bits had been cut out of the front page, presumably advertisements. I had scanned 1 or 2 pages, and was reading a leading article when Gastrell returned. "You are quite right," he said, offering me his cigarette case. "Miss Challoner is here. After supper last night at the Carlton with Mrs. Stapleton, she didn't feel very well, so Mrs. Stapleton persuaded her to come back and sleep here instead of motoring back to Newbury. She told her maid to telegraph early this morning to Sir Roland Challoner in case he should feel anxious at Miss Challoner's not returning last night, but the maid stupidly forgot to. She is sending a telegram now. Miss Challoner is quite all right this morning, and will be down presently, but I am afraid you won't be able to see Mrs. Stapleton, as she isn't up yet." I thanked him for finding out, thinking as I did so that certainly he was one of the most plausible liars I had ever come across, and then for a few minutes we conversed on general topics. "You don't remember who it was told you my address?" he presently asked carelessly, flicking his cigarette ash into the grate. "I am sorry I don't," I answered, pretending to think. "It was some days ago that somebody or other told me you lived here, or rather that you had an address here." "Oh, indeed. It's odd how people talk. By the way, how did you come to know that Mrs. Stapleton and Miss Challoner were here?" His question was interrupted by Dulcie's entering, wrapped in a great fur coat. There were dark marks under her eyes that I had never seen there before, but she seemed in quite good spirits as she came across the room and greeted me. "How in the world did you find out I was here?" she exclaimed. "It is most astonishing. Did you know that Connie had rooms here? I didn't until last night. It was so good of her to put me up. I can't think what it was upset me so last night, but I am quite all right this morning. Connie has just telegraphed to father to explain my absence. You know how little it takes to worry him. I've got my evening dress on under this coat that Connie's lent me. She wanted to lend me one of her day dresses, but not one of them comes near fitting me." I gasped. I couldn't answer. It was bad enough to find people like Gastrell and Jasmine Gastrell and Connie Stapleton perjuring themselves in the calmest way imaginable. But that Dulcie, whom I had until now implicitly believed to be everything that was good, should thus look me in the eyes and lie to me with as much self assurance as though she had been accustomed to practicing deception all her life. A kind of haze seemed to rise before my eyes. My brain throbbed. All the blood seemed suddenly to be going out of my heart. Mechanically putting out an arm, I supported myself against the mantelpiece. "Mike! Mike! What is the matter? Are you ill? Do you feel faint?" Her voice sounded a long, long way off. I heard her words as one hears words in a dream. My mouth had turned suddenly dry. I tried to speak, but could not. "Here, Berrington, drink this, and you'll feel better." These were the next words I remember hearing. I was lying back on the settee, and Gastrell was holding a tumbler to my lips. It contained brandy, slightly diluted. I drank a lot of it, and it revived me to some extent. Still uncertain if I were sleeping or awake, I passed out through the hall, slightly supported by Dulcie, and clambered after her into the taxi which awaited us outside. "Go to Paddington," I heard her say to the driver as she pulled the door to. No servant had come out of the house, and Gastrell had disappeared while we were still inside the hall. Chapter 15. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 16 of The Four Faces by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 16. Secrets of Dusky Fowl. To this day, that drive to Paddington recalls to mind a nightmare. The entire confidence I had placed in Dulcie was shattered. Had anybody told me it was possible she could deceive me as she had done, I should, I know, have insulted him, so infuriated should I have felt at the bare thought. And yet she clearly had deceived me most horribly, inasmuch as she had done it in such cold blood and obviously with premeditation. Her eyes, which had always looked at me, as I thought, so truthfully, had gazed into mine that morning with the utmost coolness and self-possession, while she deliberately lied to me. Dulcie a liar! The words kept stamping themselves into my brain until my head throbbed and seemed on the point of bursting. As the car sped along through the busy streets I saw nothing, heard nothing. The remarks she made to me seemed to reach my brain against my will. I answered them mechanically in, for the most part, monosyllables. What did it all mean? How could she continue to address me as though nothing in the least unusual had occurred? Did she notice nothing in my manner that appeared to be unusual? True, she addressed to me no term of endearment, which was singular, but so engrossed was I in my introspection and in my own misery that I scarcely noticed this.
Indeed, had she spoken to me fondly, her doing so just then would but have increased the feeling of bitterness which obsessed me. Several times during that drive I had been on the point of telling her all I knew, all I had seen and heard. The suspicions I entertained regarding her friend Connie, her abominable friend as she now seemed to me to be; the grave suspicions I entertained also regarding Gastrell, with whom she seemed to be on good terms, to say the least, these indeed were more than suspicions. But at the crucial moment my courage had failed me. How could I say all this, or even hint at it, in the face of all I now knew concerning Dulcie herself? Dulcie, who had been so much to me, who was so much to me still, though I tried hard to persuade myself that everything between us must now be considered at an end? I saw her off at Paddington. Mechanically I kissed her. Why I did I cannot say, for I felt no desire to. It was, I suppose, that instinctively I realized that if I failed to greet her then in the way she would expect me to, she would suspect that I knew something. She had asked me during our drive through the streets of London who had told me where to find her. But what I answered I cannot recollect. I made, I believe, some random reply which apparently satisfied her. For 2 hours I lay upon my bed in my flat in South Molton Street, tossing restlessly, my mind distraught, my brain on fire. Never before had I been in love, and perhaps for that reason I felt this cruel blow, my disillusionment, the more severely. Once or twice my man, Simon, knocked, then tried the door and found it locked, then called out to ask if anything were amiss with me. I scarcely heard him, and did not answer. I wanted to be left alone, left in complete solitude to suffer my deep misery unseen and unheard. I suppose I must have slept at last. In bed at 3 and up at 8, my night had been a short one, for when presently I opened my eyes I saw that the time was 2:30. Then the thought flashed in upon me that in my telegram I had promised to go to Eton to see Dick by the train leaving Paddington at 3. I had barely time to catch it. A thorough wash restored me to some extent to my normal senses, and at Paddington I bought a sandwich which served that day instead of lunch. Once or twice before I had been down to Eton to see Dick, though on those occasions I had been accompanied by Sir Roland. I had little difficulty now in obtaining leave to take him out to tea. He wanted to speak to me quite privately, he said, as we walked arm in arm up the main street, so I decided to take him to the White Hart, and there I ordered tea in a private room. "Now, Mike," he said in a confidential tone when at last we were alone, "this is what I want to draw your attention to," and as he spoke he produced a rather dirty envelope from his trousers pocket, opened it, and carefully shook out on the table several newspaper cuttings, each 3 or 4 lines in length. "What on earth are those about, old boy?" I asked, surprised. "Newspaper advertisements, aren't they?" "Yes. Out of the Morning Post, all on the front page. If you will wait a minute I will put them all in order. The date of each is written on the back, and then you will see if things strike you in the way they have struck me." These were the cuttings: R.P. BJPTN BBLX WAMII XVZZJV OKK ZXXP Dusky Fowl RLXT EX LNVRB 4 ZCOKK ZBPL GC PTFRD AVNSP HVFBL UCAQKOGGWX Dusky Fowl PLT ECII PVOA T1VP UYSAA DJT XRU PRZVF 4 Dusky Fowl NVNNTLTMMS PVVVDNZZPN YCYSWSA BPIX UYYUQECGSQA XWLJFH SC JVTZFHDVB Dusky Fowl. "I can't make head or tail of them," I said, when I had looked carefully at each and endeavoured to unravel its secret, for obviously it must possess some secret meaning. "What do you make of them, Dick? Anything?" "Yes, look, and I will show you," he answered, going to the writing table and bringing over pen, ink and paper. "I have always been fond of discovering, or trying to discover, the meanings of these queer cypher messages you see sometimes in some newspapers, and I have become rather good at it. I have a book that explains the way cyphers are usually constructed. I have found out a good many at one time and another, but this one took me rather a long time to disentangle. I can tell you, Mike, that when I found it concerned you, I felt frightfully excited." "Concerned me!" I exclaimed. "Oh, nonsense! What is this all about?" "Follow me carefully, and I'll show you. I guessed from the first that it must be one of those cyphers that start their alphabet with some letter other than A. But this one has turned out to be what my book calls a complex alphabet cypher. I tried and tried all sorts of ways. I began the alphabet by calling B A, then by calling C A, then by calling D A, and so on all the way through, but that was no good. Then I tried the alphabet backwards, calling Z A, then Y A, right back to A, but that wasn't it either. Then I tried one or two other ways, and at last I started skipping the letters first backwards and then forwards. Doing it forwards, when I got to L, I found that I had got something. I called L A, N B, P C, and so on, and made out B J P T N B B L X, the first word in the first cypher to be the word improving, and the two letters before it in capitals R P to be really D C. The next cypher word, WAMII, stumped me, as the code didn't make its sense. Then it occurred to me to start the alphabet with M instead of L, skipping every alternate letter as before, and I made out WAMII to mean shell. The next cypher word, XVZZJV, I couldn't get sense out of it by starting the alphabet with either L or M, so I tried the next letter, N, skipping alternate letters once more, and that gave me the word settle. I knew then that I had got the key, and I soon had the whole sentence. It ran as follows: DC improving, shall settle all soon. Dusky Fowl. Still, I wasn't much wiser, and it never for a moment occurred to me that D.C. stood for Dulcie Challoner. "Good heavens, Dick!" I cried. "You don't mean to tell me that Dulcie—" "Do be patient, brother-in-law, and let me go through the whole thing before you interrupt with your ejaculations," Dick said calmly. "Well, 4 days went by, and then in the Morning Post of February 7th the second advertisement appeared. RLXT, EX, SROEHNEL, 28, ZCOKK, ZBPL, GC, PTFRD, AVNSP, HVFBL, UCAQKOGGWX, Dusky Fowl. The code was the same as the first, and I deciphered it quite easily. Here it is," and he read from a bit of paper he held in his hand. "Date is February 28th. Shall stay at Mount Royal Hotel, Bedlington. Dusky Fowl." There was nothing more after that until February 12th, when the third advertisement appeared. Same code. Here it is deciphered. "Car will be at Clun Cross 2 day February 28. Dusky Fowl." That Dusky Fowl bothered me a lot. I couldn't think what it meant. Several times I had gone through the names of all the dusky birds I could think of, blackbird, rook, crow, raven, and so on, but nothing struck me, nothing seemed to make sense. Then the next day, yesterday, an advertisement in the same code appeared which startled me a lot, because your name and Mr. Osborne's were in it, and it didn't take me long then to get at the meaning of Dusky Fowl. Here is the advertisement from yesterday's Morning Post, and directly I had read it I wrote that letter asking you to come to see me at once, or to let me come to you." He read out: "Osborne and Berrington suspect. Take precautions. D.C. with me. Hampstead. Dusky Fowl." Dusky Fowl evidently stands for Rook, and Rook for Rook Hotel, and Rook Hotel for Mrs. Stapleton. And that being the case, who else can D.C. stand for but Dulcie Challoner? It's as plain as a pikestaff. "By Jove, Dick," I said after a few moments' pause, I believe you are right." "I am sure I am right," he answered with complete self assurance. This clearly was a most important discovery. I decided to take the cuttings and their solutions to Osborne the moment I got back to town, and I intended to go back directly after delivering Dick safely back at his school. "Really," I exclaimed, feeling now almost excited as the boy, "you are pretty clever, old chap, to have found out all that. I wonder, though, why Mrs. Stapleton doesn't telegraph or write to the man or people these messages are intended for. It would be much simpler." "It wouldn't be safe, Mike. I read in a book once that people of that sort, the kind of people Mr. Osborne always speaks of as scoundrels, nearly always communicate in some sort of cipher, and generally by advertising, because letters are so dangerous. They may miscarry or be stopped or traced, and then they might get used as evidence against the people who wrote them. By communicating in cipher and through a newspaper, of course no risk of any sort is run." "Except when the ciphers get deciphered," I said, "as you have deciphered these." "Oh, but then people seldom waste time the way I do, trying to find these things out. When they do, it's generally a fluke if they come across the key. It took me hours to disentangle the first of those advertisements. The rest came easy enough." All this conversation had distracted my mind a good deal, and I began to feel better. For several minutes I was silent, wrapped in thought, and Dick had tact enough not to interrupt me. I was mentally debating if Dick might not, in more ways than one, prove a useful associate with Osborne, Preston and myself in our task of unveiling the gang of clever rogues and getting them convicted. One thing which had struck me at once, but that I had not told Dick, for fear of exciting him too much, was that Bedlington was the large town nearest to Eldon Hall, the Earl of Cranmere's seat, the place the mysterious, unseen man in the house in Grafton Street had asked Jack Osborne about while he lay bound upon the bed. Also that February 28th was the date when Cranmere's eldest son would come of age, on which day a week's festivities at Eldon would begin, and festivities at Eldon were events to be remembered, I had been told. What most occupied my thoughts, however, was the question I had asked myself: should I make a confidant of little Dick and tell him how things now stood between Dulcie and myself? "Dick, old boy," I said at last, "I wonder if I can treat you as I would a grown man as I would treat some grown men, I should say." "I dare say you could, brother in law," he answered. "Why don't you try?" "Supposing that you were not to become my brother in law, as you seem so fond of calling me, would you be sorry?" "I jolly well think I should," he replied, looking up sharply. "But what makes you say a thing like that? It's all rot, isn't it?" He seemed, as he looked at me with his big brown eyes which were so like Dulcie's, to be trying to discover if I spoke in jest or partly in earnest. "You are going to marry Dulcie, aren't you? You're not going to break it off? You haven't had a row or anything of that kind?" "No, not exactly a row," I said, staring into his nice, frank face. "Then why do you talk about not becoming my brother in law? If you don't marry Dulcie you'll jolly nearly kill her. You don't know how fearfully fond of you she is. You can't know, or you wouldn't talk about not marrying her." "I haven't talked about not marrying her," I answered hurriedly. "Tell me, Dick, is it true what you say about her being so awfully fond of me?" "I shouldn't say it if it wasn't true," he said with a touch of pride. "But what did you mean when you said you wondered if you would treat me as if I were a man?" I put my arm round the lad as he stood at the table, and drew him close to me. "Dick, old boy," I said with a catch in my voice, "I am very unhappy, and I believe Dulcie is too, and I believe it is possible you may be able to put things right if you set about it in the right way. But first tell me, you have talked to Mrs. Stapleton. Do you like her?" "I have never liked her from the first time she talked to me," he answered without an instant's hesitation. "And I don't like her any the better since I have heard you and Mrs. Osborne talking about her, and since I spotted her in that advertisement yesterday." "Well, Dick," I went on, "Mrs. Stapleton and Dulcie are now tremendous friends, and I believe that Mrs. Stapleton is trying to make Dulcie dislike me. I believe she says things about me to Dulcie that are untrue, and I think that Dulcie believes some of the things she is told." "What a beastly shame! But oh no, Mike,
Dulcie wouldn't believe anything about you that was nasty. My word, I'd like to see anyone say nasty things to her about you." "I am glad you think that, but still anyway, certain things have happened which I can't explain to you, and I am pretty sure Dulcie likes me less than she did. I want you to try to find that out, and to tell me. Will you try to, if I can manage to get you a week end at Holt?" "Will I? You try me, Mike, and I won't only try to find out, I shall find out." It was 6 o'clock when I arrived back at Eton with Dick. Word was sent to me that the headmaster would like to speak to me before I left. He came into the room a few minutes afterwards, told Dick to go away and return in 10 minutes, then shut the door and came over to me. He looked extremely grave. "Half an hour ago I received this telegram," he said, pulling one out of his pocket and handing it to me. "As I know you to be an intimate friend of Sir Roland's, you may like to read it before I say anything to Dick." I unfolded the telegram. It had been handed in at Newbury at 5 o'clock, and ran: "My daughter suddenly taken seriously ill. Dick must return at once. My butler will await him under the clock on Paddington departure platform at 7:15, and bring him down here. Please see that Dick is under clock at 7:15 this evening without fail. Challoner." I read the telegram twice, and even then I seemed unable to grasp its full significance. Dulcie seriously ill! Good God, what had happened to her? When we had parted on Paddington platform only a few hours before, she had appeared to be in perfect health. Had this sudden attack, whatever it might be, any connection with Mrs. Stapleton, or with that hateful affair that I had witnessed the night before? My darling Dulcie gambling recklessly and losing, and then borrowing from a woman I now fully believed to be an adventuress money to go on gambling with. Was it even possible that, beside herself with dismay at the large amount of money she now owed Mrs. Stapleton, she had, in a sudden moment of madness, attempted to take I almost cried out as I banished from my brain the hideous thought. Oh God, anything rather than that! I must get further news, and without a moment's loss of time. I must telegraph or telephone to Holt. The headmaster's calm voice recalled me to my senses. "It is indeed terrible news," he said sympathetically, struck no doubt at the grief which the news had stamped upon my face. "But it may, after all, be less serious than Sir Roland thinks. I was about to suggest, Mr. Berrington," he went on, pulling out his watch, "that as you are, I take it, returning to London by the 6:25, you might take Dick up with you and place him in charge of Sir Roland's butler, who will be awaiting him at 7:15 under the clock on Paddington platform. If you can be so very kind as to do this, it will obviate the necessity of my sending someone to London with him. I have given an order for such things as he may require to be packed, and they should be ready by now. We must break the news very gently to the boy, for I know that he is devoted to his sister, so, for the boy's sake, Mr. Berrington, try to bear up. I know, of course, the reason of your deep grief, for Dick has told me that you are engaged to be married to his sister." Hardly knowing what I said, I agreed to do as he suggested and see Dick safely to Paddington. How we broke the news to him, and how he received it when we did break it, I hardly recollect. All I remember distinctly is standing at a telephone call office in Etontown and endeavouring to get through to Holt Manor. Not until it was nearly time for the London train from Windsor to start did the telephone exchange inform me they had just ascertained that the line to Holt Manor was out of order and that they could not get through. Anathematizing the telephone and all that had to do with it, I hurried out to the taxi in which Dick sat awaiting me. All the way from Windsor to London we exchanged hardly a word. Dick, I knew, was terribly upset at the news, for his devotion to his sister was as well known to me as it was to his father and to Aunt Hannah. But he was a plucky little chap, and tried hard not to show how deeply the news had affected him. For my part, my brain was in a tumult. To think that I should have parted from her that morning with feelings of resentment in my heart, and that now she lay possibly at death's door. Again and again I cursed myself for my irritability, my suspicions. Were they, after all, unjust suspicions? Might Dulcie not have excellent reasons to give for all that had occurred the night before? Might she not have been duped,
and taken to that house under wholly false pretences? An uncle of hers believed to be dead, a brother of Sir Roland's had, I knew, been a confirmed gambler. There was much in heredity, I reflected, in spite of modern theories to the contrary. Was it not within the bounds of possibility that Dulcie, taken to that gambling den by her infamous companion, and encouraged by her to play, might suddenly have felt within her the irresistible craving that no man or woman born a gambler has yet been able to overcome? And in any case, what right had I had, metaphorically, to sit in judgment upon her, and jump to conclusions which might be wholly erroneous? The train travelled at express speed through Slough, Didcot, and other small stations. It was within a mile of London when my thoughts suddenly drifted. Why had Sir Roland not sent James direct to Windsor to meet Dick, instead of wasting time by sending him all the way to London? But perhaps James had been in town that day. He came up sometimes, and Sir Roland had wired to him there. Again, why had he not sent the car to Eton to fetch Dick away? That would have been the quicker plan. Of course he would have done that had it been possible, but probably the car had been sent into Newbury to fetch the doctor. That, indeed, was probably what had happened, for the telegram had been handed it at Newbury instead of at Holt Stacey. I knew that Sir Roland's chauffeur had a poor memory. It was well known to be his chief fault. Probably he had shot through Holt Stacey, forgetting all about the telegram he had been told to send off there, and, upon his arrival in Newbury, remembered it and at once dispatched it. Sir Roland had, I knew, a rooted dislike to telephoning telegraphic messages direct to the post office, and I had never yet known him dictate a telegram through his telephone. Oh, how provoking, I said again, mentally, as I thought of the telephone, that the instrument should have got out of order on this day of all days, the one day when I had wanted so urgently to use it. Now the train was slowing down. It was rattling over the points as it passed into the station. Looking out of the window I could see the clock on the departure platform. A few people were strolling near it, but nobody was under it. At least, no man. I could see a woman standing under it, apparently a young woman. Dick's luggage consisted of a suit case which we had taken into the carriage with us, and this I now carried for him as we descended into the subway. The clock on the departure platform is only a few yards from the exit of the subway, and, as we came out, the woman under the clock was not looking in our direction. Somehow her profile seemed familiar, and I stopped abruptly, and catching Dick by the arm, pulled him quickly behind a pile of luggage on a truck. An amazing thought had flashed into my brain. As quickly as I could I gathered my scattered wits. "Dick," I said, after a few moments' reflection, trying to keep my brain cool, "I believe I have an idea all isn't right. There is no sign of James, though our train was some minutes late, and it is now 7:20. James was to be here at 7:15, according to that telegram. But that woman waiting there, I know her by sight, though I have never spoken to her. She might remember me by sight, so I don't want her to see me. Now, look here, I want you to do this. Take hold of your suit case, and as soon as that woman's back is turned, walk up and stand under the clock near her as though you were awaiting someone. Don't look at her or speak to her. I believe this is some trick. I don't believe that telegram was sent by your father at all. I don't believe Dulcie is ill. I think that woman is waiting for you, and that when you have been there a few moments she will speak to you, probably ask you if you are Master Challoner, and then tell you that she has been sent instead of James to meet you, and ask you to go with her. If she does that, don't look in the least surprised, answer her quite naturally. You can inquire, if you like, how Dulcie is, though I shall not be a bit surprised if we find her at home perfectly well, and if she asks you to go with her, go. Don't be at all frightened, old chap. I shall follow and be near you all the time, whatever happens. And look here, if I have guessed aright, and she does say that she has been asked to meet you and tells you to come along with her, just put your hand behind you for an instant as you are walking away, and then I shall know." "Oh, Mike, if Dulcie isn't ill, if, after all, nothing has happened to her." His feelings overcame him, and he could not say more. I moved a little to one side of the pile of trunks and peered out. "Now, Dick, now!" I exclaimed, as I saw the woman turn her back to us. Dick marched up to her, carrying his suit case, and waited under the clock, just as I had told him to. He had not been there 10 seconds when I saw the woman step up to him and speak to him. They exchanged one or two remarks, then, turning, walked away together. And as they walked, Dick's hand went up behind his back and he scratched an imaginary flea. Instantly I began to walk slowly after them. Dick was being taken away by the dark, demure, quietly dressed little woman I had seen at Connie Stapleton's dinner party, and only the night before, standing among the onlookers in Gastrell's house in Cumberland Place. End of chapter 16. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobook.com.
Chapter 17 of The Four Faces by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 17 Is Suspicious. They walked leisurely along the platform, Dick still carrying his suit-case, and at the end of it passed down the sloping subway which leads to the Metropolitan Railway. For a moment they were out of sight, but directly I turned the corner I saw them again. They walked slower now, Dick evidently finding his burden rather heavy. At the pigeon-hole of the booking office a queue of a dozen or so were waiting to buy tickets. The woman and Dick did not stop, however. I saw them pass by the queue, and then I saw the woman hold out tickets to the collector to be clipped, and as I took my place at the back end of the queue, she and Dick passed on to the Parade Street platform. To what station should I book? I had no idea where they were going, so decided to go to High Street, Kensington, and pay the difference if I had to follow them further. There were still 6 people in front of me when I heard the train coming in. "Hurry up in front!" I called out in a fever of excitement, dreading that I might not get a ticket in time. "All right, my man, don't shove!" the man immediately before me exclaimed angrily, pushing back against me. "This ain't the only train, you know. If you miss this you can catch the next." I believe he deliberately took a long time getting out his money. Anyway, before I had bought my ticket, the train had started. A moment later I stood upon the platform, watching in a frenzy of despair the red tail light of the train containing Dick and the strange woman disappearing into the tunnel. I felt literally beside myself. What in the world had I done? I had deliberately let the strange woman take Dick away with her, without having the remotest idea where she was going, or why she had, to all intents, abducted the boy. It was awful to think of, and I alone was entirely to blame. Then the thought came back to me that I had told Dick to have no fear, assuring him that I would be near him all the time. What would the headmaster say who had confided him to my care? Worse, what would Sir Roland say when I confessed to him what I had done? These and other maddening thoughts were crowding into my brain as I stood upon the platform, dazed, and completely at a loss what to do, when somebody nudged me. Turning, I recognized at once the man in the snuff-coloured suit who had told me so rudely not to shove, and had then dawdled so while buying his railway ticket. I was about to say something not very complimentary to him, when he spoke. "I trust you will forgive my apparent rudeness a moment ago at the booking office," he said in a voice I knew quite well. "But there's a method in my madness. I am Preston, George Preston." "Good heavens!" I exclaimed, the sudden revulsion of feeling almost overpowering me. "But do you know what has happened? Do you know that Sir Roland Challoner's son I had charge of has " "Don't distress yourself, Mr. Berrington," he interrupted reassuringly. "I know everything, and more than you know, but I rather feared that you might see through this disguise. I have been loafing about Paddington Station for nearly an hour. The lady I expected to see arrived just after 7, and took up her position under the clock. Then I saw you and the lad arrive. I saw you recognize the woman. I saw you put yourself out of sight behind the pile of trunks, and talk earnestly to the lad for a few moments, and I guessed what you were saying to him. I walked right past you in the subway,
and intentionally made you miss this train because it is inexpedient that you should follow those two. I know where they are going, and Mr. Osborne knows too. I needn't trouble to explain to you here how I come to know all this. The thing you have to do now is to come with me to my house off Regent Street, where Mr. Osborne awaits us." Never in my life, I suppose, have I felt so relieved as I did then, for the mental pain I had endured during these few minutes had been torture. Indeed, I felt almost indignant with Preston for his having made me suffer so. But he explained that he had revealed himself to me the moment he felt justified in doing so. Suddenly a thought occurred to me. "Do you know," I asked him quickly, "anything of a telegram sent to Eton this morning, apparently by Sir Roland, saying that Miss Challoner had been taken suddenly ill, and requesting that his son might be sent home to Holt at once?" "Yes, I know, because I sent it." "You sent it?" "Yes, though I didn't write it. Mrs. Stapleton wrote it. She gave it to her chauffeur, who was in the hall at the Rook Hotel, and when she was gone he asked me if I would mind handing it in, as I had intentionally told him I was going to the post office. I was a chauffeur, too, at the time, chauffeur to Baron Poppenheimer, whom I drove down this morning in his car ostensibly to see the beautiful widow. Baron Poppenheimer was, of course, Mr. Osborne. The widow was not at the Rook when we arrived. We knew she wouldn't be, and, of course, you know where she was. She was at the house in Hampstead where you found Miss Challoner when you called there this morning. She arrived home about 2 o'clock, however, and while Baron Poppenheimer was making himself agreeable to her your friend Mr. Osborne is a most splendid actor, and ought to have been in the detective force I was making headway with her chauffeur out in the garage. Yes, Mr. Berrington, you can set your mind at rest. Miss Challoner is perfectly well. I wonder if by chance you telephoned to Holt this afternoon?" "I tried to." "And you couldn't get through? The line was out of order?" "Yes." "Good!" Preston exclaimed, his small intelligent eyes twinkling oddly. "That is as I thought. One of Gastrell's accomplices set the line out of order between 3 and 5 this afternoon. When the line comes to be examined the electrician will, unless I am greatly mistaken, find the flaw at some point between Holt Stacey and Holt Manor. If you should happen to hear, you might tell me the exact point where they find that the trouble exists. My theories and my chain of circumstances are working out splendidly. I haven't as yet made a single false conjecture. And now come along to my house, and I'll tell you more on the way." Osborne sat in Preston's sitting room smoking a long cigar. He no longer wore the disguise of Baron Poppenheimer, or any disguise, and upon our entry he uttered an exclamation. "By Jove, Mike," he said, "you are the very man we've been wanting all day. Where did you disappear to last night?" And turning to Preston he added, "Were you right? Did he follow the widow and Miss Challoner home last night?" "Yes," I answered for him. "I did. Did you see Dulcie at Gastrell's last night?" "I should say so. And we saw you gazing at her. You nearly gave yourself away, Mike. You did, indeed. You ought to be more careful. When we saw you follow them out of the room we knew, just as though you had told us, that you meant to follow them home. And what about the boy?" he said, addressing Preston. "Did he turn up, and was he met?" "Yes, just as I expected. But he wasn't met by Sir Roland's butler, of course. He was met by Doris Lorrimer. You have probably noticed her, that dark, demure, quietly dressed girl who was at Connie Stapleton's dinner party at the Rook and at Gastrell's last night." "You don't mean to say that she, too, is one of Gastrell's accomplices?" Jack exclaimed. "It seems impossible, looking like that." "I have suspected it for some time. Now I am sure. She has taken Dick Challoner to Connie Stapleton's house in Hampstead. It's one of the headquarters of the set, though, of course, the principal headquarters are at 300 Cumberland Place. How furious Lord Easterton would be if he knew! He suspects nothing as yet, I think." "But how do you know that Doris Lorrimer has taken the boy to that Hampstead house?" Osborne asked quickly. "And why has she taken him?" "The gang have kidnapped him it was Connie Stapleton's idea in order to get the reward they feel sure Sir Roland will offer for his recovery. How I know where Doris Lorrimer has taken him is that Connie Stapleton's chauffeur, with whom I fraternized this afternoon in Newbury, happened to mention that his mistress had told Miss Lorrimer to be under the clock at Paddington at 7:15 this evening, to meet the man with the parcel, as she said, and then to take the parcel to her house in Hampstead. I won't tell you until later how I came to know the kidnapping was Mrs. Stapleton's idea. I have a reason for not telling you yet." "You certainly are a marvel, George," Jack said, as he blew a cloud towards the ceiling. "We seem to be well on the way now to running these scoundrels to ground. I shall be glad to see them convicted. Right glad." "We are on the way, yes," Preston answered, "but you'll find it a longer way than you expect, if you are already thinking of convictions. You don't know, you can't have any idea of, the sliminess of these rogues if you suppose we are as yet anywhere near running them to ground. Just look how clever they have already been. First there was the fire in Maresfield Gardens, and the discovery of the stabbed and charred body, for you may depend upon it that fire was meant to conceal some crime, probably murder, by destroying all traces, including that body which ought by rights to have been entirely consumed. Then there is the robbery at Holt Manor. Then the affair in Grafton Street, with yourself as the victim. Then the murder of Sir Roland's gardener, Churchill. All these constitute mysteries, undiscovered crimes, and now comes this business of kidnapping Sir Roland's young son." We talked at considerable length, discussing past and present happenings, and arranging our future line of action. Preston was immensely interested in the cipher messages unravelled by Jack. I had brought the cuttings with me to show to him and Jack. The reference to the date of the coming of age of Cranmere's son, considered in connection with the question about Cranmere's seat, Eldon Hall, put to Osborne during his mysterious confinement in Grafton Street, made the detective almost excited. The unravelling of those ciphers was, he said, perhaps the most important discovery as yet made. Indeed, he believed that our knowledge of these messages might simplify matters sufficiently to lead directly to the arrest of, at any rate, some members of the gang at a much earlier date than he had previously anticipated. "It is clear," he said, as he put the cuttings into the envelope again and handed them back to me, "that Gastrell and Company contemplate a coup of some sort, either on the day Lord Cranmere's son comes of age, or on one day during the week of festivities that will follow. Clun Cross. We must find out where Clun Cross is. Probably it's somewhere in Northumberland, and most likely it's near Eldon Hall. I suppose, Osborne, that you are invited to the coming of age, as you know Cranmere so well?" "Yes, and I mean to go. But Berrington isn't invited. He doesn't know Cranmere." "He probably knows what he looks like, though," Preston answered, laughing. He was thinking of his impersonation of the Earl and his wonderful make-up. "I am not invited either, professionally or otherwise, so that Mr. Berrington and I had better go to Bedlington and put our heads together there, for something is going to happen at Eldon Hall, Osborne, you may take my word for that. We mustn't, however, forget that last cipher message. Osborne and Berrington suspect. Take precautions." Precautions with such people may mean anything. I am firmly of opinion that poor Churchill's assassination was a precautionary measure. It was on the afternoon before that murder, remember, that Churchill found the paste buckle at the spot where a grey car had been seen, left deserted, on the morning of the robbery at Holt. It was on the afternoon before that murder that he brought the buckle to Miss Challoner, told her about the grey car he had seen, which, he said, led him to suspect something, and asked to have the afternoon off. It was on that same afternoon that Mrs. Stapleton happened to motor over to Holt, and while there was told by Miss Challoner all about the finding of the buckle, also all about Churchill's secret suspicion about the car, and his asking to have the afternoon off, presumably to pursue his inquiries. And what happened after that? Don't you remember? Mrs. Stapleton telephoned from Holt to the Rook Hotel in Newbury and talked to someone there, her maid, so she said, for 5 minutes or more, talked to her in Polish. Now, does anything suggest itself to either of you? Don't you think it quite likely that Mrs. Stapleton, hearing from Miss Challoner all about what had happened, telephoned in Polish certain instructions to somebody in Newbury, most likely one of her accomplices, and that those instructions led, directly or indirectly, to Churchill's being murdered the same night, lest he should discover anything and give information? One thing I am sure of, though. Mrs. Stapleton's chauffeur is an honest man who does not in the least suspect what is going on, who, on the contrary, believes his mistress to be a most estimable woman, kind, considerate, open-handed. I found that out while associating with him to day as a fellow chauffeur. It was nearly 9 o'clock before we went out into Soho to dine. Preston told us that he had arranged to call at Willow Road for Dick between 10 and half past. The three of us were to go to Hampstead and represent ourselves as being instructed by Sir Roland to take the boy away. Preston himself would, he said, represent himself as being an Eton master, and Doris Lorrimer was to be closely cross-questioned as to who had authorized her to meet the boy and take him to Hampstead and well, Preston had thoroughly thought out his plan of action down to the smallest detail, and during dinner in the little restaurant in Gerrard Street, to which he had taken us, he explained it to us fully. Briefly, his intention was to frighten Doris Lorrimer half out of her senses by threatening instant prosecution if she did not, then and there, make certain disclosures which would help on our endeavour to bring to justice the whole gang with which she was evidently associated. "But supposing," I hazarded, "we don't see Doris Lorrimer? Supposing we see only a servant, who assures us that we are mistaken, and that Dick isn't there? Supposing that Mrs. Stapleton, or even Gastrell, should confront us? What then?" "I have carefully considered all those possibilities," Preston answered lightly as he refilled my glass, then Jack's, and then his own. "If anything of that kind should happen, I shall simply but there leave it to me, and I think you will be satisfied with the outcome. You must remember, Mr. Berrington, that I have been at this sort of thing over 20 years. Well, here's luck to our enterprise," and raising his glass he clinked it against our glasses in turn, then emptied it at a draught. "And now," he said, preparing to rise, "we must be moving. We have rather a ticklish task before us, though I have no fear whatever as to its sequel, provided you leave most of the talking to me. In any case there must be no violence, remember. The only thing I regret is that the lad will most likely be asleep, so that we shall have to awaken him." Punctually at 10:30 our taxi drew up outside the house numbered 460 Willow Road, Hampstead. Chapter 17 Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapter 18 of The Four Faces by William LeQueux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 18 Contains another surprise. Lights were in most of the windows, as though a party were in progress. Preston rang the bell. It was answered at once by a maid who had answered it in the morning, and before Preston had time to speak the maid asked us if we would come in. This time she showed us into a room a good deal larger than the one in which I had been interviewed by Gastrell in the morning. Very beautifully furnished, on all sides what is termed the feminine touch was noticeable, and among a number of framed photographs on one of the tables I recognized portraits of well-known society people, several with autograph signatures, and one or two with affectionate inscriptions. I wondered to whom they had been presented, and to whom the affectionate inscriptions were addressed. We waited a few minutes, wondering what would happen next, and who would come in to see us, for the maid had not even asked our names, though I saw that she had recognized me. For a moment it occurred to me that we ought to have changed into evening clothes, and I was about to tell Preston so when the door opened and Jasmine Gastrell entered, accompanied, to my amazement, by Dulcie Challoner. I think even Preston was taken aback, and it took a great deal to astonish Preston. Osborne, I could see, was dumbfounded. Jasmine Gastrell was the first to speak, and she addressed me without looking either at Osborne or Preston. "Good evening, Mr. Berrington," she said with one of those wonderful smiles of hers which seemed entirely to transform her expression. "This is an unexpected pleasure." How strangely different she now looked from the way she had looked at me in Cumberland Place when, disguised as Sir Aubrey Belston, I had pretended to read her past life. She turned to Jack, and raising her eyebrows as though she had only that instant recognized him,
"Why," she exclaimed, "it's Mr. Osborne! I had no idea we were to have the pleasure of seeing you here to night. Had you Dulcie?" Dulcie, who was standing by quite unconcernedly, turned at once to me without answering Mrs. Gastrell's question. "Dear old Mike," she said, "how delightful of you to have come. I do hope you have entirely recovered. You looked so ill when you saw me off at Paddington this morning that I felt anxious about you all the way home. What was the matter with you? Have you any idea?" I was so staggered, first at finding her at this house again, and then at her addressing me in the calm way she did, that for some moments I could not answer. Jack and Preston, now in conversation with Jasmine Gastrell, did not notice my hesitation. At last, collecting my scattered thoughts, I answered: "I am quite well, Dulcie. There was nothing really much amiss with me this morning. I thought you knew that." I stopped abruptly. What else could I say? Under the circumstances I could not well speak about the telegram, and say why we had arrived in this way at such an unusual hour. "I suppose you have come about Dick," she went on suddenly. "He is asleep now. He is so tired, poor little chap." "Dulcie!" I burst out impetuously under my breath, casting a hurried glance at the other three, who, still in conversation, did not appear to notice us. "Dulcie, what is the meaning of all this? Why are you here? Why is Dick here? I want to see you. I must see you alone as soon as possible. There is so much I want to say to you, want to ask you. Such a lot has happened during the past day or two that I can't understand, and that I want to have explained. Tell me, my darling," I went on hurriedly, "when and where we can meet alone." She gave a delightful little laugh, and tapped me playfully with her fan. She and Jasmine were in evening dress. Then, looking roguishly up into my eyes, she went on: "So far as Dick is concerned, everything is easily explained. When I got home this morning I felt very unwell. I found father terribly anxious at my absence, and Aunt Hannah in what I call one of her fits of tantrums. I went to lie down, and while I was asleep father came and looked at me. For some reason he got it into his head that I looked very ill, and just then Connie arrived in her car. She went to Holt direct from London, as she wanted to explain to father the reason she didn't take me home last night, and at the same time make her apologies for the anxiety she knew she must unintentionally have caused him. Father, you know, likes Connie very much. After seeing me in bed he had jumped to the conclusion that I was really very ill, and ought to see a doctor at once. Connie said that as she was going straight to Newbury she would, if he liked, send Dr. Claughton out to Holt. Then father said something about letting Dick know I was ill, and Connie volunteered to send a telegram to Eton, signed with her father's name, and father said he wished she would. And that is the explanation of the whole affair." "Explanation!" I exclaimed. "I don't call that half an explanation. What about James being told to meet Dick at Paddington, and then not turning up?" "Oh, that was a mistake of Connie's. James was in town to day, and Connie understood father to say that he would telegraph to James and tell him to meet Dick at Paddington. After telegraphing to Eden in father's name, from Newbury, she found she had made a mistake, so then she telegraphed to Doris Lorrimer to meet Dick. After the doctor had seen me, he told father there was nothing to be in the least alarmed about. In fact, gave father to understand that his imagination had played pranks with him. So then father telephoned to Connie at the Rook Hotel, and they decided there was no need for Dick to come home, and Connie suggested Dick spending the night here, and returning to Eton to morrow." I did not speak for some moments. At last I said: "Dulcie, who told you all this?" "Why, Connie, of course. Father had to attend an important magistrates' meeting in Newbury this afternoon, and, as I seemed quite well again, she got father's leave to bring me up to town again to meet some friends of hers who are here to night. Now, are you satisfied, Mike?" "No, I am not," I answered bluntly. "Dulcie, have you seen Dick since he arrived here?" "No. He had to go to bed before I arrived, and Connie said I had better not disturb him." "My darling," I said a moment later, "I must see you alone. When can I?" "Would to morrow morning suit you, dear?" she asked, looking at me with her frank brown eyes. As I returned the gaze I found it impossible to believe that she had wittingly deceived me that morning, or indeed at any time.
And yet "Yes. Shall we say at 12 o'clock?" I suggested. "And shall I call here for you?"
"That will do beautifully. Oh, Mike, my darling," she said quickly, under her breath, "I hope you still love me just as much as you did. I don't know why, but somehow I sometimes feel that you mistrust me, even that you suspect me of something or other. I don't know what."
"Dulcie!" I exclaimed impulsively, and I made as though to seize her hand, then remembered we were not alone, and refrained. "Dulcie, there are things I want you to explain to me, mysteries that only you can clear up. I don't really mistrust you, my own darling, indeed I don't. But I mistrust some of the people you mix with and have made friends of. More than that, I happen to know that some of them are no better than adventurers, and I want to get you away from them. What house is this we are in? I mean, whose is it, and who lives here?" But at that instant our conversation was interrupted by Jasmine Gastrell. "Oh, you lovers!" she exclaimed, laughing as she looked across at us. "What heaps and heaps lovers seem to have to tell each other after being parted for a few hours. It reminds me of my own young days," she added archly, for she looked barely 27. "Mr. Osborne has just told me, Dulcie, that he is asked to stay at Eldon Hall for Lord Cranmere's son coming of age on the 28th. I have been invited too. I do wish you were going to be there. Connie has accepted." 10 minutes later, as the three of us sauntered slowly along Willow Road, we realized, at least I can answer for myself, that in spite of our careful scheming, and our complete confidence in the success of our plan, we had been cleverly outwitted. Not for a moment had Preston or Jack Osborne believed the long story that Jasmine Gastrell had related to them while Dulcie and I had been engrossed in conversation, a story it is unnecessary to repeat, though it had been told apparently with a view to leading them to think that Mrs. Gastrell was shortly to make a tour round the world. In the same way, I had not been deceived by the ingenuous tissue of implications and falsehoods that Connie Stapleton had poured into Dulcie's ear, and that Dulcie had innocently repeated to me. What most astonished me, however, was the rapidity with which Connie Stapleton and Jasmine Gastrell seemed able to concoct these ingenious and plausible narratives to account for anything and everything that happened on any occasion. A single discrepancy, for instance, in the story that Dulcie had just repeated to me would have brought the whole fabric of what appeared to be true statements, though I believed them to be false, crumbling to the ground. But there had been no such discrepancy. Everything that had occurred during the afternoon in relation to Dick, the telegram sent to Eton, Doris Lorrimer's meeting him in place of Sir Roland's butler, had been accounted for simply and quite rationally. And yet I felt firmly convinced the statements must in the main be a series of monstrous untruths, a belief in which Preston, with all his experience, concurred. Only 2 points puzzled me. Neither Jasmine Gastrell nor Connie Stapleton, nor indeed anybody else, could by any possibility have known that Preston, Jack, and I contemplated calling at the house in Willow Road that evening. How came it, then, that everything had been so skilfully arranged with a view to disarming our suspicions when we did call? That, I confess, was a problem so complicated that it formed the one and only argument in favour of the story that Dulcie had repeated to me being in part true. The other puzzling point was Dulcie's being at that house that night, and her knowing that Dick was there. Surely, if Connie Stapleton and her accomplices had intended to kidnap Dick for the purpose of extorting money from Sir Roland, they would not intentionally have let Dulcie know what was happening. And, arguing thus with myself, I began at last to wonder if, after all, I had been mistaken. If, after all, Mrs. Stapleton had not invented that story, but had told Dulcie the truth. I confess that the more I thought it all over, and the harder I tried to sift possible facts from probable fiction, the more hopelessly entangled I became. Perhaps the strongest argument in favour of my theory that we were being cleverly and systematically hoaxed lay in Dick's discovery of the cipher messages in the Morning Post. There could, at any rate, be no getting away from the cipher message which had appeared on the previous day, and that ran: Osborne and Berrington suspect. Take precautions." Then I thought again of Dulcie. It was appalling, almost incredible, that she should be allowed to associate with men and women whom we practically knew to be adventurers, and who might be not merely adventurers, but criminals masquerading as respectable members of society. Yet I was impotent to prevent her. It was, of course, Sir Roland's duty to forbid her to mix with these people. But then Sir Roland, from being powerfully attracted by the young widow Connie Stapleton, was, as I had long ago guessed, becoming deeply enamoured of her. So that far from preventing Dulcie from associating with her, Dulcie with her strange infatuation for the woman, he deliberately encouraged the intimacy. Well, next morning, at any rate, I should see Dulcie alone, I reflected, with a feeling of satisfaction, and then I would have it out with her and go into the whole affair thoroughly, speaking to her with brutal frankness. Even at the risk of hurting her feelings and incurring her displeasure, I would tell her everything I knew and all that I suspected. Something must be done, and at once, to put an end to her absurd attachment to the widow. I had thought it all over quite long enough. It was now time to act. And Dick, too. I must get hold of him and question him narrowly to find out if his story of what happened from the time he left me on Paddington platform and went and stood beside Doris Latimer under the clock, and his arrival at Willow Road, Hampstead, tallied with the story that Connie Stapleton had told Dulcie, and that Dulcie had related to me, for I somehow fancied that the two narratives might differ to some extent, if only in their minor details. We were approaching Hampstead Tube station when Preston, turning to me from Jack Osborne, with whom he had been in close conversation, inquired: "Has Sir Roland lately said anything to you, Mr. Berrington, that interested you particularly? Has he thrown out any hint of any sort?" I reflected. "Nothing that I can recollect," I said. "Have you reason to suppose that he has something of special interest that he wants to say to me?" "I have, but until he speaks it is not for me to make any comment." We had reached the Tube station. Jack booked to Russell Square, Preston to Piccadilly Circus, and I took a ticket to Bond Street, those being the stations nearest to our respective destinations. "Are you aware," Preston said soon after the train had started, "that since we left my house and went to dine in Soho, we have been followed? I wanted to be perfectly certain before telling you, but I see now that I was right in my suspicion. Look to your left presently, one at a time, and at the end of the compartment you'll see quite an ordinary looking man, apparently a foreigner, smoking a cheroot, the man seated alone, with a lot of hair on his face. You wouldn't notice him if he passed you in the street, would you?" he said after we had looked. "But I have noticed him all the evening. He was in Warwick Street when we all came out of my house. He followed us to Soho. He was in Gerrard Street, awaiting us, when we came out of the restaurant after dining. He came after us to Hampstead. He has followed us from Willow Road to the Tube station, and he is in this compartment now for the purpose of observing us. I want you each not to forget what he is like, and in a few minutes when we all separate, I shall be curious to see which one of us he follows, to know which of us he is really shadowing." Jack was the first to alight. He bade us each a cheery good night, after reminding us that we were all three to meet on the following afternoon, and hurried out. The hairy man with the cheroot remained motionless, reading his newspaper. My turn came next, at Oxford Circus station. As I rose, I noticed the man carelessly fold up his newspaper, cram it into his coat pocket, and get up. Rather to my surprise I did not, after that, see him again. He was not with me in the carriage of the train I changed into, nor was he apparently on the platform at Bond Street Station when I got out. As I pushed my latch key into the outer door of South Molton Street Mansions, I glanced quickly up and down the street, but, so far as I could see, there was no sign of the man. However, a surprise awaited me. Upon entering my flat I noticed a light in the sitting room at the end of the little passage. The door stood ajar. Entering quickly, I uttered an exclamation of amazement, for in the big armchair in front of the fire burned as though it had lately been made up, Dick lay back fast asleep, his lips slightly parted, his chest rising and falling in a way that showed how heavily he slept. Recovering from my amazement, I stood for a minute or two watching him. How delightful he looked when asleep like that, and what a strong resemblance he bore to Dulcie. But how came he to be here? And how came Dulcie to have told me less than an hour before that he was in the house in Hampstead and asleep there? Gazing down upon him still, I wondered what really had happened since I had last seen him that evening, and what story he would have to tell me when he awoke. My man had gone to bed, for it was now past midnight. Considering where I had better put Dick to sleep, my glance rested upon some letters lying upon the table. Mechanically I picked them up and looked at the handwritings on the envelopes. Nothing of interest, I decided, and I was about to put them down again, unopened, when I noticed there was one from Holt that I had overlooked. The handwriting was Sir Roland's. Hastily tearing open the envelope, I pulled out the letter. It was quite short, but its contents sent my heart jumping into my mouth, and had Dick not been asleep close by in the chair, I believe I should have used some almost unprintable language. "Oh, the fool! The silly, doddering, abject old fool!" I exclaimed aloud, as I flung the open letter down on the table and began to pace the room in a fury of indignation. "No fool like an old fool! Oh, those words of wisdom! The man who first uttered them should have a monument erected to his memory." I continued aloud, then suddenly, as Dick stirred in his sleep, I checked myself abruptly. The letter Sir Roland Challoner had written to me ran as follows: "My dear Mike, as you and Dulcie are engaged, I dare say you will be interested, and you may be surprised, to hear of another engagement. I have asked Dulcie's beautiful friend, Mrs. Stapleton, to become my wife, and she has done me the honour of accepting my proposal. Write to congratulate me, my dear Mike, and come down again soon to stay with us. Yours affectionately, Roland Challoner." Chapter 19. Of the Four Faces by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. In the Papers. Dick was sleeping so heavily that he hardly stirred when I picked him up, carried him into my bedroom, laid him on my bed, and loosened his clothes. I had decided to sleep on the settee in the room adjoining. Soon after 7 next morning I was awakened by hearing him moving about. He had made himself quite at home, I found, for he had had a bath and used my towels and hair brushes, and found his way into a pair of my slippers. "I hope you don't mind," he said apologetically, after telling me what he had done. "And now shall I tell you how I come to be here, Mike?" he asked, clambering up on to my bed and lying down beside me. I told him I wanted to know everything, and at once, and speaking in his rapid, vivacious way, he went on to explain exactly what had occurred. It seemed that when he went and stood by Doris Lorrimer under the clock at Paddington Station, she had, as I had told him she probably would, asked him if he were Dick Challoner. Upon his telling her that he was, she said that she had been sent to meet him, and asked him to come with her. She had not told him where they were going, but when she got out at Baker Street Station and he got out after her, a man had suddenly come up to her and said he wished to speak to her privately. She had told Dick to wait, and had then walked a little way away with the man, and for about 10 minutes they had stood together, conversing in undertones. "What was the man like?" I interrupted. Dick described him rather minutely. He said he had taken special notice of his appearance because he was such a hairy man, and before he had done I felt practically certain the man who had met Doris Lorrimer was the foreign-looking man who had shadowed Preston, Jack and myself the night before. "I think," Dick went on, "the lady altered her plans after meeting that man, because for some moments after he had gone she seemed undecided what to do. Finally she went out of the station, hailed a taxi in Baker Street, told me to get into it, and then said something to the driver that I couldn't hear. We went straight down Baker Street, down Orchard Street. I noticed the names of both streets,
then turned to the right and stopped at a house in Cumberland Place. As you had disappeared, I was beginning to feel a bit frightened, Mike. I didn't much like the woman, who had spoken hardly a word to me all the time, so just as she got out of the taxi on the left side, I quickly opened the door on the right side, popped out while her back was still turned, and ran away as hard as I could, leaving my suitcase in the taxi. It was very dark, and I believe that until after she had paid the driver she can't have missed me, as nobody came after me." "Well, and what did you do then?" "As soon as I had got well away, I went up to a policeman and asked him the way to South Molton Street. He explained clearly, and I came straight on here and asked for you. Your man Simon said you weren't in, and that he didn't know when you would be, so I asked if I might come in and wait, as I said I had something important to say to you. Of course he knew me by sight from seeing me with you sometimes, so he said 'Certainly,' and put me into your sitting room. It was past 8 when I got here. I was awfully hungry, so I ate all the cake and all the biscuits I found in the sideboard in your dining room, and then I sat down in your big chair to wait for you, and I suppose I then fell asleep." This report interested me a good deal, and I was still pondering it when my man came in with my letters and the newspaper, which he always brought to me before I got up. After reading my letters I picked up the newspaper, telling Dick to lie still and not disturb me until I had glanced through it. I had read the principal items of news, when suddenly my attention became centred upon an article which was headed "Amazing Series of Robberies. Police Completely Baffled." The article made up nearly a column of closely set type, and ran as follows: "Within a brief period of 3 months, that is to say, since the beginning of December last, no less than 11 great robberies have been committed in various parts of Great Britain. Up to the present, however, no clue of any sort has been obtained that seems likely to lead to the discovery of the perpetrators of any one of these crimes. The victims of these robberies are the following." Here followed a list of names of 11 well-known rich people, the names of the houses where the robberies had been committed, a brief description of the method employed by the thieves, and the value approximately of the property stolen in each case. The houses were for the most part large country mansions situated in counties far apart, and Holt Manor, Sir Roland Challoner's seat in Berkshire, figured in the list. The article then continued: "When 11 such serious robberies, as we may rightly term them, are committed in comparatively rapid succession, and our police and detective force, in spite of their vaunted ability, prove themselves unable to effect a single arrest, what, we have a right to ask, is amiss with our police, or with their methods, or with both?" Questioned upon the subject, a well-known Scotland Yard inspector yesterday informed our representative that official opinion inclines to the belief that the crimes mentioned have one and all been effected by a group of amazingly clever criminals working in combination. How many members the gang consists of, he said, how they obtained the special information they must have possessed to enable them to locate so accurately the exact whereabouts of the valuables they seized, and how they succeeded in securing those valuables in broad daylight, we have not the remotest notion. The theory held at present, he continued, is that a number of expert thieves have by some means succeeded in becoming intimate with the owners of the houses that have been robbed. We repudiate entirely the theory that servants in the different houses must have been accomplices in the robberies, either directly or indirectly. The article then proceeded to advance a number of apparently plausible theories to account for the non-discovery of the thieves, and finally ended as follows: "If, then, our police and detectives would retain, or rather regain, their prestige, it is incumbent upon them at once to take steps to prevent any further outrages of this kind. Otherwise, the police of Great Britain will run a grave risk of becoming the laughing stock of continental countries, where, we make bold to state, such a series of robberies, all more or less of the same nature, and involving a loss of, in the aggregate, approximately £50,000, would not thus have been committed with impunity." I handed Dick the paper. When he had carefully read the article right through, he looked up abruptly. "By Jove!" he exclaimed. "I have an idea." I waited. For some moments he was silent. Then he continued: "Do you remember the account of the robbery at Thatched Court, near Bridport? It's one of the robberies mentioned in this list." "I can't say I do," I answered. "I don't read the newspapers very carefully. Why?" "I happened to read that account, and remember it rather well. The robbery took place about 5 weeks ago. The house was entered while everybody, including some of the servants, was at a race meeting. Among the things stolen was a pair of shotguns made by Holland and Holland." "But what on earth has that to do with anything? Where does the idea come in?" "It doesn't come in there. It comes in later. You know that every shotgun has a number on it, and so can be identified. Now, if these thieves are people who are pretending to be gentlemen, how do you put it? There's a word you use for that, but I've forgotten it." "Do you mean masquerading as gentlemen?" "Masquerading. That's the word I was thinking of. If they are masquerading as gentlemen, they'll probably keep good guns like that to shoot with. They can do that, or think they can, without running much risk, whereas if they sold them they'd run rather a big risk of being caught, because I happen to remember that the numbers of the stolen guns were mentioned in the newspaper account of the robbery. They said the guns were in a case, and almost new. Now, this is where my idea comes in, as you put it. I heard you tell Dulcie only the other day that you wanted a pair of guns by a tip-top maker. Just afterwards I happened to hear her talking to Mrs. Stapleton about her wedding. By the way, Mike, have you fixed the date yet?" "Not yet. But what about Mrs. Stapleton?" "Well, Dulcie spoke about wedding presents, just casually in course of conversation, and I heard her tell Mrs. Stapleton that you had said you hoped among your wedding presents there would be a good gun, or, better still, a pair. I heard her say that you said. Mrs. Stapleton didn't answer at once, but I noticed a queer sort of expression come onto her face, as if she'd just thought of something, and presently she said, 'I have a good mind, darling, to give him a pair of guns that belonged to my poor husband. They are quite new, he can't have used them more than once or twice, if that. They were made by a Bond Street gunmaker he always went to, one of the best in London. Mike, is Holland and Holland's shop in Bond Street?' "Yes," I answered, "at the top of Bond Street." "Oh, but there are several good gunmakers in Bond Street. Besides, why should Mrs. Stapleton give me such a present as that? I really hardly know her." "Wait until I've finished, Mike. You always jump at conclusions so. Dulcie said almost at once, 'Oh, don't do that, Connie. Mike wouldn't expect such a present as that from you. He might like to take it. You see, you hardly know him really, just what you have this moment said.' Then Dulcie said, 'I tell you what I wish you to do, Connie. Let me buy them from you to give to him. What shall I give you for them?' I believe that was what Mrs. Stapleton had been driving at all the time. She wanted to sell the guns without running any risk, for, of course, you would never think of noticing the numbers on them, and nobody would ever suppose that guns given to you by Dulcie, apparently new guns, were guns that had been stolen. In the end Dulcie said she would give Mrs. Stapleton £80 for the pair, and that was agreed upon, so that Dulcie had practically bought them for you. In fact, she may have paid Mrs. Stapleton for them already. Now, look here, I'll get hold of that newspaper that gave the numbers of the guns, and I bet you when Dulcie gives you those guns you'll find they're marked with the numbers of the stolen guns." "Dick," I said thoughtfully, after a moment's pause, "were you eavesdropping when you heard all this?" "Why, no, of course not!" he exclaimed indignantly. "I was in the room reading a book, and I couldn't help hearing all they said, though they were talking in undertones." I turned over in my bed and looked into his eyes for an instant or two. "Would you be surprised to hear, Dick," I said slowly, watching to see what effect my words would have upon him, "would you be surprised to hear that Dulcie gave me a pair of guns as her wedding present only last week?" Dick sprang up in bed. "Did she?" he cried out, clapping his hands. "Oh, Mike, tell me, are they Holland guns?" I nodded. Dick jumped off the bed and began to caper about the room. "Have you got them here?" he exclaimed at last, as his excitement began to subside. "They are in the next room. You shall see them after breakfast." I had difficulty in calming Dick's excitement and inducing him to eat his breakfast, and directly breakfast was over I took him into the next room, produced the gun case,
pulled out the 2 pairs of barrels, and together we examined the numbers stamped upon them. Dick wrote the numbers down in a little notebook he always carried in his trousers pocket, and a little later we drove down to Fleet Street to look up the file of the newspaper in which Dick had, he declared, read the report of the robbery at Thatch Court, near Bridport. I confess that I had not placed much faith in Dick's theory about the numbers. I had taken him down to Fleet Street chiefly because he had so earnestly entreated me to. When, therefore, after turning up the report, Dick discovered with a shout of triumph that the numbers on my guns were actually identical with the numbers mentioned in the newspaper as those of the stolen guns, I was not merely greatly astonished, but also considerably perturbed. "Dick," I said thoughtfully, when I had to some extent recovered from my surprise, "I really think we shall have to make a private detective of you. Would you like me to take you now to one of the most famous detectives in London, a man who was connected with Scotland Yard for 20 years, who was helping Mr. Osborne to try to discover who the thieves are who robbed Holt Manor, and who it was who killed poor Churchill?" "Do you mean Mr. Preston?" the boy asked quickly, peering up at me out of his own intelligent brown eyes. "Yes, I suppose you have heard Mr. Osborne and me speak of him." "Of course I have, and I should love to see him. Are you going to see him now?" "I am going straight to him to tell him of your discovery of these numbers. He already knows all about your having deciphered the newspaper ciphers. In fact, he has the cuttings at this moment, and your translation of them. He told me the other day that he would like to meet you." Preston was at home at his house in Warwick Street, off Recent Street. In a few words I had explained everything to him, and at once he grew serious. "The unfortunate part," he said at last, "is that in spite of this young man's sharpness in making this discovery, it really leaves us almost where we were, unless—" "Unless what?" I asked, as he paused, considering. "Well, Mr. Berrington, it's like this," he said bluntly. "You are engaged to be married to Miss Challoner, and she gives you a wedding present, a pair of new guns. At least they are to all intents new, and naturally she expects you to think they are, and might be vexed if she thought you had found out that she picked them up as a bargain. Now, it all turns on this. Have you the moral courage to tell your fiancée that you believe the wedding present she has given you is part of the plunder secured in a recent robbery, indeed that you know it is, and that therefore you and she are unwittingly receivers of stolen goods? I have never myself been in love, so far as I can recollect, but if I were placed as you are, I think I should hardly have the courage to disillusion the young lady." I am bound to admit that until he put this problem to me, it had not occurred to me to look at the matter in that light, and now I felt much as Preston declared he would feel if he were in my place. Dulcie might not mind my having discovered that she had picked up the guns as a bargain. Indeed, why should she? But when it came to hinting, as I should have to do if I broached the matter at all, that I believed that her great friend Connie Stapleton knew, when she sold the guns to her, that they had been stolen, Connie Stapleton, who was about to become her stepmother. No, I shouldn't have the pluck to do it. I shouldn't have the pluck to face the storm of indignation that I knew my words would stir up in her. Women are logical enough, in spite of all that the ignorant and unthinking urge to the contrary, but in this particular case Dulcie would, I felt perfectly certain, round upon me, and, in the face of evidence, no matter how damning, declare that I was, to say the least, mistaken. She would go at once to Connie Stapleton and tell her everything, and immediately Connie Stapleton would invent some plausible story which would entirely clear her of all responsibility, and from that moment onward I should probably be her bitterest enemy. No, I thought. Better, far better, say nothing. Perhaps some day circumstances might arise which would of themselves lead to Mrs. Stapleton's, so to speak, giving herself away. Indeed, in face of the discovery, I now decided not to make certain statements to Sir Roland that I had fully intended to make. After all, he was old enough to be my father, and if a man old enough to be my father could be so foolish as to fall in love with an adventuress, let him take the consequences. I should not so much have minded incurring Sir Roland's wrath, but, knowing him as well as I did, I felt positive that anything I might say would only strengthen his trust in and attachment to this woman he had decided to wed. He might even turn upon me and tell me to my face that I was striving to oppose his marriage because his marrying must, of course, affect my pecuniary position. An old man who falls in love becomes for the time, I have always maintained, mentally deranged. Preston conversed at considerable length with Dick Challoner, and by the time I rose to leave, for I had to call at Willow Street for Dulcie at noon, the two appeared to have become great friends. "I shall take you with me to call for Dulcie," I said to Dick as we went out. "Then we shall drive you to Paddington, put you in the train for Windsor, and leave you to your own devices." "I wish I hadn't lost my suit case," Dick observed ruefully. "I bet anything it's in that house in Cumberland Place where the taxi stopped, unless the woman who met me at Paddington intentionally left it in the taxi when she found I had jumped out and run away. We ought to inquire at Scotland Yard, oughtn't we?" We arrived at Willow Road, Hampstead, at 10 minutes to 12. Telling Dick to remain in the taxi, I got out and rang the bell. The door was opened by a maid I had not seen before, and when I inquired for Miss Challoner she stared at me blankly, indeed, as I thought, suspiciously. "Nobody of that name lives here," she said curtly. Quickly I glanced up at the number on the door. No, I had not mistaken the house. "She is staying here," I said. "Staying with Mrs. Stapleton." "With Mrs. who?" "Mrs. Stapleton. You have mistaken the house. There's nobody of that name here." "Well, Mr. Gastrell, then," I said irritably. "Ask Mr. Gastrell if I can see him." "I tell you, sir, you've come to the wrong house," the maid said sharply. "Then who does live here?" I exclaimed, beginning to lose my temper. The maid looked me up and down. "I'm not going to tell you," she answered, and before I could speak again she had shut the door in my face. Chapter 20. Of the Four Faces by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Preston Again. I had seen Dick off at Paddington, after asking the guard to keep an eye on him as far as Windsor, and was walking thoughtfully through the park towards Albert Gate, when a man, meeting me where the paths crossed, asked if he might speak to me. Almost instantly I recognized him. It was the man who had followed Preston, Jack, and myself on the previous night, and been pointed out to us by Preston. "I trust," he said, when I had asked him rather abruptly what he wanted to speak to me about, "that you will pardon my addressing you, sir. But there is something rather important I should like to say to you, if you have a few minutes to spare." "Who are you?" I inquired. "What's your name?" "I would rather not tell you my name," he answered, "and for the moment it is inadvisable that you should know it. Shall we sit here?" he added, as we came to a wooden bench. I am rather inquisitive, otherwise I should not have consented to his proposal. It flashed across me, however, that whereas there could be no harm in my listening to what he wished to say, he might possibly have something really of interest to tell me. "You are probably not aware," he said, when we were seated, "that I followed you last night from a house in Warwick Street, Regent Street, to a restaurant in Gerrard Street, Soho; thence to Willow Road, near Hampstead Station, and thence to South Molton Street Mansions. 2 gentlemen were with you." "And may I ask why you did that?" I said carelessly, as I lit a cigarette. "That is my affair," he replied. "You have lately been associating with several men and women who, though you may not know it, belong to a gang of exceedingly clever criminals. These people, while mixing in society, prey upon it. Until last night I was myself a member of this gang. For a reason that I need not at present mention, I have now disassociated myself from it for ever. To day my late accomplices will discover that I have turned traitor, as they will term it, and at once they will set to work to encompass my death," he added. "I want you, Mr. Berrington, to save me from them." I stared at him in surprise. "But how can I do that, and why should I do it?" I said shortly. "I don't know who you are, and if you choose to aid and abet criminals, you have only yourself to thank when they turn upon you." "Naturally," he answered, with what looked very like a sneer. "I don't ask you to do anything in return for nothing, Mr. Berrington. But if you will help in this crisis, I can and will help you. At this moment you are at a loss to know why, when you called at Willow Road an hour or so ago, the woman who opened the door assured you that you had come to the wrong house. You inquired first for Miss Challoner, then for Mrs. Stapleton, and then for Hugesson Gastrell. Am I not right?" "Well, you are," I said, astonished at his knowledge. "I was in the hall when you called, and I heard you. Gastrell, Mrs. Stapleton, and Miss Challoner were also in the house. They are there now, but to night they go to Paris. They will cross from Newhaven to Dieppe. It was to tell you they were going to Paris that I wished to speak to you now. At least, that was one reason." "And what are the other reasons?" I asked, with an affectation of indifference that I was far from feeling. "I want money, Mr. Berrington. That is one other reason," the stranger said quickly. "You can afford to pay for information that is worth paying for. I know everything about you, perhaps more than you yourself know. If you pay me enough, I can probably protect myself against these people who until yesterday were my friends, but are now my enemies, and I can put you in possession of facts which will enable you, if you act circumspectly, presently to get the entire gang arrested." "At what time do the three people you have just named leave for Paris?" I asked, for the news that Connie Stapleton and Dulcie were going to France together had given me a shock. "To night at 9. "Look here," I exclaimed, turning upon him sharply, "tell me everything you know, and if it is worth paying for, I'll pay." In a few minutes the stranger had put several startling facts into my possession. Of these, the most important were that, on at least 4 occasions, Connie Stapleton had deliberately exercised a hypnotic control over Dulcie, and thus obtained even greater influence over her than she had already possessed; that Jack Osborne, whom I had always believed to be wholly unsusceptible to female influence, was fast falling in love, or, if not falling in love, becoming infatuated with Jasmine Gastrell. The stranger declared that Mrs. Gastrell had fallen in love with him, but that I could not believe; that an important member of this notorious gang of criminals which mixed so freely in society was Sir Roland's wastrel brother, Robert, of whom neither Sir Roland nor any member of his family had heard for years; and that Mrs. Stapleton intended to cause Dulcie to become seriously ill while abroad, then to induce Sir Roland to come to France to see her, and finally to marry him on the other side of the Channel in the small town where she intended that Dulcie should be taken ill. There were reasons, he said, though he would not reveal them then, why she wished to marry Sir Roland on the Continent instead of in England, and she knew of no other way of inducing him to cross the Channel but the means she intended to employ. The man hardly stopped speaking when I sprung to my feet. "How much do you want for the information you have given me?" I exclaimed, hardly able to conceal the intense excitement I felt. He named a high figure, and so reckless did I feel at that instant that I told him I would pay the amount to him in gold he had stipulated for gold if he would call at my flat in South Molton Street at 5 o'clock on the following afternoon. His expressions of gratitude appeared, I must say, to be most genuine. "And may I ask," he said, "what you propose to do now?" "Propose to do!" I cried. "Why, go direct to Willow Road, of course, force an entrance, and take Miss Challoner away by force if need be." "You propose to go there alone?" "Yes. For the past fortnight I have somehow suspected there might be some secret understanding between Mr. Osborne and Mrs. Gastrell, they have been so constantly together, though he has more than once assured me that his intimacy was only with a view to obtaining her confidence. I don't know why I should believe your word, the word of a stranger, in preference to his, but now you tell me what you have told me, I remember many little things which all point to the likelihood of your statement that he is in love with Mrs. Gastrell being true." "I wouldn't go alone, Mr. Berrington," the stranger said in a tone of warning. You don't know the people you have to deal with as I know them. If you would like to come to Paris with me to night, I could show you something that would amaze you, and you would come face to face there with Connie Stapleton and Miss Challoner and others. Be advised by me, and do that. I am telling you to do what I know will be best for you. I don't ask you to pay me until we return to England." I paused, uncertain what to decide. Thoughts crowded my brain. Supposing, after all, that this were a ruse to entrap me? Supposing that Dulcie were not going to Paris? But no, the man's statements seemed somehow to carry conviction. "If we cross by the same boat as they do," I said suddenly, "we shall be recognized." He smiled grimly. "Not if you disguise yourself as you did at Hugesson Gastrell's the other night," he said. "Good heavens!" I exclaimed. "How do you know that?" He looked to right and left, then behind him. Nobody was near. Then, raising his hat, like lightning he pulled off his wig, eyebrows and moustache, whiskers and beard, crammed them into his jacket pocket, and, with his hat on the back of his head, sat back looking at me with a quiet smile of amusement. "Preston!" I gasped. "Good heavens, man! How do you do it?" Producing his cigarette case, in silence he offered me a cigarette. Then he spoke, now in his natural voice. "I always test my impersonations when I get a chance of doing so," he said, "upon people who know me well, because if one can completely deceive one's friends it gives much confidence when one comes to serious business. Mr. Berrington, all I have told you is absolute truth. I have found it all out within the last 11 hours. More than that, I am myself now one of the gang, and if I turn traitor I shall be done to death by them just as certainly as I am sitting here. I flatter myself that I have arranged it all rather cleverly. I have succeeded in placing in confinement that man who shadowed you last night, without any member of the gang's knowing anything about his arrest or in the least suspecting it, and I have literally stepped into his shoes, for these clothes and boots that I am wearing are his. I believe the end of this abominable conspiracy is now within sight. To night you must come with me to Paris on the boat that Miss Challoner, the woman Stapleton, Gastrell, and one or two others will cross by. I shall assume the disguise I have just removed. You will become once more Sir Aubrey Belston. We shall travel from Victoria in separate compartments, and on board the boat I shall casually mention to my friends that Sir Aubrey Belston is on board. In Paris we ought to find out a lot. I have a friend there named Victor Albeury who already knows a lot about this affair, and we shall, unless I am greatly mistaken. Now I must go home and get some hours of sleep, for I have been busy since we parted in the Tube at Oxford Circus at midnight last night." "But tell me," I exclaimed, my brain awhirl, "is what you told me really true that Osborne has become a victim to the wiles of Jasmine Gastrell?" "Absolutely. I have suspected as much for several weeks, and last night I discovered it to be an absolute fact. Mr. Berrington, when Osborne left us late last night at Russell Square Station, he didn't return to his hotel. Would you believe it, he had an assignation with the woman and kept it. But what is more curious still is what you wouldn't believe when I told it to you some minutes ago. Jasmine Gastrell has fallen madly in love with Osborne. Isn't it astonishing? To think that an amazingly clever woman like that should let her heart get the better of her head! But it's not the first case of the sort that I have known. I could tell you of several similar instances of level-headed women of the criminal class letting their hearts run away with them, and some day I will. But now I really must leave you. Go back to your place, pack as much luggage as you will need for a week or 10 days, for we may be away that long. Write Sir Aubrey Belston's name on the luggage labels in a disguised handwriting. Send it to Victoria by messenger, not by your own man, as we must take no risk whatever, and come to me not later than 6, and I will then again disguise you as Sir Aubrey Belston. You won't be followed by any member of the gang, for the man I am impersonating is supposed to be shadowing you. Connie Stapleton expects Alphonse Furneaux, that's the man who followed you last night, and whom I am now impersonating, to meet her at Victoria at 8:15 to-night.
You will get there a little later, and of course we must appear to be total strangers. Keep out of sight of the woman, and of Gastrell, and of anyone else you may see whom you remember seeing at Cumberland Place the other night. You can speak to anybody you like once we are on board the boat, but not before. The train leaves at 9. My, I am disappointed with Osborne, more disappointed and disgusted than I can tell you. And to think that if I had not made this discovery about him, he might unwittingly have brought about some fearful tragedy so far as you and I are concerned. But I really must go," and with a friendly nod he rose and strolled away. He had spoken rapidly, with hardly a pause, and as I watched him pass out of the park I wondered how he had managed to ingratiate himself with this gang of scoundrels. Only a day or two before we had discovered the advisability of informing Easterton of what was taking place nightly in the house in Cumberland Place which he had leased to Hugesson Gastrell, but we had come to the conclusion that no good end would be served by telling him, for were any complaint to be made to Gastrell, he would of course declare that the people who gambled in the house were personal friends of his whom he had every right to invite there to play. I returned to my flat, told my man what to pack, then went out again and walked aimlessly about the streets. A feeling of restlessness was upon me which I could not overcome. Many strange things had happened since Christmas, but this surely was the strangest of all, that Jack Osborne, who had persuaded me to help him in his self-imposed task of tracking down these people, should actually have come under the spell of Jasmine Gastrell's beauty and undeniable fascination. I recollected now his saying when, weeks before, he had spoken of Jasmine Gastrell for the first time, that everybody on board the ship had fallen in love with her, and that he himself had been desperately attracted by her. But I had thought that he spoke in jest. It had not occurred to me that he really thought seriously about the woman. Of late, however, his manner towards her had certainly been different, and I knew that night after night the two had spent the evening together, ending up with supper at one of the fashionable restaurants. Then my thoughts drifted to Dulcie. What had come over her since she had formed this violent attachment for Connie Stapleton? In some ways she seemed unchanged, yet in other respects she was completely altered. For a brief 10 days after we had become engaged I had seemed to be all in all to her. But from then onward she had appeared to come more and more under the influence of her friend who seemed, in a sense, to be supplanting me in her affection. And now Preston had told me that several times Connie Stapleton had intentionally hypnotized Dulcie, no doubt for the purpose of obtaining greater control over her and still further bending her will to hers. I could not, under the circumstances, wholly blame Dulcie for what I had at first believed to be a change in her attitude towards me. Far more readily could I blame her father for his monstrous infatuation for the widow. And what could be the meaning of this sudden flitting to Paris? Preston had given the reason, had explained it in detail, but his theory was so horrible that I refused to believe it. Connie Stapleton might be, and obviously was, an adventuress, but surely a woman of such beauty, with such charm of manner and personality, and apparently so refined, could not actually be the monster Preston would have had me believe? The view I held was that Connie Stapleton and some of her accomplices for some reason found it expedient to forsake England for a little while. Preston had assured me that they meant to remain upon the Continent for several weeks at least, and that the woman thought that by taking Dulcie with her she would be better able to persuade Sir Roland to cross the Channel, a thing he had done only once in his life, and that I had heard him declare he would never do again, so ill had he been on that occasion. One of the first men I saw upon my arrival at Victoria in my disguise was Preston disguised as Alphonse Fournier. With him were Connie Stapleton, Dulcie Gastrell, and one or two men I did not remember having seen before. Doris Lorrimer was also there. Obsequious officials were hurrying about doing their bidding in anticipation of generous largesse. Here and there little groups of passengers stood staring at them, obviously under the impression that they must be people of some importance. Acting upon Preston's instructions, I kept well out of sight until within a minute or two of 9 o'clock, by which time the widow and her companions had entered the saloon carriage. I had hardly stepped into my first class compartment, which was some way behind the saloon, and settled myself comfortably for the journey to Newhaven, when a lady, the only other occupant, suddenly exclaimed: "Aubrey, don't you recognize me, or are you intentionally cutting me?" I glanced across at her. She was a woman of middle age, obviously a lady, well dressed, but not good looking. Hastily recovering my presence of mind, I answered quickly: "I beg your pardon. Please don't think me rude. I was worrying about a trunk of mine that I think has been left behind, and for the moment I didn't see you." She was seated on the opposite side, in the corner farthest from me. "Of course I don't think you rude, you foolish boy!" she exclaimed gaily. "How could I? And how are you, dear? And where are you going? I had no idea you had already returned from your travels." "I only got back last week," I said, feeling my way cautiously. "How well you are looking! Let me see, when was it we last met?" She broke into a ripple of laughter. "Oh, Aubrey," she exclaimed, "what a wag you are! When are you going to grow up, I wonder? Now do be serious, and answer that question I put the last night we were together." This was awful. The train had only just started, and here I was face to face with a woman, evidently an intimate friend of Sir Aubrey Belston's, who for aught I knew might insist on talking to me and cross-questioning me all the way to Newhaven. I decided to take the bull by the horns. "Look here," I exclaimed, becoming suddenly serious, "don't let us talk about that any more. The answer I gave you that night was final. I have thought the whole thing over carefully, and, much as I should like to, I can't change my mind." She stared at me, evidently dumbfounded. I thought she looked rather frightened. Her lips parted as if she were going to speak again, then shut tightly. A minute or more passed, during which time she kept her head averted, gazing out into the darkness, and then all at once, to my horror, she burst into tears and began sobbing hysterically. The sight of a woman in tears always affects me strangely. I rose from my seat and went over to her, and, now seated facing her, endeavoured by every means I could think of to soothe her. "Don't cry. Oh, please don't," I said sympathetically. "It isn't my fault, you know. I would do anything I could for you, I am sure you know that. But what you ask is impossible." "But why is it impossible?" she suddenly burst out impetuously, looking up into my face with tear-stained eyes. "Give me a good reason for your refusal, and I won't say a word more." Oh, if only I knew what it was she had asked Sir Aubrey that night, what it was she wanted him to do! Never in my life before had I been in such an awful predicament. And then suddenly it flashed upon me that some day she would, for certain, meet the real Sir Aubrey Belston again. And what would happen then when she referred to this meeting in the train and he stoutly denied, as of course he would, meeting her at all? What mischief might I not unwittingly be doing? What havoc might I not be creating? If only I could discover her name, it might in some way help me to get out of this terrible tangle. The train was slowing down now. Presently it stopped. We were at Croydon. The door opened and other travellers entered our compartment. Putting some of my belongings onto the seat, I passed into the corridor and entered a smoking compartment. The man seated opposite me was buried in a newspaper. Some moments after the train had started again, he lowered it, and I saw his face. At once he raised his eyebrows in recognition, then extending his hand, greeted me most cordially. I was face to face again with Hugesson Gastrell. Chapter 20. Tom's Audiobooks.com